A History of Philosophy by Frederick Golston, S.J. Preface. At the end of Volume 3 of this History of Philosophy I expressed the hope of covering the period from Descartes up to and including Kant in the fourth volume. I meant, of course, that I hope to discuss the whole of this part of modern philosophy in one book. This hope, however, has not been fulfilled. I have found myself compelled to devote 3 books to the period in question. And for the sake of convenience I have made each of these 3 books a separate volume. Volume 4, Descartes to Leibniz, deals with the great rationalist systems of philosophy on the continent in the pre-Kantian period. In Volume V, Hobbes to Hume, I discuss the development of British philosophy from Hobbes up to and including the Scottish philosophy of common sense. In Volume 6, Wolff to Kant, I shall treat of the French Enlightenment and of Rousseau, of the German Enlightenment, of the rise of the philosophy of history from Vico to Herder, and finally of the system of Immanuel Kant. The title, Wolff to Kant, is certainly not ideal, but in view of the fact that in his pre-critical days Kant stood in the Wolffian tradition there is at least something to be said in its favor, whereas a title such as Voltaire to Kant would be extremely odd. As in former volumes, I have divided the matter according to philosophers rather than by following out the development of first one and then another philosophical problem. Furthermore, I have treated some philosophers at considerable length. And though I think that division of the matter according to philosophers is the most convenient division for the readers whom I have principally in mind, this method certainly has its disadvantages. Faced by a number of different thinkers aided by more or less detailed descriptions of their ideas, the reader may fail to grasp the general picture. Further, though I think that the old division into continental rationalism and British empiricism is justified, provided that a number of qualifications are added, a rigid adherence to this scheme is apt to give the impression that continental philosophy and British philosophy in the 17th and 18th centuries moved on 2 sets of parallel straight lines, each developing in entire independence of the other. And this is an erroneous impression. Descartes exercised a modest influence on British thought. Berkeley was influenced by Malebranche, Spinoza's political ideas owed something to Hobbes, and the philosophy of Locke, who wrote in the 17th century, exercised a great influence on the thought of the French Enlightenment in the 18th century. As a partial remedy for the disadvantages attending the method of division which I have chosen, I decided to write an introductory chapter designed to give the reader a general picture of the philosophy of the 17th and 18th centuries. It thus covers the matter discussed in volumes 4, V and 6, which, as I have said, I originally hoped to deal with in one volume. I have, of course, placed this introduction at the beginning of volume 4, and there will therefore be no introductory chapters in volumes V and 6. A descriptive introduction of this sort inevitably involves a good deal of repetition. That is to say, ideas which are discussed in later chapters at greater length and in more detail are roughly outlined in the introduction. Nonetheless, I consider that the advantages to be gained by including a general descriptive introduction greatly outweigh the accompanying disadvantages. At the end of each of the 3 previous volumes I have added a concluding review. But just as the introduction covers the matter dealt with in volumes IV, V, and 6, so will the concluding review. It will therefore be placed at the end of volume 6, that is, after the exposition of Kant's philosophy. In the course of this concluding review I propose to discuss, not only from an historical but also from a more philosophical point of view, the nature, importance, and value of the various styles of philosophizing of the 17th and 18th centuries. I think that it is better to reserve such discussion until after the historical exposition of the thought of the period than to interrupt this exposition with general philosophical reflections. Finally, a word about references. References such as Vol. 2, ch. XL or C volume in, pages 322-4 refer to this history of philosophy. As for references to the writings of the philosophers with whom I deal, I have tried to give these in a form which will be of use to the student who wishes to look them up. Some historians and expositors have the practice of giving references according to volume and page of the recognized critical edition. When such exists, of the writings of the philosopher in question. But I am doubtful of the wisdom of adhering exclusively to this practice in a volume such as the present. In the chapters on Descartes, for example, I have indeed cited the volume and page of the Adam Tannery edition, but I have also given references, where feasible, according to chapter and section or part and section of the work in question. The number of people who have easy access to the Adam Tannery edition is extremely limited, just as few people possess the recent splendid critical edition of Berkeley. But cheap editions of the more important writings of the leading philosophers are easily obtainable, and in my opinion references should be given with a view to the convenience of students who possess such editions rather than to that of the few who possess or have access to the recognized critical editions. Chapter I. Introduction. Continuity and novelty, the early phase of modern philosophy in its relation to medieval and Renaissance thought. Continental rationalism, its nature, its relation to scepticism and to neo-Stoicism, its development. British empiricism, its nature and its development. The 17th century, the 18th century political philosophy, the rise of the philosophy of history. Immanuel Kant. Modern philosophy is generally said to have begun with Descartes, 1596 to 1650, or with Francis Bacon, 1561 to 1626, in England and with Descartes in France. It is not perhaps immediately evident with what justification the term modern is applied to the thought of the 17th century. But its use clearly implies that there is a break between medieval and post-medieval philosophy and that each possesses important characteristics which the other does not possess. And the 17th century philosophers were certainly convinced that there was a sharp division between the old philosophical traditions and what they themselves were trying to do. Men like Francis Bacon and Descartes were thoroughly persuaded that they were making a new start. If for a long time the views of Renaissance and post-Renaissance philosophers were accepted at their face value, this was partly due to a conviction that in the Middle Ages there was really nothing which merited the name of philosophy. The flame of independent and creative philosophical reflection which had burned so brightly in ancient Greece was practically extinguished until it was revived at the Renaissance and rose in splendor in the 17th century. But when at last more attention came to be paid to medieval philosophy, it was seen that this view was exaggerated. And some writers emphasized the continuity between medieval and post-medieval thought. That phenomena of continuity can be observed in the political and social spheres is obvious enough. The patterns of society and of political organization in the 17th century clearly did not spring into being without any historical antecedents. We can observe, for instance, the gradual formation of the various national states, the emergence of the great monarchies and the growth of the middle class. Even in the field of science the discontinuity is not quite so great as was once supposed. Recent research has shown the existence of a limited interest in empirical science within the medieval period itself. And attention was drawn in the third volume of this history to the wider implications of the impetus theory of motion as presented by certain 14th century physicists. Similarly, a certain continuity can be observed within the philosophical sphere. We can see philosophy in the Middle Ages gradually winning recognition as a separate branch of study. And we can see lines of thought emerging which anticipate later philosophical developments. For example, the characteristic philosophical movement of the 14th century, generally known as the nominalist movement, anticipated later empiricism in several important respects. Again, the speculative philosophy of Nicholas of Cusa, with its anticipations of some theses of Leibniz, forms a link between medieval, Renaissance and pre-Kantian modern thought. Again, scholars have shown that thinkers such as Francis Bacon, Descartes, and Locke were subject to the influence of the past to a greater degree than they themselves realized. This emphasis on continuity was doubtless needed as a corrective to a too facile acceptance of the claims to novelty advanced by Renaissance and 17th century philosophers. It expresses an understanding of the fact that there was such a thing as medieval philosophy and a recognition of its position as an integral part of European philosophy in general. At the same time, if discontinuity can be overemphasized, so can continuity. If we compare the patterns of social and political life in the 13th and 17th centuries, obvious differences in the structure of society at once strike the eye. Again, though the historical factors which contributed to the occurrence of the Reformation can be traced, the Reformation was nonetheless in some sense an explosion, shattering the religious unity of medieval Christendom. And even though the seeds of later science can be discovered in the intellectual soil of medieval Europe, the results of research have not been such as to necessitate any substantial change of view about the importance of Renaissance science. Similarly, when all that can legitimately be said to illustrate the continuity between medieval and post-medieval philosophy has been said, it remains true that there were considerable differences between them. For the matter of that, though Descartes was undoubtedly influenced by scholastic ways of thought, he himself pointed out that the use of terms taken from scholastic philosophy did not necessarily mean that the terms were being used in the same senses in which they had been used by the scholastics. And though Locke was influenced in his theory of natural law by Hooker, one who had himself been influenced by medieval thought, the Lockean idea of natural law is not precisely the same as that of St. Thomas Aquinas. We can, of course, become the slaves of words or labels. That is to say, because we divide history into periods, we may tend to lose sight of continuity and of gradual transitions, especially when we are looking at historical events from a great distance in time. But this does not mean that it is altogether improper to speak of historical periods or that no major changes take place. And if the general cultural situation of the post-Renaissance world was in important respects different from that of the medieval world, it is only natural that the changes should have been reflected in philosophic thought. At the same time, just as changes in the social and political spheres, even when they seem to have been more or less abrupt, presupposed an already existing situation out of which they developed, so also new attitudes and aims and ways of thought in the field of philosophy presupposed an already existing situation with which they were in some degree linked. In other words, we are not faced with a simple choice between two sharply contrasted alternatives, the assertion of discontinuity and the assertion of continuity. Both elements have to be taken into account. There are change and novelty, but change is not creation out of nothing. The situation, therefore, seems to be this. The old EMP Yashes on discontinuity was largely due to failure to recognize that there was in the Middle Ages any philosophy worthy of the name. Subsequent recognition of the existence and importance of medieval philosophy produced an emphasis on continuity. But we now see that what is required is an attempt to illustrate both the elements of continuity and the peculiar characteristics of different periods. And what is true in regard to our consideration of different periods is true also, of course, in regard to different individual thinkers. Historians are beset by the temptation to depict the thought of one period as simply a preparatory stage for the thought of the next period, and the system of one thinker as no more than a stepping stone to the system of another thinker. The temptation is, indeed, inevitable, for the historian contemplates a temporal succession of events, not an eternal and immutable reality. Moreover, there is an obvious sense in which medieval thought prepared the way for post-medieval thought, and there is plenty of ground for looking on Berkeley's philosophy as a stepping stone between the philosophies of Locke and Hume. But if one succumbs entirely to this temptation, one misses a great deal. Berkeley's philosophy is much more than a mere stage in the development of empiricism from Locke to Hume, and medieval thought has its own characteristics. Among the easily discernible differences between medieval and post-medieval philosophy there is a striking difference in forms of literary expression. For one thing, whereas the medievals wrote in Latin, in the post-medieval period we find an increasing use of the vernacular. It would not, indeed, be true to say that no use was made of Latin in the pre-Kantian modern period. Both Francis Bacon and Descartes wrote in Latin as well as in the vernacular. So too did Hobbes. And Spinoza composed his works in Latin. But Locke wrote in English, and in the 18th century we find a common use of the vernacular. Hume wrote in English, Voltaire and Rousseau in French, Kant in German. For another thing, whereas the medievals were much given to the practice of writing commentaries on certain standard works, the post-medieval philosophers, whether they wrote in Latin or in the vernacular, composed original treatises in which the commentary form was abandoned. I do not mean to imply that the medievals wrote only commentaries, for this would be quite untrue. At the same time, commentaries on the sentences of Peter Lombard I and on the works of Aristotle and others were characteristic features of medieval philosophical composition, whereas when we think of the writings of 17th century philosophers we think of free treatises, not of commentaries. The growing use of the vernacular in philosophical writing accompanied, of course, its growing use in other literary fields. And we can associate this with general cultural, political, and social changes and developments. But we can also see in it a symptom of the emergence of philosophy from the confines of the schools. The medieval philosophers were for the most part university professors, engaged in teaching. They wrote commentaries on the standard texts in use at the universities, and they wrote in the language of the learned, academic world. The modern philosophers in the pre-Kantian period, on the contrary, were in the majority of cases unconnected with the work of academic teaching. Descartes was never a university professor. Nor was Spinoza, though he received an invitation to Heidelberg. And Leibniz was very much a man of affairs who refused a professorship because he had quite another kind of life in view. In England Locke held minor posts in the service of the state, Berkeley was a bishop, and though Hume attempted to secure a university chair, he did not succeed in doing so. As for the French philosophers of the 18th century, such as Voltaire, Diderot, and Rousseau, they were obviously men of letters with philosophical interests. Philosophy in the 17th and 18th centuries was a matter of common interest and concern among the educated and cultured classes, and it is only natural that the use of the vernacular should have replaced the use of Latin in writings designed for a wide public. As Hegel remarks, it is only when we come to Kant that we find philosophy becoming so technical and abstruse that it could no longer be considered to belong to the general education of a cultured man. And by that time the use of Latin had, of course, practically died out. In other words, the original and creative philosophy of the early modern period developed outside the universities. It was the creation of fresh and original minds, not of traditionalists. And this is one reason, of course, why philosophical writing took the form of independent treatises, not of commentaries. For the writers were concerned with developing their own ideas, free from regard for the great names of the past and for the opinions of Greek and medieval thinkers. To say, however, that in the pre-Kantian period of modern philosophy the vernacular came to be employed in place of Latin, that independent treatises were written rather than commentaries, and that the leading philosophers of the period were not university professors, does not do very much to elucidate the intrinsic differences between medieval and post-medieval philosophy. And an attempt must be made to indicate briefly some of these differences. It is often said that modern philosophy is autonomous, the product of reason alone, whereas medieval philosophy was subordinate to Christian theology, hampered by subservience to dogma. But if it is expressed in this bold way, without qualification, the judgment constitutes an oversimplification. On the one hand we find St. Thomas Aquinas in the 13th century asserting the independence of philosophy as a separate branch of study, while in the 14th century we find theology and philosophy tending to fall apart as a result of the nominalist criticism of traditional metaphysics. On the other hand we find Descartes in the 17th century trying to harmonize his philosophical ideas with the requirements of Catholic dogma, while in the 18th century Berkeley explicitly says that his ultimate aim is to lead men to the saving truths of the gospel. The facts of the case, therefore, do not warrant our stating dogmatically that all modern philosophy was free from any theological presuppositions and from the exercise of any controlling influence by the Christian faith. Such a statement would not be applicable to Descartes, Pascal, Malebranche, Locke, or Berkeley, even if it fits Spinoza, Hobbes, Hume and, of course, the materialist thinkers of the 18th century in France. At the same time it is undoubtedly true that we can trace a progressive emancipation of philosophy from theology from the beginnings of philosophical reflection in the early Middle Ages up to the modern era. And there is an obvious difference between, say, Aquinas and Descartes, even though the latter was a believing Christian. For Aquinas was first and foremost a theologian, whereas Descartes was a philosopher and not a theologian. Indeed, practically all the leading medieval philosophers, including William of Ockham, were theologians, whereas the leading philosophers of the 17th and 18th centuries were not. In the Middle Ages theology was esteemed as the supreme science, and we find theologians who were also philosophers. In the 17th and 18th centuries we find philosophers, some of whom were believing Christians while others were not. And though their religious beliefs doubtless exercised some influence on the philosophical systems of men such as Descartes and Locke, they were fundamentally in the same position as any philosopher today who happens to be a Christian but who is not, in the professional sense, a theologian. That is one reason why philosophers like Descartes and Locke appear to us modern if we compare them with St. Thomas or St. Bonaventure. One should, of course, distinguish between a recognition of the facts and an evaluation of the facts. Some would say that in proportion as philosophy was separated from its close connection with theology and was freed from any external control, it became what it ought to be, a purely autonomous branch of study. Others would say that the position accorded to philosophy in the 13th century was the right one. That is to say, the rights of reason were recognized, but so were the rights of revelation. And it was a benefit to philosophy if recognition of revealed truth warned it off erroneous conclusions. Here we have different evaluations of the facts. But however we evaluate the facts, it seems to me to be indisputably true that philosophy became progressively emancipated from theology, provided that the word emancipated is understood in a neutral sense from the valuational point of view. It is customary to associate the change in the position of philosophy in regard to theology with a shift of interest from theological themes to a study of man and of nature without explicit reference to God. And there is, I think, truth in this interpretation, though there is also room for exaggeration. The humanistic movement of the Renaissance is often mentioned in this connection. And, indeed, to say that the humanistic movement, with its extension of literary studies and its new educational ideals, was concerned primarily with man is to utter an obvious truth, in fact a tautology. But as was pointed out in the third volume of this history, one Italian humanism did not involve any very decisive break with the past. The humanists denounced barbarity in Latin style, but so had John of Salisbury in the 12th and Petrarch in the 14th century. The humanists promoted a literary revival, but the Middle Ages had given to the world one of Europe's greatest literary achievements, the Divina Commedia of Dante. An enthusiasm for the Platonic or rather Neoplatonic tradition in philosophy accompanied Italian humanism, but Neoplatonism had also exercised an influence on medieval thought, even though the Neoplatonic themes in medieval philosophy were not based on a study of the variety of texts which were made available in the 15th century. Italian Platonism, in spite of its strong feeling for the harmonious development of the human personality and for the expression of the divine in nature, can hardly be said to have constituted a direct antithesis to the medieval outlook. Humanism doubtless developed, intensified, widened, and placed in a much more prominent position one strand in medieval culture, and in this sense it involved a shift of emphasis. But it would not have been sufficient by itself to prepare the background for the early phase of modern philosophy. A change from the theocentric character of the great medieval systems to the centering of interest on nature as a unified, dynamic system can be observed much more clearly in the writings of philosophers such as Giordano Bruno I and Paracelsus II than in those of Platonists such as Marsilius Ficinus and John Pico della Mirandola. 8. But though the speculative philosophies of nature of Bruno and kindred thinkers expressed and promoted the transition from medieval to modern thought, as far as the center of interest is concerned, another factor was also required, namely, the scientific movement of the Renaissance. For it is not, indeed, always easy to draw a clear line of division between speculative philosophers of nature and scientists when one is treating of the period in question. But nobody is likely to deny the propriety of placing Bruno in the first class and Kepler and Galileo in the second. And though the speculative philosophies of nature formed part of the background of modern philosophy, the influence of the scientific movement of the Renaissance was of great importance in determining the direction of philosophical thought in the 17th century. In the first place it was Renaissance science, followed later by the work of Newton, which effectively stimulated the mechanistic conception of the world. And this conception was obviously a factor which contributed powerfully to the centering of attention on nature in the field of philosophy. For Galileo, God is creator and conserver of the world. The great scientist was far from being either an atheist or an agnostic. But nature itself can be considered as a dynamic system of bodies in motion, the intelligible structure of which can be expressed mathematically. And even though we do not know the inner natures of the forces five which govern the system and which are revealed in motion susceptible of mathematical statement, we can study nature without any immediate reference to God. We do not find here a break with medieval thought in the sense that God's existence and activity are either denied or doubted. But we certainly find an important change of interest and emphasis. Whereas a 13th century theologian-philosopher such as Saint Bonaventure was interested principally in the material world considered as a shadow or remote revelation of its divine original, the Renaissance scientist, while not denying that nature has a divine original, is interested primarily in the quantitatively determinable immanent structure of the world and of its dynamic process. In other words, we have a contrast between the outlook of a theologically minded metaphysician who lays emphasis on final causality and the outlook of a scientist for whom efficient causality, revealed in mathematically determinable motion, takes the place of final causality. It may be said that if we compare men who were primarily theologians with men who were primarily scientists, it is so obvious that their interests will be different that it is quite unnecessary to draw attention to the difference. But the point is that the combined influence of the speculative philosophies of nature and of Renaissance science made itself felt in the philosophy of the 17th century. In England, for example, Hobbes eliminated from philosophy all discourse about the immaterial or spiritual. The philosopher is concerned simply and solely with bodies, though Hobbes included under bodies in the general sense not only the human body but also the body politic or state. The continental rationalist metaphysicians from Descartes to Leibniz did not, indeed, eliminate from philosophy the study of spiritual reality. The assertion of the existence of spiritual substance and of God is integral to the Cartesian system, and in his theory of monads Leibniz, as will be seen later, practically spiritualized body. At the same time Descartes seemed to Pascal to employ God simply to get the world going, as it were, after which he had no further use for him. Pascal's accusation may well be unjust, and in my opinion it is unjust. But it is none the less significant that Descartes' philosophy was able to give an impression which one can hardly imagine being given by the system of a 13th century metaphysician. It was not, however, simply a question of direction of interest. The development of physical science not unnaturally stimulated the ambition of using philosophy to discover new truths about the world. In England Bacon emphasized the empirical and inductive study of nature, pursued with a view to increasing man's power over and control of his material environment, a study which should be carried on without regard to authority or to the great names of the past. In France one of Descartes' main objections against scholasticism was that it served, in his opinion, only to expound systematically truths already known and that it was powerless to discover new truths. In his Novum Organum Bacon called attention to the practical effects of certain inventions which, as he put it, had changed the face of things and the state of the world. He was conscious that new geographical discoveries, the opening up of fresh sources of wealth and, above all, the establishment of physics on an experimental basis heralded the opening of a new era. And though much of what he anticipated was not to be realized until long after his death, he was justified in noting the beginning of a process which has led to our technical civilization. Men such as Bacon and Descartes were doubtless unaware of the extent to which their minds were influenced by former ways of thought, but their consciousness of standing at the threshold of a new era was not unjustified. And philosophy was to be pressed into the service of the ideal of extending human knowledge with a view to progress in civilization. True, the Cartesian and Leibnizian ideas of the appropriate method to be employed in this process were not the same as that of Francis Bacon. But this does not alter the fact that both Descartes and Leibniz were profoundly impressed and influenced by the successful development of the new science, and that they regarded philosophy as a means of increasing our knowledge of the world. There is another important way in which the scientific development of the Renaissance influenced philosophy. At the time, no very clear distinction was made between physical science and philosophy. The former was known as natural philosophy or experimental philosophy. Indeed, this nomenclature has survived in the older universities to the extent that we find at Oxford, for example, a chair of experimental philosophy, though the occupant is not concerned with philosophy as the term is now understood. Nonetheless, it is obvious that the real discoveries in astronomy and physics during the Renaissance and in the early modern period were made by men whom we would class as scientists and not as philosophers. In other words, on looking back, we can see physics and astronomy attaining adult stature and pursuing their paths of progress more or less independently of philosophy, in spite of the fact that both Galileo and Newton philosophized, in our sense of the term. But in the period of which we are treating, there was no really empirical study of psychology in the sense of a science distinct from other sciences and from philosophy. It was only natural, therefore, that the successful developments in astronomy, physics, and chemistry should arouse in philosophers the idea of elaborating a science of man. True, the empirical study of the human body was already being developed. We have only to recall the discoveries in anatomy and physiology which were made by men like Vesalius, author of the De Fabrica Humani Corporis, 1543, and Harvey, who discovered the circulation of the blood about 1615. But for the study of psychology we have to turn to the philosophers. Descartes, for instance, wrote a work on the passions of the soul, and he proposed a theory to explain the interaction between mind and body. Spinoza wrote on human cognition, on the passions, and on the reconciliation of the apparent consciousness or awareness of freedom with the determinism demanded by his system. Among the British philosophers we find a marked interest in psychological questions. The leading empiricists, Locke, Berkeley, and Hume, all deal with problems about knowledge, and they tend to treat these problems from a psychological rather than from a strictly epistemological point of view. That is to say, they tend to concentrate their attention on the question, how do our ideas arise? And this is obviously a psychological question. Again, in English empiricism we can see the growth of the associationist psychology. Further, in his introduction to the Treatise of Human Nature, Hume speaks explicitly of the need for developing the science of man on an empirical basis. Natural philosophy, he says, has already been established on an experimental or empirical basis, but philosophers have only just begun to put the science of man on a like footing. Now, a scientist such as Galileo, who was concerned with bodies in motion, could, of course, confine himself to the material world and to questions of physics and astronomy. But our view of the world as a mechanical system raised problems which the metaphysical philosopher could not evade. In particular, since man is a being within the world, the question arises whether or not he falls wholly within the mechanical system. Obviously, there are two possible general lines of answer. On the one hand, the philosopher may defend the view that man possesses a spiritual soul, endowed with the power of free choice, and that in virtue of this spiritual and free soul he partly transcends the material world and the system of mechanical causality. On the other hand, he may extend the scientific conception of the material universe to include man as a whole. Psychical processes will then be probably interpreted as epiphenomena of physical processes, or, more crudely, as being themselves material, and human freedom will be denied. Descartes was convinced of the truth of the first answer, though he spoke of mind rather than of soul. The material world can be described in terms of matter, identified with geometrical extension and motion. And all bodies, including living bodies, are in some sense machines. But man as a whole cannot be simply reduced to a member of this mechanical system. For he possesses a spiritual mind which transcends the material world and the determining laws of efficient causality which govern this world. At the very threshold of the modern era, therefore, we find the so-called father of modern philosophy asserting the existence of spiritual reality in general and of man's spiritual mind in particular. And this assertion was not merely the relic of an old tradition, it was an integral part of Descartes' system and represented part of his answer to the challenge of the new scientific outlook. Descartes' interpretation of man gave rise, however, to a particular problem. For if man consists of two clearly distinguishable substances, his nature tends to fall apart and no longer to possess a unity. It then becomes very difficult to account for the evident facts of psychophysical interaction. Descartes himself asserted that the mind can and does act on the body, but his theory of interaction was felt to be one of the least satisfactory features of his system. And Cartesians such as Jülich, who are generally known as occasionalists, refuse to admit that two heterogeneous types of substances can act on one another. When interaction apparently takes place, what really occurs is that on the occasion of a psychic event God causes the corresponding physical event, or conversely. Thus the occasionalists had recourse to the divine activity to explain the apparent facts of interaction. But it is not immediately evident how, if the mind cannot act on the body, God can do so. And in the system of Spinoza the problem of interaction was eliminated, because mind and body were regarded as two aspects of one reality. In the philosophy of Leibniz, however, the problem reappears in a somewhat different form. It is no longer the question how can there be interaction between two heterogeneous types of substances, but rather how there can be interaction between numerically distinct and independent monads, between, that is to say, the dominant monad which constitutes the human mind and the monads which constitute the body. And Leibniz's answer was similar to, though not precisely the same as, that of the occasionalists. God so created the monads that their activities are synchronized in a manner analogous to that in which the movements of the hands of two perfectly constructed clocks would correspond, though the one clock does not act on the other. The occasionalists began, of course, with Descartes' idea of spiritual and material substances, and their peculiar theory presupposes this idea. But there were other philosophers who attempted to extend to man as a whole the new scientific conception of the world. In England Hobbes applied the fundamental ideas of Galileo's mechanics to all reality, that is, to all reality which can be significantly considered in philosophy. He equated substance with material substance, and he would not allow that the philosopher can envisage or treat of any other kind of reality. The philosopher, therefore, must consider man as purely material being, subject to the same laws as other bodies. Freedom is eliminated, and consciousness is interpreted as motion, reducible to changes in the nervous system. On the continent a number of 18th-century philosophers adopted a similarly crude materialism. For example, La Mettrie, author of Man a Machine, 1748, represented man as a complicated material machine and the theory of a spiritual soul as a fable. In proposing this view he claimed Descartes as his direct ancestor. The latter had started to give a mechanistic interpretation of the world, but he had abandoned it at a certain point. He, La Mettrie, was concerned to complete the process by showing that man's psychical processes, no less than his physical processes, could be explained in terms of a mechanistic and materialist hypothesis. The challenge of the new science, therefore, raised a problem in regard to man. True, the problem was in a sense an old problem, and in Greek philosophy we can find solutions which are analogous to the divergent solutions offered by Descartes and Hobbes in the 17th century. We have only to think of Plato on the one hand and of Democritus on the other. But though the problem was an old one, it was also a new one, in the sense that the development of the Galilean and Newtonian science placed it in a new light and emphasized its importance. At the end of the period covered in volumes 4-6 we find Immanuel Kant attempting to combine an acceptance of the validity of Newtonian science with a belief in man's moral freedom. It would, indeed, be very misleading to say that Kant restated the position of Descartes, but if we draw a general line of division between those who extended the mechanistic outlook to include man in his totality and those who did not, we must place Descartes and Kant on the same side of the line. When we are considering the shift of interest from theological themes to a study of nature and of man without explicit reference to God, the following point is relevant. When Hume in the 18th century spoke about the science of man, he included moral philosophy or ethics. And in British philosophy in general during the period between the Renaissance and the end of the 18th century we can observe that strong interest in ethics which has continued to be one of the leading characteristics of British thought. Further, it is generally true, though there are certainly exceptions, that the English moralists of the period endeavored to develop an ethical theory without theological presuppositions. They do not start, as did St. Thomas Aquinas in the 13th century, with the idea of the eternal law of God and then descend to the idea of the natural moral law, considered as an expression of the former. Instead they tend to treat ethics without reference to metaphysics. Thus British moral philosophy in the 18th century illustrates the tendency of post-medieval philosophical thought to pursue its course independently of theology. Analogous remarks can be made about political philosophy. Hobbes in the 17th century certainly writes at some length about ecclesiastical matters, but this does not mean that his political theory is dependent on theological presuppositions. For Hume in the 18th century political philosophy is part of the science of man, and in his eyes it has no connection with theology or, indeed, with metaphysics in general. And the political theory of Rousseau in the same century was also what one may call a secularist theory. The outlook of men such as Hobbes, Hume, and Rousseau was very different from that of St. Thomas Aquinas too, and still more from that of St. Augustine. 3. We can, indeed, see their outlook prefigured in the writings of Marsilius of Padua in the first half of the 14th century. But Marsilius was scarcely the typical political philosopher of the Middle Ages. In this section I have emphasized the influence of physical science on the philosophy of the 17th and 18th centuries. In the Middle Ages theology was regarded as the supreme science, but in the post-medieval period the natural sciences begin to occupy the center of the stage. In the 17th and 18th centuries, however, we are still in a period when the philosopher is confident that he, like the scientist, can add to our knowledge of the world. True, this statement stands in need of considerable qualification if we bear in mind the skepticism of David Hume. But, generally speaking, the mood is one of optimistic confidence in the power of the philosophical mind. And this confidence is stimulated and intensified by the successful development of physical science. The latter has not yet so completely dominated the scene as to produce in many minds the suspicion, or even the conviction, that philosophy can add nothing to our factual knowledge of reality. Or to put the matter in another way, if philosophy has ceased to be the handmaid of theology, it has not yet become the charwoman of science. It receives a stimulus from science, but it asserts its autonomy and independence. Whether or not the results encourage one to accept its claims, is another question. It is in any case not a question which can be profitably discussed in an introduction to the history of philosophy in the period of which we are treating. 2. It is customary to divide pre-Kantian modern philosophy into two main streams, the one comprising the rationalist systems of the continent from Descartes to Leibniz and his disciple Christian Wolff, the other comprising British empiricism down to and including Hume. This division has been adopted here. And in this section I wish to make some introductory remarks about continental rationalism. In the broadest sense of the term, a rationalist philosopher would presumably be one who relied on the use of his reason and who did not have recourse to mystical intuitions or to feelings. But this broad sense of the term is quite insufficient for distinguishing the great continental systems of the 17th and 18th centuries from British empiricism. Locke, Berkeley, and Hume would all maintain that they relied on reasoning in their philosophical reflections. For the matter of that, the term, if understood in this broad sense, will not serve for distinguishing the metaphysics of the 17th and 18th centuries from medieval metaphysics. Some critics may accuse St. Thomas Aquinas, for example, of wishful thinking, in the sense that in their opinion he found inadequate reasons for accepting conclusions which he already believed on non-rational grounds and which he wished to defend. But Aquinas himself was certainly convinced that his philosophy was a product of rational reflection. and if the accusation against him were valid, it would apply equally well to Descartes. In common parlance, a rationalist is now generally understood to be a thinker who denies the supernatural and the idea of the divine revelation of mysteries. But, quite apart from the fact that this use of the term presupposes that there is no rational evidence for the existence of the supernatural and no rational motives for believing that there is any divine revelation in the theological sense, it would certainly not provide us with a distinctive characteristic of continental pre-Kantian philosophy as contrasted with British empiricism. The term, as used in this sense, would fit, for example, a number of French philosophers of the 18th century. But it would not fit Descartes. For there is no adequate reason for denying or even doubting his sincerity either in elaborating proofs of the existence of God or in accepting the Catholic faith. If we wish to use the term rationalism to distinguish the leading continental systems of the 17th and 18th centuries from British empiricism, we have to assign some other meaning to it. And perhaps this can most easily be done by referring to the problem of the origin of knowledge. Philosophers such as Descartes and Leibniz accepted the idea of innate or a priori truths. They did not think, of course, that a newly born infant perceives certain truths from the moment when it comes into the world. Rather did they think that certain truths are virtually innate in the sense that experience provides no more than the occasion on which the mind by its own light perceives their truth. These truths are not inductive generalizations from experience, and their truth stands in need of no empirical confirmation. It may be that I perceive the truth of a self-evident principle only on the occasion of experience, but its truth does not depend on experience. It is seen to be true in itself, this truth being logically antecedent to experience, even though, from the psychological point of view, we may come to an explicit perception of its truth only on the occasion of experience. According to Leibniz, such truths are prefigured, in some undetermined sense, in the mind's structure, even though they are not known explicitly from the first moment of consciousness. They are, therefore, virtually rather than actually innate. But a belief in self-evident principles is not sufficient by itself to characterize the continental metaphysicians of the 17th and 18th centuries. The medieval metaphysicians too had believed in self-evident principles, though Aquinas saw no adequate reason for calling them innate. The point which characterizes Descartes, Spinoza, and Leibniz is rather their ideal of deducing from such principles a system of truths which would give information about reality, about the world. I say their ideal because we cannot assume, of course, that their philosophies do in fact constitute pure deductions from self-evident principles. If they did, it would be extremely odd that their philosophies should be mutually incompatible. But their ideal was the ideal of a deductive system of truths, analogous to a mathematical system but at the same time capable of increasing our factual information. Spinoza's chief work is entitled Logica more geometrico demonstrata, Ethics demonstrated in a geometrical manner, and it purports to expound the truth about reality and man in a quasi-mathematical manner, beginning with definitions and axioms and proceeding through the orderly proving of successive propositions to the building up of a system of conclusions, the truth of which is known with certainty. Leibniz conceived the notion of a universal symbolic language and of a universal logical method or calculus, by means of which we could not only systematize all existing knowledge but also deduce hitherto unknown truths. And if the fundamental principles are said to be virtually innate, the entire system of deducible truths can be considered as the self-unfolding of the reason itself. It is obvious that the rationalist philosophers were influenced by the model of mathematical reasoning. That is to say, mathematics provides a model of clarity, certainty, and orderly deduction. The personal element, subjective factors such as feeling, are eliminated, and a body of propositions, the truth of which is assured, is built up. Could not philosophy attain a like objectivity and certainty, if an appropriate method, analogous to that of mathematics, were employed? The use of the right method could make metaphysical philosophy, and even ethics, a science in the fullest sense of the word instead of a field for verbal wrangling, unclarified ideas, faulty reasoning and mutually incompatible conclusions. The personal element could be eliminated, and philosophy would possess the characteristics of universal, necessary, and impersonal truth which is possessed by pure mathematics. Such considerations, as will be seen later, weighed heavily with Descartes. It is commonly maintained today that pure mathematics as such does not give us factual information about the world. To take a simple example, if we define a triangle in a certain way, it must possess certain properties, but we cannot deduce from this the conclusion that there exist triangles possessing these properties. All that we can deduce is that if a triangle exists which fulfills the definition, it possesses these properties. And an obvious criticism of the rationalists is that they did not understand the difference between mathematical and existential propositions. This criticism is not, indeed, altogether fair. For, as will be shown later, Descartes endeavored to found his system on an existential proposition and not on what some writers call a tautology. At the same time, it can scarcely be denied that there was a tendency on the part of the rationalists to assimilate philosophy, including natural philosophy or physics, to pure mathematics and the causal relation to logical implication. But it is arguable that the background of Renaissance science encouraged them to think in this way. And I wish now to illustrate this point. That nature is, as it were, mathematical in structure was the tenet of Galileo. As a physicist, he tried to express the foundations of physics and the observed regularities of nature in terms of mathematical propositions, so far as this was possible. As a philosopher, he drew from the success of the mathematical method in physics the conclusion that mathematics is the key to the actual structure of reality. 1 in 2 Saggiatore 2 Galileo declared that philosophy is written by God in the book of the universe, though we cannot read this book until we understand the language, which is that of mathematics. If, therefore, as Galileo maintained, the structure of nature is mathematical in character, so that there is a conformity between nature and mathematics, it is easy to understand how philosophers who were dominated by the ideal of the mathematical method came to think that the application of this method in the philosophical field could lead to the discovery of hitherto unknown truths about reality. In order, however, to appreciate the significance of Descartes' quest for certainty and of his looking to mathematics as a model for reasoning, it is desirable to bear in mind the revival of scepticism, which was one of the aspects of Renaissance thought. When one thinks of French scepticism in the last part of the 16th century, the name which comes first to mind is that of Montaigne, 1533–92. And this is only natural, given his eminent position in the field of French literature. As was pointed out in the third volume of this history, Montaigne revived the ancient arguments in favor of scepticism, the relativity and unreliable character of sense experience, the mind's dependence on sense experience and its consequent incapacity for attaining absolute truth, and our inability to solve the problems which arise out of the conflicting claims of the senses and the reason. Man lacks the power to construct any certain metaphysical system, and the fact that metaphysicians have arrived at different and incompatible conclusions bears witness to this. To exalt the powers of the human mind as the humanists did is absurd, rather should we confess our ignorance and the weakness of our mental capacities. This scepticism about the possibility of attaining metaphysical and theological truth by the use of reason was eventually accepted by Charon, 1541–1603, a priest. At the same time, he insisted on man's obligation to humble himself before divine revelation, which must be accepted on faith. In the field of moral philosophy, he accepted an ethics of Stoic inspiration. In the previous volume, mention was made of Justus Lipsius, 1547–1606, one of the revivers of Stoicism during the Renaissance. Another was William du Vair, 1556–1621, who tried to harmonize the Stoic ethics with the Christian faith. It is understandable that at a time when scepticism in regard to metaphysics was influential, the Stoic ideal of the morally independent man should exercise an attraction on some minds. But scepticism was not confined to the elegant, literary version represented by Montaigne or to the fideism of Charon. It was represented also by a group of freethinkers who had little difficulty in showing the inconsistencies in Charon's combination of scepticism with fideism. This combination had existed already in the 14th century, and some religiously minded people are undoubtedly attracted by it. But it is scarcely a satisfactory position from the rational point of view. Further, the freethinkers or libertines interpreted the term nature, which plays such an important role in the Stoic ethic, in a very different sense from that in which Charon understood it. And the term is, indeed, ambiguous, as can be seen by considering the different senses in which it was taken by the Greeks. The revival of scepticism, ranging from Montaigne's Pyrrhonism and Charon's Fideism to scepticism combined with moral cynicism, is relevant to Descartes' attempt to set philosophy on a sure basis. In meeting the challenge, he looked to mathematics as the model of certain and clear reasoning, and he desired to give to metaphysics a similar clarity and certainty. Metaphysics must here be understood as including philosophical, as distinct from dogmatic, theology. In Descartes' opinion, the proofs which he offered of God's existence were absolutely valid. And he believed, therefore, that he had provided a firm foundation for belief in the truths revealed by God. That is to say, he believed that he had shown conclusively that there exists a God who is capable of revealing truths to mankind. As for ethics, Descartes was himself influenced by the revival of Stoicism, and though he did not develop a systematic ethics, he at any rate contemplated incorporating into his philosophy those Stoic principles which he recognized as true and valuable. In the moral philosophy of Spinoza too we can see a distinct flavor of Stoicism. Indeed, Stoicism was in certain important respects much better adapted for use in the philosophy of Spinoza than in that of Descartes. For Spinoza, like the Stoics, was both a monist and a determinist, whereas Descartes was neither. Mention of differences between Descartes and Spinoza leads us to consider briefly the development of continental rationalism. To speak at length about this theme in an introductory chapter would be inappropriate. But a few words on the subject may serve to give the reader some preliminary, if necessarily inadequate, idea of the scheme of development which will be treated more at length in the chapters devoted to individual philosophers. We have already seen that Descartes affirmed the existence of two different types of substances, spiritual and material. In this sense of the word he can be called a dualist. But he was not a dualist in the sense that he postulated two ultimate, independent ontological principles. There is a plurality of finite minds and there is a plurality of bodies. But both finite minds and bodies depend on God as creator and conserver. God is, as it were, the link between the sphere of finite spiritual substances and the corporeal sphere. In several important respects the philosophy of Descartes differs very much from the systems of the 13th century metaphysicians, but if we attend merely to the statement that he was a theist and a pluralist who recognized an essential difference between spiritual and material substances, we can say that he preserved the tradition of medieval metaphysics. To say this alone would be, indeed, to give a very inadequate idea of Cartesianism. For one thing, it would leave out of account the diversity of inspiration and aim. But it is none the less worth bearing in mind the fact that the first outstanding continental philosopher of the modern era preserved a great deal of the general scheme of reality which was current in the Middle Ages. When we turn to Spinoza, however, we find a monistic system in which the Cartesian dualism and the Cartesian pluralism are discarded. There is only one substance, the divine substance, possessing an infinity of attributes, two of which, thought and extension, are known to us. Minds are modifications of the one substance under the attribute of thought, while bodies are modifications of the same unique substance under the attribute of extension. The Cartesian problem of interaction between the finite mind and the finite body in man disappears, because mind and body are not two substances but parallel modifications of one substance. Although the monistic system of Spinoza is opposed to the pluralistic system of Descartes, there are equally obvious connections. Descartes defines substance as an existent thing which requires nothing but itself in order to exist. But, as he explicitly acknowledges, this definition applies strictly to God alone, so that creatures can be called substances only in a secondary and analogical sense. Spinoza, however, adopting a similar definition of substance, drew the conclusion that there is only one substance, God, and that creatures cannot be more than modifications of the divine substance. In this limited sense his system is a development of that of Descartes. At the same time, in spite of the connections between Cartesianism and Spinozism, the inspirations and atmospheres of the two systems are very different. The latter system may perhaps be regarded as being partly the result of a speculative application of the new scientific outlook to the whole of reality, but it is also suffused with a quasi-mystical and pantheistic coloring and inspiration which shows through the formal, geometrical trappings and which is absent from Cartesianism. Leibniz, with his ideal of a logical deduction of hitherto unknown truths about reality, might perhaps be expected to adopt a similar monistic hypothesis. And he evidently saw this himself. But in point of fact he put forward a pluralistic philosophy. Reality consists of an infinity of monads or active substances, God being the supreme monad. Thus as far as pluralism is concerned, his philosophy is more akin to that of Descartes than to that of Spinoza. At the same time he did not believe that there are two radically different types of substances. Each monad is a dynamic and immaterial center of activity, and no monad can be identified with geometrical extension. This does not mean, however, that reality consists of an anarchic chaos of monads. The world is a dynamic harmony, expressing the divine intelligence and will. In the case of man, for example, there is a dynamic or operational unity between the monads of which he is composed. And so it is with the universe. There is a universal harmony of monads conspiring together, as it were, for the attainment of a common end. And the principle of this harmony is God. The monads are so knit together that, even though one monad does not act directly on another, any change in any monad is reflected throughout the whole system in the divinely pre-established harmony. Each monad reflects the whole universe, the macrocosm is reflected in the microcosm. An infinite mind, therefore, could read off, as it were, the whole universe by contemplating one single monad. If, therefore, we wish to regard the development of continental rationalism as a development of Cartesianism, we can say perhaps that Spinoza developed Cartesianism as viewed from a static point of view, while Leibniz developed it from a dynamic point of view. With Spinoza Descartes two kinds of substances become so many modifications of one substance considered under two of its infinite attributes. With Leibniz the Cartesian pluralism is retained, but each substance or monad is interpreted as an immaterial center of activity, the Cartesian idea of material substance, identifiable with geometrical extension and to which motion is added from without, as it were, being eliminated. Or one can express the development in another way. Spinoza resolves the Cartesian dualism by postulating a substantial or ontological monism, in which Descartes' plurality of substances become modifications or accidents of one divine substance. Leibniz, however, eliminates the Cartesian dualism by asserting a monism of quite a different type from that asserted by Spinoza. All monads or substances are in themselves immaterial. We thus have monism in the sense that there is only one kind of substance. But at the same time the Cartesian pluralism is retained, inasmuch as there is a plurality of monads. Their dynamic unity is due, not to their being modifications or accidents of one divine substance, but to the divinely pre-established harmony. A further way of expressing the development would be this. In the Cartesian philosophy there is a sharp dualism in the sense that the laws of mechanics and of efficient causality hold good in the material world, whereas in the spiritual world there is freedom and teleology. Spinoza eliminates this dualism by means of his monistic hypothesis, assimilating the causal connections between things to logical implication. As in a mathematical system conclusions flow from the premises, so in the universe of nature modifications or what we call things, together with their changes, flow from the one ontological principle, the divine substance. Leibniz, however, tries to combine mechanical causality with teleology. Each monad unfolds and develops according to an inner law of change, but the whole system of changes is directed, in virtue of the pre-established harmony, to the attainment of an end. Descartes excluded from natural philosophy or physics the consideration of final causes. But for Leibniz there is no need to choose between mechanical and final causality. They are really two aspects of one process. The influence of medieval philosophy on the rationalist systems of the pre-Kantian era is sufficiently obvious. For instance, all three philosophers utilize the category of substance. At the same time, the idea of substance undergoes equally obvious changes. With Descartes, material substance is identified with geometrical extension, a theory which is foreign to medieval thought, while Leibniz tries to give an essentially dynamic interpretation to the concept of substance. Again, though the idea of God plays an integral part in the systems of all three thinkers, we can see, in the philosophies of Spinoza and Leibniz at any rate, a tendency to eliminate the idea of personal and voluntary creation. This is evidently the case with Spinoza. The divine substance expresses itself necessarily in its modifications, not, of course, by a necessity imposed from without. This is impossible, because there is no other substance, but by an inner necessity. Human freedom, therefore, goes by the board, together with the Christian concepts of sin, merit, and so on. Leibniz, indeed, endeavored to combine his idea of quasi-logical development of the world with the recognition of contingency and of human freedom. And he made distinctions with this end in view. But, as will be seen in due course, it is arguable that his efforts were not particularly successful. He attempted to rationalize the medieval, or, more accurately, Christian, conception of the mystery of personal and voluntary creation, while retaining the fundamental idea, but the task which he set himself was no easy one. Descartes was, indeed, a believing Catholic, and Leibniz professed himself a Christian. But in continental rationalism as a whole we can see a tendency towards the speculative rationalization of Christian dogmas. This tendency reached its climax in the philosophy of Hegel in the 19th century, though Hegel belongs, of course, to a different period and to a different climate of thought. 3. We have seen that the certainty of mathematics, its deductive method and its successful application in Renaissance science helped to provide the continental rationalists with a model of method and an ideal of procedure and purpose. But there was another side to Renaissance science besides its use of mathematics. For scientific progress was also felt to depend very largely 011 attention to empirical data and on the use of controlled experiment. Appeal to authority and to tradition was ousted in favor of experience, of reliance on factual data and on the empirical testing of hypotheses. And although we cannot account for the rise of British empiricism merely in terms of the conviction that scientific advance was based on actual observation of the empirical data, the development of the experimental method in the sciences naturally tended to stimulate and confirm the theory that all our knowledge is based on perception, on direct acquaintance with internal and external events. Indeed, the scientific insistence 011 going to the observable facts as a necessary basis for explanatory theory found its correlative and its theoretical justification in the empiricist thesis that our factual knowledge is ultimately based 011. This statement does not cover Spinoza, who was not a Christian. And it does not refer, of course, to those 18th century writers who rejected Christian dogma. But these writers, though rationalists in a modern sense of the term, were not speculative philosophers after the style of Descartes and Leibniz. Perception 1. We cannot obtain factual knowledge by a priori reasoning, by quasi-mathematical deduction from alleged innate ideas or principles, but only by experience and within the limits of experience. There is, of course, such a thing as a priori reasoning. We see it in pure mathematics. And by such reasoning we reach conclusions which are certain. But mathematical propositions do not give us factual information about the world, they state, as Hume put it, relations between ideas. For factual information about the world, indeed about reality in general, we have to turn to experience, to sense perception and to introspection. And though such inductively based knowledge enjoys varying degrees of probability, it is not and cannot be absolutely certain. If we wish for absolute certainty, we must confine ourselves to propositions which state something about the relations of ideas or the implications of the meanings of symbols, but which do not give us factual information about the world. If we wish for factual information about the world, we must content ourselves with probabilities, which is all that inductively based generalizations can give us. A philosophical system which possesses absolute certainty and which at the same time would give us information about reality and be capable of indefinite extension through the deductive discovery of hitherto unknown factual truths is a will-o'-the-wisp. True, this description of empiricism certainly will not fit all those who are customarily reckoned as empiricists. But it indicates the general tendency of this movement of thought. And the nature of empiricism is revealed most clearly in its historical development, since it is possible to regard this development as consisting, in large part at least, in a progressive application of the thesis, enunciated by Locke, that all our ideas come from experience, from sense perception and from introspection. In view of his insistence on the experimental basis of knowledge and on induction as contrasted with deduction, Francis Bacon can be called an empiricist. The appositeness of this name is not, however, so clear in the case of Hobbes. He maintained, indeed, that all our knowledge begins with sensation and can be traced back to sensation as its ultimate fount. And this entitles us to call him an empiricist. At the same time he was deeply influenced by the idea of mathematical method as a model of reasoning, and in this respect he stands closer to the continental rationalists than do other British philosophers of the early modern period. He was, however, a nominalist, and he did not think that we can in fact demonstrate causal relations. He certainly tried to extend the scope of Galileo's mechanics to cover all the subject matter of philosophy, but it is more appropriate, I think, to class him with the empiricists than with the rationalists, if we have to choose between the two labels. And I have followed this procedure in the present volume, while at the same time I have attempted to point out some of the requisite qualifications. The real father of classical British empiricism, however, was John Locke, 1632–1704, whose declared aim was to inquire into the source, certainty, and extent of human knowledge, and also into the grounds and degrees of belief, opinion, and assent. In connection with the first problem, the source of our knowledge, he delivered a vigorous attack on the theory of innate ideas. He then attempted to show how all the ideas which we have can be explained on the hypothesis that they originate in sense perception and in introspection or, as he put it, reflection. But though Locke asserted the ultimately experimental origin of all our ideas, he did not restrict knowledge to the immediate data of experience. On the contrary, there are complex ideas, built up out of simple ideas, which have objective references. Thus we have, for example, the idea of material substance, the idea of a substratum which supports primary qualities, such as extension, and those powers which produce in the percipient subject ideas of color, sound and so on. And Locke was convinced that there actually are particular material substances, even though we can never perceive them. Similarly, we have the complex idea of the causal relation, and Locke used the principle of causality to demonstrate the existence of God, of a being, that is to say, who is not the object of direct experience. In other words, Locke combined the empiricist thesis that all our ideas originate in experience with a modest metaphysics. And if there were no Berkeley and no Hume, we might be inclined to look on Locke's philosophy as a watered-down form of scholasticism, with Cartesian elements thrown in, the whole being expressed in a sometimes confused and inconsistent manner. In point of fact, however, we not unnaturally tend to regard his philosophy as the point of departure for his empiricist successors. Berkeley, 1685–1753, attacked Locke's conception of material substance. He had, indeed, a particular motive for dwelling at length on this point. For he considered that belief in material substance was a fundamental element in materialism, which, as a devout Christian, he was intent on refuting. But he had, of course, other grounds for attacking Locke's thesis. There was the general empiricist ground or reason, namely, that material substance as defined by Locke is an unknowable substrate. We have, therefore, no clear idea of it, and we have no warrant for saying that it exists. A so-called material thing is simply what we perceive it to be. But nobody has perceived or can perceive an imperceptible substrate. Experience, then, gives us no ground for asserting its existence. But there were other reasons which arose out of Locke's unfortunate habit or common, though not invariable, practice of speaking as though it is ideas which we perceive directly, and not things. Starting with Locke's position in regard to secondary and primary qualities, which will be explained in the chapter on Locke, Berkeley argued that all of them, including the primary qualities, such as extension, figure, and motion, are ideas. He then asked how ideas could possibly exist in or be supported by a material substance. If all that we perceive is ideas, these ideas must exist in minds. To say that they exist in an unknowable, material substrate is to make an unintelligible statement. The latter has no possible function to fulfill. To say that Berkeley got rid of Locke's material substance is to mention only one aspect of his empiricism. And just as Locke's empiricism is only a part of his philosophy, so is Berkeley's empiricism only one aspect of his philosophy. For he went on to build up a speculative idealist metaphysic, for which the only realities are God, finite minds, and the ideas of finite minds. Indeed, he used his empiricist conclusions as a foundation of a theistic metaphysic. And this attempt to erect a metaphysical philosophy on the basis of a phenomenalistic account of material things constitutes one of the chief points of interest in Berkeley's thought. But in giving a brief and necessarily inadequate sketch of the development of classical British empiricism, it is sufficient to draw attention to his elimination of Locke's material substance. If we leave aside the theory of ideas, we can say that for Berkeley the so-called material thing or sensible object consists simply of phenomena, of those qualities which we perceive in it. And this, in Berkeley's opinion, is precisely what the man in the street believes it to consist of. For he has never heard of, let alone perceived, any occult substance or substratum. In the eyes of the plain man, the tree is simply that which we perceive it, or can perceive it, to be. And we perceive, and can perceive, only qualities. Now, Berkeley's phenomenalistic analysis of material things was not extended to finite selves. In other words, though he eliminated material substance, he retained spiritual substance. Hume, 1711-76, however, proceeded to eliminate spiritual substance as well. All our ideas are derived from impressions, the elementary data of experience. And in order to determine the objective reference of any complex idea, we have to ask, from what impressions is it derived? Now, there is no impression of a spiritual substance. If I look into myself, I perceive only a series of psychic events such as desires, feelings, thoughts. Nowhere do I perceive an underlying, permanent substance or soul. That we have some idea of a spiritual substance can be explained by reference to the working of mental association, but we have no ground for asserting that such a substance exists. Analysis of the idea of spiritual substance, however, does not occupy so prominent a position in Hume's writings as his analysis of the causal relation. In accordance with his regular program, he asks from what impression or impressions is our idea of causality derived. And he answers that all that we observe is constant conjunction. When, for example, A is always followed by B, in such a way that when A is absent B does not occur, and that when B occurs it is, as far as we can ascertain empirically, always preceded by A, we speak of A as the cause and of B as the effect. To be sure, the idea of necessary connection also belongs to our idea of causality. But we cannot point to any sense impression from which it is derived. The idea can be explained with the help of the principle of association. It is, so to speak, a subjective contribution. We can inspect the objective relations between cause A and effect B as long as we like, we shall find nothing more than constant conjunction. In this case we obviously cannot legitimately use the principle of causality to transcend experience in such a way as to extend our knowledge. We say that A is the cause of B because, so far as our experience goes, we find that the occurrence of A is always followed by the occurrence of B and that B never occurs when A has not previously occurred. But though we may believe that B has some cause, we cannot legitimately argue that A is this cause unless we observe A and B occurring in the relation which has just been described. We cannot argue, therefore, that phenomena are caused by substances which are not only never observed but also in principle unobservable. Nor can we argue, as in their different ways both Locke and Berkeley argued, to the existence of God. We can form a hypothesis if we like, but no causal argument in favor of God's existence can possibly give us any certain knowledge. For God transcends our experience. With Hume, therefore, the metaphysics of both Locke and Berkeley go overboard, and both minds and bodies are analyzed in phenomenalistic terms. In fact, we can be certain of very little, and skepticism may seem to result. But, as will be seen later, Hume answers that we cannot live and act in accordance with pure skepticism. Practical life rests on beliefs, such as belief in the uniformity of nature, which cannot be given any adequate rational justification. But this is no reason for renouncing these beliefs. In his study a man may be a skeptic, realizing how little is capable of proof, but when he turns from his academic reflections he has to act on the fundamental beliefs according to which all men act, whatever their philosophical views may be. The aspect of classical British empiricism which first impresses itself on the mind is perhaps its negative aspect, namely, the progressive elimination of traditional metaphysics. But it is important to note the more positive aspects. For example, we can see the growth of the approach to philosophy which is now generally known as logical or linguistic analysis. Berkeley asks what it means to say of a material thing that it exists. And he answers that to say that a material thing exists is to say that it is perceived by a subject. Hume asks what it means to say that A is the cause of B, and he gives a phenomenalistic answer. Moreover, in the philosophy of Hume we can find all the main tenets of what is sometimes called logical empiricism. That this is the case will be shown later. But it is worthwhile pointing out in advance that Hume is very much a living philosopher. True, he often expresses in psychological terms questions and answers which would be expressed in a different way even by those who accept him as being in some sense their master. But this does not affect the fact that he is one of those philosophers whose thought is a living force in contemporary philosophy. 4. It is in the 17th rather than in the 18th century that we see the most vigorous manifestation of the impulse to systematic philosophical construction which owed so much to the new scientific outlook. The succeeding century is not marked to the same extent by brilliant and bold metaphysical speculation, and in its last decades philosophy takes a new turn with the thought of Immanuel Kant. If we leave out of account Francis Bacon, we can say that the 17th century is headed by two systems, that of Descartes on the continent and that of Hobbes in England. From both the epistemological and the metaphysical points of view their philosophies are very different. But both men were influenced by the ideal of mathematical method, and both were systematizers on the grand scale. One can note that Hobbes, who had personal relations with Mersenne, a friend of Descartes, was acquainted with the latter's meditations and wrote a series of objections against them, to which Descartes replied. The philosophy of Hobbes excited a sharp reaction in England, in particular the so-called Cambridge Platonists, such as Cudworth, 1617-88, and Henry More, 1614-87, opposed his materialism and determinism and what they regarded as his atheism. They were also opposed to empiricism and are frequently called rationalists. But though some of them were, indeed, influenced to a minor extent by Descartes, their rationalism sprang rather from other sources. They believed in fundamental speculative and ethical truths or principles which are not derived from experience but discerned immediately by reason, and which reflect the eternal divine truth. They were also concerned to show the reasonableness of Christianity. They can be called Christian Platonists, provided that the term Platonist is understood in a wide sense. In histories of philosophy they are rarely accorded a prominent position. But it is as well to remember their existence if for no other reason than as a corrective to the not uncommon persuasion that British philosophy has been throughout empiricist in character, apart, of course, from the idealist interlude of the second half of the 19th and the first decades of the 20th centuries. Empiricism is doubtless the distinguishing characteristic of English philosophy, but at the same time there is another, if less prominent, tradition, of which Cambridge Platonism in the 17th century forms one phase. Cartesianism was far more influential on the continent than was the system of Hobbes in England. At the same time it is a mistake to think that Cartesianism swept everything before it, even in France. A notable example of unfavorable reaction is seen in the case of Blaise Pascal, 1623–62. Pascal, the Kierkegaard of the 17th century, was uncompromising in his opposition, not, of course, to mathematics, he was himself a mathematical genius, but to the spirit of Cartesianism, which he regarded as naturalistic in character. In the interests of Christian apologetics he emphasized on the one hand the weakness of man and on the other his need of faith, of submission to revelation and of supernatural grace. We have already seen that Descartes left behind him a legacy in the form of the problem of interaction between mind and body, a problem which was discussed by the occasionalists. Among their names we sometimes find that of Malebranche, 1638–1715. But though the latter can be called an occasionalist if we consider only one element of his thought, his philosophy went far beyond occasionalism. It was a metaphysical system of an original stamp which combined elements taken from Cartesianism with elements developed under Augustinian inspiration and which might have become a system of idealistic pantheism, had not Malebranche, who was an Oratorian priest, endeavored to remain within the bounds of orthodoxy. As it is, his philosophy remains one of the most notable products of French thought. Incidentally, it exercised some influence on the mind of Bishop Berkeley in the 18th century. In the 17th century we have, therefore, the systems of Hobbes, Descartes, and Malebranche. But these philosophies are by no means the only notable achievements of the century. The year 1632 saw the births of two of the chief thinkers of the pre-Kantian period of modern philosophy, of Spinoza in Holland and of Locke in England. But their lives, as well as their philosophies, were very different. Spinoza was more or less a recluse, a man dominated by a vision of the one reality, the one divine and eternal substance, which manifests itself in those finite modifications which we call things. This one substance he called God or nature. Obviously, we have here an ambiguity. If we emphasize the second name, we have a naturalistic monism in which the God of Christianity and Judaism, Spinoza was himself a Jew, is eliminated. In the period under discussion Spinoza was frequently understood in this sense and was accordingly regarded and execrated as an atheist. Hence his influence was extremely limited, and he did not come into his own until the German Romantic movement and the period of German post-Kantian idealism, when the term God in the phrase God or nature was emphasized and Spinoza was depicted as a God-intoxicated man. Locke, on the contrary, was by no means a recluse. A friend of scientists and philosophers, he moved on the fringe of the great world and held some government posts. His philosophy, as has already been remarked, followed a rather traditional pattern. He was much respected, and he influenced profoundly not only the subsequent development of British philosophy but also the philosophy of the French Enlightenment in the 18th century. Indeed, in the extent of Locke's influence we see an evident refutation of the notion that British and continental thought in the pre-Kantian era flowed in parallel channels without any intermingling of their waters. In 1642, 10 years after the birth of Locke, there was born another of the most influential figures in modern thought, Isaac Newton. He was not, of course, primarily a philosopher, as we understand the word today, and his great importance consists in the fact that he completed to all intents and purposes the classical scientific conception of the world which Galileo in particular had done so much to promote. But Newton laid more stress than had Galileo on empirical observation, induction, and the place of probability in science. And for this reason his physics tended to undermine the Galilean Cartesian ideal of a priori method and to encourage the empiricist approach in the field of philosophy. Thus he influenced the mind of Hume to a considerable extent. At the same time, though Newton was not primarily a philosopher, he did not hesitate to go beyond physics or experimental philosophy and to indulge in metaphysical speculation. Indeed, the confident way in which he drew metaphysical conclusions from physical hypotheses was attacked by Berkeley, who saw that the tenuous character of the connections between Newton's physics and his theological conclusions might make a, for Berkeley, unfortunate impression on men's minds. And in point of fact a number of French philosophers of the 18th century, while accepting Newton's general approach to physics, employed it in a non-theistic setting which was alien to the latter's mind. At the end of the 18th century Newton's physics exercised a powerful influence on the thought of Kant. Though he lived until 1716, Leibniz can be considered the last of the great 17th century speculative philosophers. He evidently had some regard for Spinoza, though he did not manifest this regard to the public. Further, he attempted to hang Spinoza, as it were, round the neck of Descartes, as though the former's system were a logical development of the latter's. In other words, he seems to have been at pains to make it clear that his own philosophy differed greatly from those of his predecessors, or, more accurately, that it contained their good points while omitting the bad points in Cartesianism which led to its development into the system of Spinoza. However this may be, there can be no doubt that Leibniz remained faithful to the general spirit and inspiration of continental rationalism. He made a careful critical study of Locke's empiricism, which was eventually published as new essays concerning the human understanding. Like Newton, and, indeed, like Descartes, Leibniz was an eminent mathematician, though he did not agree with Newton's theories about space and time, and he carried on a controversy about this subject with Samuel Clarke, one of the latter's disciples and admirers. But though Leibniz was a great mathematician, and though the influence of his mathematical studies upon his philosophy is clear enough, his mind was so many-sided that it is not surprising if a great variety of elements and lines of thought can be found in his diverse writings. For example, his conception of the world as a dynamic and progressively self-unfolding and developing system of active entities, monads, and of human history as moving towards an intelligible goal probably had some effect on the rise of the historical outlook. Again, through some aspects of his thought such as his interpretation of space and time as phenomenal, he prepared the way for Kant. If, however, one mentions the influence of Leibniz or his partial anticipation of a thesis maintained by a later thinker, this is not to deny that his system is interesting in itself. 5. The 18th century is known as the century of the Enlightenment, also as the Age of Reason. This term can hardly be defined. For though we speak of the philosophy of the Enlightenment, 110 one school or set of determinate philosophical theories is meant. The term indicates, however, an attitude and a prevalent disposition of mind and outlook, and these can be described in a general way. Provided that the word rationalistic is not understood as necessarily referring to rationalism in the sense explained in section 2 of this chapter, one can say that the general spirit of the Enlightenment was rationalistic in character. That is to say, the typical thinkers and writers of the period believed that the human reason was the apt and only instrument for solving problems connected with man and society. Just as Newton had interpreted nature and had set the pattern for the free, rational, and unprejudiced investigation of the physical world, so should man employ his reason for interpreting moral, religious, social, and political life. It may be said, of course, that the ideal of using the reason to interpret human life was in no way alien to the medieval mind. And this is true. But the point is that the writers of the Enlightenment generally meant by reason a reason unhampered by belief in revelation, by submission to authority, by deference to established customs and institutions. In the religious sphere some explained away religion in a naturalistic manner, but even those who retained religious belief based it simply on reason, without reference to unquestionable divine revelation or to emotional or mystical experience. In the moral sphere the tendency was to separate morality from all metaphysical and theological premises and in this sense to make it autonomous. In the social and political spheres too the characteristic thinkers of the Enlightenment endeavored to discover a rational foundation for and justification of political society. Mention was made in the first section of this chapter of Hume's idea that a science of man was needed to complement the science of nature. And this idea represents very well the spirit of the Enlightenment. For the Enlightenment does not represent a humanistic reaction against the new development in science or natural philosophy, which began with the scientific phase of the Renaissance and which culminated in the work of Newton. It represents rather the extension of the scientific outlook to man himself and a combination of humanism, which had been a characteristic of the first phase of the Renaissance, with this scientific outlook. There were, indeed, considerable differences between the ideas of the various philosophers of the Enlightenment. Some believed in self-evident principles, the truth of which is immediately discerned by the unprejudiced reason. Others were empiricists. Some believed in God, others did not. Again, there were considerable differences of spirit between the phases of the Enlightenment in Britain, France, and Germany. In France, for example, the characteristic thinkers of the period were bitterly opposed to the Ancien Régime and to the Church. In England, however, the revolution had already taken place, and Catholicism, with its strict concept of revelation and its authoritarianism, counted for very little, being to all intents and purposes still a proscribed religion. Hence we would not expect to find among the British philosophers of the Enlightenment the same degree of hostility towards the established church or towards the civil powers that we can find among a number of their French contemporaries. Again, crudely materialistic interpretations of the human mind and of psychical processes were more characteristic of a certain section of French thinkers than of British thinkers of the time. At the same time, in spite of all differences in spirit and in particular tenets, there was considerable interchange of ideas between the writers of France and England. Locke, for instance, exercised a very considerable influence on 18th-century thought in France. There existed in fact a kind of international and cosmopolitan-minded set of thinkers and writers who were united at any rate in their hostility, which showed itself in varying degrees according to circumstances, to ecclesiastical and political authoritarianism and to what they regarded as obscurantism and tyranny. And they looked on philosophy as an instrument of liberation, enlightenment, and social and political progress. They were, in short, rationalists more or less in the modern sense, free thinkers with a profound confidence in the power of reason to promote the betterment of man and of society and with a belief in the deleterious effects of ecclesiastical and political absolutism. Or, to put the matter another way, the liberal and humanitarian rationalists of the 19th century were the descendants of the characteristic thinkers of the Enlightenment. The great systems of the 17th century helped, of course, to prepare the way for the Enlightenment. But in the 18th century we find not so much outstanding philosophers elaborating original and mutually incompatible metaphysical systems as a comparatively large number of writers with a belief in progress and a conviction that enlightenment, diffused through philosophical reflection, would secure in man's moral, social, and political life a degree of progress worthy of an age which already possessed a scientific interpretation of nature. The 18th century philosophers in France were scarcely of the stature of Descartes. But their writings, easily understandable by educated people and sometimes superficial, were undeniably influential. They contributed to the coming of the French Revolution. And the philosophers of the Enlightenment in general exercise lasting influence on the formation of the liberal mind and on the growth of a secularist outlook. One may have a favorable or an unfavorable view of the ideas of men such as Diderot and Voltaire, but one can hardly deny that, for good or ill, their ideas exercised a powerful influence. In England, Locke's writings contributed to the philosophical current of thought which is known as Deism. In his work on the reasonableness of Christianity and elsewhere he insisted on reason as the judge of revelation, though he did not reject the idea of revelation. The deists, however, tended to reduce Christianity to natural religion. True, they differed considerably in their views about religion in general and Christianity in particular. But, while believing in God, they tended to reduce the Christian dogmas to truths which can be established by reason and to deny the unique and supernatural character of Christianity and God's miraculous intervention in the world. Among the deists were John Toland, 1670–1722, Matthew Tyndall, c. 1656–1733, and the Viscount Bolingbroke, 1678–1751, who looked on Locke as his master and as superior to most other philosophers put together. Among the opponents of the deists were Samuel Clarke, 1675–1729, and Bishop Butler, 1692–1752, author of the famous work The Analogy of Religion. In 18th century philosophy in England we find also a strong interest in ethics. Characteristic of the time is the moral sense theory, represented by Shaftesbury, 1671–1713, Hutcheson, 1694–1746, to a certain extent Butler, and Adam Smith, 1723–90. As against Hobbes's interpretation of man as fundamentally egoistic, they insisted on man's social nature. And they maintained that man possesses an inborn sense or sentiment by which he discerns moral values and distinctions. David Hume had affiliations with this current of thought in that he found the basis of moral attitudes and distinctions in feeling rather than in reasoning or the intuition of eternal and self-evident principles. But at the same time he contributed to the growth of utilitarianism. In the case of several important virtues, for example, the feeling or sentiment of moral approbation is directed towards that which is socially useful. In France, utilitarianism was represented by Claude Helvétius, 1715–71, who did much to prepare the way for the utilitarian moral theories of Bentham, James, and John Stuart Mill in the 19th century. Though Locke was not the first to mention or discuss the principle of the association of ideas, it was largely through his influence that the foundations of the associationist psychology were laid in the 18th century. In England, David Hartley, 1705–57, tried to explain man's mental life with the aid of the principle of association of ideas, combined with the theory that our ideas are faint copies of sensations. He also tried to explain man's moral convictions with the aid of the same principle. And, in general, those moralists who started by assuming that man seeks by nature simply his own interest, in particular his own pleasure, used the principle to show how it is possible for man to seek virtue for its own sake and to act altruistically. For example, if the practice of some virtue is experienced by me as conducing to my own interest or benefit, I can come by the operation of the principle of association to approve of and practice this virtue without any advertence to the advantage which such conduct brings me. The utilitarians of the 19th century made copious use of this principle in explaining how altruism is possible in spite of the supposed fact that man naturally seeks his own satisfaction and pleasure. The two outstanding 18th century philosophers in Great Britain were obviously Berkeley and Hume. But it has already been mentioned that though the former's philosophy can be regarded as constituting a stage in the development of empiricism, it was at the same time much more than this. For on an empiricist foundation Berkeley developed an idealist and spiritualist metaphysics, orientated towards the acceptance of Christianity. His philosophy thus stands apart not only from deism but also from the interpretations of man which have just been mentioned. For the implicit tendency of the associationist current of thought was towards materialism and to the denial of any spiritual soul in man, whereas for Berkeley there are, besides God, only finite spirits and their ideas. Hume, however, though it would be wrong to call him a materialist, represents much better the spirit of the Enlightenment, with his empiricism, scepticism, liberalism, and freedom from all theological assumptions and preoccupations. In the last half of the century a reaction against empiricism and in favor of rationalism made itself felt. It was represented, for example, by Richard Price, 1723-91, and Thomas Reid, 1710-96. The former insisted that reason, not emotion, is authoritative in morals. We enjoy intellectual intuition of objective moral distinctions. For Reid and his followers there are a number of self-evident principles, principles of common sense, which are the foundation of all reasoning and which neither admit of direct proof nor need it. Just as the materialism of Hobbes stimulated the reaction of the Cambridge Platonists, so the empiricism of Hume stimulated a reaction. Indeed, there is continuity between the Cambridge Platonists and the Scottish philosophers of common sense, headed by Reid. Both groups represent a tradition in British philosophy which is weaker and less conspicuous than empiricism, but which is there nonetheless. The deist movement in England had its counterpart in France. Voltaire, 1694-1778, for example, was not an atheist, even though the Lisbon earthquake of 1755, while not making him abandon all belief in God, caused him to modify his views about the relation of the world to God and about the nature of the divine activity. But atheism was represented by a considerable number of writers. The Baron de Holbach, 1725-89, for instance, was a pronounced atheist. Ignorance and fear led to belief in the gods, weakness worshipped them, credulity preserves them, tyranny uses religion for its own ends. La Mettrie, 1709-51, was also an atheist, and he tried to improve on the assertion of Pierre Bell, 1647-1706, that a state of atheists is possible one by saying that it is desirable. Again, Diderot, 1713-84, who was one of the editors of the encyclopedic asterisk passed from deism to atheism. All these writers, both deists and atheists, were anti-clericals and hostile to Catholicism. Locke endeavored to explain the origin of our ideas on empiricist principles, but he did not reduce man's psychical life to sensation. Condillac, 1715-80, however, who aimed at developing a consistent empiricism, tried to explain all mental life in terms of sensations, transformed sensations and signs or symbols. His sensationalism, which was worked out in an elaborate manner, was influential in France, but for outspoken materialism we have to turn rather to other writers. Mention has already been made of La Mettrie's attempt in Man a Machine to extend Descartes' mechanistic interpretation of infrahuman life and of the body to man as a totality. De Holbach maintained that mind is an epiphenomenon of the brain, and Cabanis, 1757-1808, summed up his idea of man in the often quoted words, "Les nerfs voient tout homme." According to him, the brain secretes thought as the liver secretes bile. Goethe later described the unpleasant impression made on him in his student days by de Holbach's Système de la Nature. A materialist interpretation of man, however, by no means always involved a rejection of moral ideals and principles. Thus Diderot emphasized the ideal of self-sacrifice and demanded of man benevolence, pity, and altruism. De Holbach, too, made morality consist in altruism, in service of the common good. And in the utilitarian theory of Helvetius the concept of the greatest possible happiness of the greatest number played a fundamental part. This moral idealism was, of course, separated from theological presuppositions and assumptions. Instead it was closely connected with the idea of social and legal reform. According to Helvetius, for example, the rational control of man's environment and the making of good laws would lead people to seek the public advantage. And de Holbach emphasized the need for social and political reorganization. With appropriate systems of legislation, supported by sensible sanctions, and of education, man would be induced by his pursuit of his own advantage to act virtuously, that is to say, in a manner useful to society. It has been remarked that the characteristic writers of the French Enlightenment were opposed to political tyranny. But this must not be taken to mean that they were all convinced democrats. Montesquieu, 1689-1755, indeed, concerned himself with the problem of liberty, and as a result of his analysis of the British Constitution he insisted on the separation of powers as a condition of liberty. That is to say, the legislative, executive and judicial powers should be independent in the sense that they should not be subject to the will either of one man or of one body of men, whether of a small body of nobles or of the people. Montesquieu was opposed to any form of absolutism. But Voltaire, although he too was influenced by his knowledge of British practice and thought, particularly the thought of Locke, looked to the enlightened despot to achieve the necessary reforms. Like Locke, he advocated within limits the principle of toleration, but he was not notably concerned with the establishment of a democracy. One of his charges against the Church, for example, was that it exercised a hampering power over the sovereign and prevented really strong government. To find an outstanding advocate of democracy in a literal sense we have to turn to Rousseau, 1712-78. In general, we find among the writers of the French Enlightenment either an insistence on constitutionalism, as with Montesquieu, or the hope for an enlightened ruler, as with Voltaire. But in both cases the inspiration of an admiration for British political life is evident, though Voltaire was more impressed by freedom of discussion than by representative government. Locke had maintained the doctrine of natural rights, that is to say, the natural rights of individuals, which are not derived from the state and cannot legitimately be abolished by the state. This theory, which has its antecedents in medieval thought and which was applied in the American Declaration of Independence, was influential also on the continent. Voltaire, for example, supposed that there are self-evident moral principles and natural rights. Indeed, in a good deal of 18th-century French philosophy we can find the same sort of attempt to combine empiricism with elements derived from rationalism that we find in Locke himself. With the utilitarians, however, another point of view comes to the fore. In the writings of Helvetius, for instance, the greatest happiness of the greatest number replaces as the standard of value Locke's natural rights. But Helvetius does not appear to have fully understood that this substitution implied the rejection of the theory of natural rights. For if utility is the standard, rights are themselves justified only by their utility. In England, however, this was seen by Hume. Rights are founded on convention, on general rules which experience has shown to be useful, not on self-evident principles or on eternal truths. Liberty in the economic sphere was demanded by the so-called physiocrats, Quesnay, 1694-1774, and Turgot, 1727-81. If governments abstain from all avoidable interference in this sphere, and if individuals are left free to pursue their interests, the public advantage will inevitably be promoted. The reason for this is that there are natural economic laws which produce prosperity when nobody interferes with their operation. Here we have the policy of economic laissez-faire. It reflects to some extent the liberalism of Locke, but it is obviously based on a naive belief in the harmony between the operation of natural laws one and the attainment of the greatest happiness of the greatest number. We have noticed the dismal materialism expounded by some of the French philosophers of the 18th century. But, speaking generally, the thinkers of the period, including the materialists, manifested a strong belief in progress and in the dependence of progress on intellectual enlightenment. This belief received its classic expression in France in the Esquisse d'un tableau historique de progrès de l'esprit humain, 1794, by Condorcet, 1743-94. The scientific culture which began in the 16th century is destined to indefinite development. The belief of the encyclopedists and others that progress consists in intellectual enlightenment and in the growth of civilization and that progress of this kind is inevitably accompanied by moral progress was sharply challenged by Rousseau. Associated for a time with Diderot and his circle, Rousseau subsequently broke with them and insisted on the virtues of the natural or uncivilized man, on the corruption of man by historic social institutions and by civilization in its actual development, and on the importance of emotion and of the heart in human life. But he is far better known for his great political work, The Social Contract. For the moment, however, it is sufficient to say that though Rousseau's starting point is individualistic, in the sense that the state is justified in terms of a contract between individuals, the whole tendency of his work is to stress the concept of society as against the concept of the individual. Of all the political writings of the French Enlightenment, Rousseau's book proved to be the most influential. And one reason for its influence on later thinkers was the fact that the author tended to leave behind the liberal individualism which was one of the characteristics of the philosophy of his period. We have seen that the philosophy of the Enlightenment in France was inclined to be more extreme than 18th-century thought in England. Deism tended to give place to atheism, empiricism to become outspoken materialism. When, however, we turn to the Enlightenment, Aufklärung, in Germany, we find a rather different atmosphere. Leibniz was the first great German philosopher, and the first phase of the Enlightenment in Germany consisted in a prolongation of his philosophy. His doctrine was systematized, not without some changes in its contents, let alone in its spirit, by Christian Wolff, 1679–1754. Unlike most of the other well-known philosophers of the pre-Kantian period, Wolff was a university professor, and the textbooks which he published enjoyed a great success. Among his followers were Bilfinger, 1693–1750, Knudsen, 1713–51, whose lectures at Königsberg were attended by Kant, and Baumgarten, 1714–62. The second phase of the German Aufklärung shows the influence of the Enlightenment in France and England. If it is said that this phase is typified by Frederick the Great, 1712–86, this does not mean, of course, that the king was himself a philosopher. But he admired the thinkers of the French Enlightenment, and he invited both Helvetius and Voltaire to Potsdam. He looked upon himself as the embodiment of the enlightened monarch, and he endeavored to spread education and science in his territory. He is therefore of some importance in the philosophical field, as being one of the instruments by which the influence of the French Enlightenment was introduced to Germany. Deism found a German defender in Samuel Riemarus, 1694–1768. Moses Mendelssohn, 1729–86, one of the popular philosophers, so called because they excluded subtleties from philosophy and tried to reduce it to the capacity of the mediocre mind, was also influenced by the Enlightenment. But much more important was Gotthold Ephraim Lessing, 1729–81, the principal literary representative of the Aufklärung. Well known for his saying that if God were to offer him truth with one hand and the search for truth with the other, he would choose the latter, he did not think in point of fact that in metaphysics and theology at least absolute truth is attainable or, indeed, that there is such a thing. Reason alone must decide about the content of religion, but the latter cannot be given a final expression. There is, as it were, a continuous education of the human race by God, to which we cannot put a full stop at any given moment in the form of unquestionable propositions. As for morality, it is in itself independent of metaphysics and theology. The human race attains its majority, as it were, when it comes to understand this fact and when man does his duty without regard to reward either in this life or in the next. By this idea of progress towards understanding the autonomy of ethics, as well as by his rationalistic attitude towards Christian doctrine and towards biblical exegesis, Lessing gives ample evidence of the influence of 18th-century thought in France and England. In the third phase of 18th-century philosophy in Germany, a different attitude manifests itself. Indeed, it is rather misleading to include this phase under the heading of the Enlightenment, and those writers who do so are accustomed to speak of men like Hamann, Herder, and Jacobi as overcoming the spirit of the Enlightenment. But it is convenient to mention them here. Johann Georg Hamann, 1730–88, disliked the intellectualism of the Enlightenment and what he regarded as the illegitimate dichotomy between reason and sensibility. Indeed, language itself shows the unjustifiable character of this separation. For in the word we see the union of reason and sense. With Hamann we find the analytical and rationalist outlook giving way before a synthesizing and almost mystical attitude. He revived Bruno's idea of the coincidentia oppositorum or synthesis of opposites, one, and his aim was to see in nature and in history the self-revelation of God. A like reaction against rationalism appears in the thought of Friedrich Heinrich Jacobi, 1743–1819. Reason alone, which in its isolation is heathen, brings us either to a materialistic, deterministic and atheistic philosophy or to the scepticism of Hume. God is apprehended by faith rather than by reason, by the heart or by intuitive feeling rather than by the coldly logical and analytic process of the intellect. Indeed, Jacobi is one of the leading representatives of the idea of religious sentiment or feeling. Johann Gottfried Herder, T 744–1803, who will be mentioned again in the section on the rise of the philosophy of history, shared with Hamann his dislike of the separation between reason and sensibility and also his interest in the philosophy of language. It is true that Herder is linked with the characteristic thinkers of the French Enlightenment by his belief in progress, but he envisaged progress in a different manner. Instead of being concerned simply with the progress of man towards the development of one type, the type of the free thinker who becomes, as it were, more and more separated from the transcendent and from nature, he tried to see history as a whole. Each nation has its own history and line of development, prefigured in its natural endowments and in its relations to its natural environment. At the same time the different lines of development form one pattern, one great harmony, and the whole process of evolution is the manifestation or working out of divine providence. These thinkers had, of course, some connections with the Enlightenment. And in Herder's idea of history we can find an application of some of Leibniz's ideas, and also the influence of Montesquieu. At the same time the spirit of a man like Herder is markedly different from that of a man like Voltaire in France or of Riem Arousse in Germany. Indeed, in their reaction against the narrow rationalism of the 18th century and in their feeling for the unity of nature and history, these thinkers may be considered as representatives of a period of transition between the philosophy of the Enlightenment and the speculative idealism of the 19th century. 6. In the third volume of this history an account was given of the political theories of men such as Machiavelli, Hooker, Bodin, and Grotius. The first outstanding political philosophy of the period covered in the present volume is that of Thomas Hobbes. His chief political work, Leviathan, which was published in 1651, appears to be, when regarded superficially, a resolute defense of absolute monarchy. And it is quite true that Hobbes, who had a horror of anarchy and of civil war, emphasizes centralized power and the indivisibility of sovereignty. But his theory has fundamentally nothing to do with the notion of the divine right of kings or with the principle of legitimacy, and it could be used to support any strong de facto government, whether a monarchy or not. This was seen at the time by those who thought, though wrongly, that Hobbes had written the Leviathan to flatter Cromwell. Hobbes begins with an extreme statement of individualism. In the so-called state of nature, the state which precedes, logically at least, the formation of political society, each individual strives after his self-preservation and the acquisition of power for the better attainment of this end, and there is no law in existence with reference to which his actions can be called unjust. This is the state of the war of every man against every man. It is a state of atomic individualism. Whether it existed as a historical reality or not is a secondary question. The main point is that if we think away political society and all that follows from its institution, we are left with a multiplicity of human beings, each of which seeks his own pleasure and self-preservation. At the same time reason makes men aware of the fact that self-preservation can best be secured if they unite and substitute organized cooperation for the anarchy of the state of nature in which no man can feel safe from his fellows but in which life is attended by constant fear. Hobbes depicts men, therefore, as making a social covenant by which each man agrees to hand over to a sovereign his right of governing himself provided that every other member of the prospective society does the same. This covenant is obviously a fiction, a philosophical and rationalistic justification of society. But the point is that the constitution of political society and the erection of the sovereign take place together, by one act. It follows that if the sovereign loses his power, the society is dissolved. And this is precisely what happened, as Hobbes thought, during the Civil War. The cementing bond of society is the sovereign. Hence, if enlightened self-interest dictates the formation of political society, it also dictates the concentration of power in the hands of the sovereign. Any division of sovereignty was abhorrent to Hobbes, as tending towards social dissolution. He was not interested in monarchic absolutism as such, he was concerned with the cohesion of society. And if one presupposes an egoistic and individualistic interpretation of man, it follows that concentration of power in the hands of the sovereign is required to overcome the centrifugal forces which are always at work. Perhaps the most significant feature of Hobbes's political theory is its naturalism. He does, indeed, speak of laws of nature or natural law, but he has not got in mind the medieval metaphysically based concept of the moral natural law. He means the laws of self-preservation and power. Moral distinctions come into being with the formation of the state, the establishment of rights and the institution of positive law. True, Hobbes does pay at any rate some lip service to the idea of divine law, but his thoroughgoing Erastianism shows that to all intents and purposes the will of the sovereign, expressed in law, is the norm of morality. At the same time, Hobbes is not concerned to expound a totalitarian doctrine insofar as this means that all life, including, for instance, economic life, should be actively directed and controlled by the state. His view is rather that the institution of the state and the concentration of indivisible sovereignty renders it possible for men to pursue their several ends in security and in a well-ordered manner. And though he speaks of the commonwealth as the mortal God, to whom, after the immortal God, we owe reverence, it is obvious that the state is for him a creation of enlightened self-interest. And if the sovereign loses his power to govern and can no longer protect his subjects, that is the end of his title to rule. Locke also starts from an individualistic position and makes society depend on a compact or agreement. But his individualism is different from that of Hobbes. The state of nature is not by essence a state of war between each man and his fellows. And in the state of nature there are natural rights and duties which are antecedent to the state. Chief among these rights is the right of private property. Men form political society for the more secure enjoyment and regulation of these rights. As for government, this is instituted by society as a necessary device to preserve peace, defend society, and protect rights and liberties, but its function is, or should be, confined to this preservation of rights and liberty. And one of the most effective checks to unbridled despotism is the division of powers, so that the legislative and executive powers are not vested simply in the hands of one man. With Locke, then, as with Hobbes, the state is the creation of enlightened self-interest, though the former stands closer to the medieval philosophers inasmuch as he allows that man is by nature inclined to social life and even impelled to it. The general spirit, however, of Locke's theory is different from that of Hobbes. Behind the latter we can see the fear of civil war and anarchy, behind the former we can see a concern with the preservation and promotion of liberty. The stress which Locke lays on the separation between the legislative and executive powers reflects to some extent the struggle between parliament and monarch. The emphasis placed on the right to property is often said to reflect the outlook of the Whig landowners, the class to which Locke's patrons belonged. And there is some truth in this interpretation, though it should not be exaggerated. Locke certainly did not envisage a monopoly of power in the hands of the landowners. According to the philosopher's statement, he wrote to justify, or hoped that his political treatise would justify, the revolution of 1688. And it was his liberal outlook, with his defense of natural rights, and, within limits, of the principle of toleration, which exercised most influence on the 18th century, particularly in America. The common-sense atmosphere of his philosophy and its appearance, sometimes deceptive, of simplicity doubtless helped to extend its influence. Both Hobbes and Locke founded the state on a covenant or compact or contract. Hume, however, pointed out the absence of historical support for this theory. He also observed that if government is justified by consent of the governed, as Locke thought, it would be extremely difficult to justify the Revolution of 1688 and the title of William of Orange to rule in England. For the majority of the people were simply not asked for their opinions. In fact, it would be very difficult to justify any extant government. Political obligation cannot be derived from expressed consent, for we acknowledge this obligation even when there is no evidence at all of any compact or agreement. It is founded rather on a sense of self-interest. Through experience men come to feel what is for their interest and they act in certain ways without making any explicit agreements to do so. Political society and civic obedience can be justified on purely utilitarian grounds without the need of having recourse either to philosophical fictions like that of the social compact or to eternal and self-evident truths. If we wish to find a justification for political society and political obligation, we can find it in their utility, which is first known by a kind of feeling or sense of interest. When we turn to Rousseau we find again the idea of a social contract. Political society rests ultimately upon a voluntary agreement whereby men agree to renounce the freedom of the state of nature for their own advantage and to attain freedom to live according to law. In the state of nature each individual possesses complete independence and sovereignty over himself, and when they join together to form society, the sovereignty which originally belonged to them as separate individuals belongs to them corporately. And this sovereignty is inalienable. The executive appointed by the people is simply the servant or practical instrument of the people. This doctrine of popular sovereignty represents the democratic side of Rousseau's political theory. He himself came from Geneva, and he admired the vigorous and independent political life of the Swiss canton, which he contrasted with the sophisticated and artificial atmosphere of French civilization and with the monarchic constitution and oppressive ways of the Ancien Regime. Indeed, Rousseau's ideas about active popular government would be quite impracticable in anything but a Greek city-state or a small Swiss canton. At the same time his democratic ideas were influential in the movement which found expression in the French Revolution. But though Rousseau's doctrine of the social contract falls into the general pattern of the political theory of the Enlightenment, he added a new feature to political philosophy which was of considerable importance. Like Hobbes and Locke before him, he envisaged individuals as agreeing together to form society. But once the social contract has taken place, a new body or organism comes into being which possesses a common life and a common will. This common or general will always tends to the preservation and welfare of the whole, and it is the rule or norm of law and of justice and injustice. This infallible general will is not the same thing as the will of all. If the citizens meet together and vote, their individual wills are expressed in their votes, and if the votes are unanimous, we have the will of all. But individuals may have an incorrect notion of what is for the public advantage, whereas the general will is never mistaken. In other words, the community always wills what is for its good, but it may be deceived in its idea what is actually for its good. The general will thus becomes, when considered in itself, something inarticulate. It needs interpretation, articulate expression. There can be little doubt that Rousseau himself thought of it as finding expression, in practice, in the expressed will of the majority. And if one has in mind a small Swiss canton in which it is possible for all the citizens to vote on important issues, either as individuals or as members of associations, it is natural to think in this way. But in a large state such direct reference to the people is impracticable, except perhaps on rare occasions by means of a referendum. And in such a state the tendency will be for a few men, or for one man, to claim to embody in their wills, or in his will, the general will which is immanent in the people. Thus we find Robespierre saying of the Jacobins that our will is the general will, while Napoleon seems to have regarded himself, on occasion at least, as the organ and embodiment of the revolution. We are thus faced with the odd situation of Rousseau, the enthusiastic democrat, starting with individualism, the freedom of the individual in the state of nature, and ending with the theory of the organic state in which the quasi-mystical general will is embodied either in the will of the majority or in the will of one or more leaders. We then have either the despotism of the majority or the despotism of the leader or group of leaders. To say this is not to say that Rousseau fully understood the trend of his own theory. But he originated a paradoxical idea of liberty. To be free is to act according to one's will and according to the law of which one is oneself the author. But the individual whose private will is at variance with the general will does not actually will what he really wills. In being compelled, therefore, to submit to the expression of the general will which represents his own real will, he is being forced to be free. The freedom of man in society can thus come to mean something very different from what is meant by freedom in the state of nature. And though Rousseau's political theory is akin to Locke's so far as the bare idea of a social contract is concerned, it looks forward at the same time to the philosophy of Hegel, for whom the obedient citizen is truly free, since he obeys a law which is the expression of the universal, of the essential nature of the human spirit. It also looks forward to much later political developments which would have been abhorrent to Rousseau, as indeed to Hegel, but which could find in Rousseau's theory a theoretical justification. 7. It is not infrequently said that in the period of the Enlightenment a historical outlook was lacking. What is meant by this statement? Obviously, the statement does not mean that historiography was not practiced in the 18th century. At least, if this were the meaning of the statement would be false. To see this, we have only to think, for example, of Hume's History of England, of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire by Edward Gibbon, 1737–94, and of the historical writings of Voltaire and Montesquieu. Nor should the statement be taken to mean that the 18th century was marked by no improvements in the writing of history. For example, there was a needed reaction against preoccupation with military, dynastic, and diplomatic historiography. Emphasis was laid on cultural and intellectual factors, and attention was paid to the life of the people and to men's habits and customs. This emphasis is clear, for instance, in Voltaire's essay Sur les Mœurs. Again, Montesquieu emphasized the influence of material conditions, such as climate, on the development of a people or nation and on its customs and laws. At the same time, the historiography of the 18th century suffered from serious defects. In the first place, historians were, generally speaking, insufficiently critical of their sources and disinclined to carry out the work of historical research and of painstaking evaluation of evidence and documents which is required for objective writing. True, one could hardly expect a man of the world who dabbled in many branches of philosophy and letters to give himself to research of this kind. But the comparative absence of the latter constituted a defect nonetheless. In the second place, the 18th century historians were too much inclined to use history as a means of proving a thesis and as a source of moral lessons. Gibbon was concerned to show that the victory of Christianity had been a victory of barbarism and bigotry over enlightened civilization. Writers such as Voltaire concentrated in a rather complacent fashion on the victory of rationalism over what they regarded as the dead weight of tradition and obscurantism. They assumed not only the theory of progress but also the idea that progress consists in the advance of rationalism, free thinking, and science. According to Bolingbroke in his Letters on the Study and Use of History, 1752, history is philosophy teaching us by examples how we ought to conduct ourselves in the situations of public and private life. And when the 18th century historians emphasized the moral lessons of history, they were thinking, of course, of a morality set free from theological presuppositions and connections. They were all opposed to the theological interpretation of history which had been given by Bossuet, 1627–1704, in his Discours sur l'histoire universelle. But it does not seem to have occurred to them that in interpreting history in function of the Enlightenment, of the Age of Reason, they were showing an analogous, if different, bias. It would be a great mistake to imagine that because the writers of the Enlightenment were freethinkers and rationalists, they were exempt from bias and from the tendency to subordinate historiography to moralistic and preconceived purposes. Ranke's call for objectivity in the first half of the 19th century applies just as much to the rationalist as to the theologically minded historians. If we attribute bias to Bossuet, we cannot declare Gibbon exempt. The 18th century historians were concerned not so much to understand the mentality and outlook of the men of past ages as to use what they knew, or thought they knew, of past eras to prove a thesis or to derive moral lessons or conclusions unfavorable to religion, at least to supernatural religion. In particular, the spirit of the Enlightenment was so sharply opposed to that of the Middle Ages that the historians of the former period not only failed to understand the mentality of the Middle Ages but also made no real effort to do so. For them the use of the Middle Ages was to serve as a foil to the Age of Reason. And this attitude is one of the reasons why the Enlightenment is said to be lacking in an historical spirit. As we have seen, this accusation does not mean, or at least should not be taken to mean, that no interesting developments in historiography took place. It indicates rather a lack of imaginative insight and a tendency to interpret past history according to the standards of the Age of Reason. Gibbon, for example, is the opposite of Bossuet so far as the content of his thesis is concerned, but the secularist and rationalist thesis was no less a thesis than the bishop's preconceived theological scheme. If one admits, as one must, that historiography is more than mere chronicling and that it involves selection and interpretation, it becomes very difficult to draw a hard and fast line between historiography and philosophy of history. However, when we find historians interpreting history as the working out of some kind of general plan or reducing historical development to the operation of certain universal laws, it is reasonable to begin speaking of philosophy of history. A man who endeavors to write, for instance, the objective history of a particular region would not normally, I think, be classed as a philosopher of history. We are not accustomed to speak of Hume or of Justus M. Sixer, author of an Osnabrückisgeschichte, 1768, as philosophers of history. But when a man treats of universal history and either gives a finalistic interpretation of historical development or concerns himself with universally operative laws, it is not improper to speak of him as a philosopher of history. Bossuet in the 17th century would count as one. And in the 18th century there are a number of notable examples. The most eminent of these is doubtless John Baptist Vico, 1668 to 1744. Vico was a Christian, and he did not belong to the camp of those who rejected the theological interpretation of history represented by Saint Augustine and Bossuet. At the same time in his work Principi di una scienza nuova di intorno alla comune natura delle nazioni Principles of a New Science Concerning the Common Nature of Nations, he left aside purely theological considerations to examine the natural laws governing historical development. There are 2 points which we can notice here about this new science. In the first place, Vico did not think in terms of a lineal progress or development of humanity as a whole, but in terms of a series of cyclic developments. That is to say, the laws which govern the movement of history are exemplified in the rise, progress, decline, and fall of each particular people or nation. In the second place, Vico characterized each successive phase in a cycle by its system of law. In the theocratic phase, law is regarded as having divine origins and sanctions. This is the age of the gods. In the aristocratic phase, law is in the hands of a few families, for example, in the hands of the patrician families in the Roman Republic. This is the age of heroes. In the phase of human government, the age of men, we have a rationalized system of law, in which there are equal rights for all citizens. In this scheme we can see an adumbration of Comte's 3 stages. But Vico was not a positivist philosopher, and further, as we have already seen, he retained the Greek idea of historical cycles, which was different from the 19th century idea of human progress. Montesquieu also concerned himself with law. In his Esprit de Lots, 1748, he set himself to examine the different systems of positive law. He tried to show that each is a system of laws which are linked by mutual relations, so that any given law involves a particular set of other laws and excludes another set. But why does one nation possess the system and another nation that system? By way of answer, Montesquieu emphasized the part played by the form of government, but he also emphasized the influence of natural factors such as climate and geographical conditions, as well as of acquired factors such as commercial relations and religious beliefs. Each people or nation will have its own constitution and system of law, but the practical problem is fundamentally the same for all, namely, that of developing the system of law which, given the relevant natural and historical conditions, will favor the greatest amount of liberty. It is at this point that the influence of the British Constitution makes its mark on Montesquieu's thought. Liberty, he thought, is best assured by a separation of the legislative, executive, and judicial powers. With Condorcet we find a different conception of progress from that of Vico. As has already been remarked, in his Esquisse d'un tableau historique de progrès de l'esprit humain, 1794, he envisages the indefinite progress of the human race. Before the 16th century we can distinguish a number of epochs, and we can find movements of retrogression, in particular the Middle Ages. But the Renaissance ushered in the beginning of a new scientific and moral culture to the development of which we can set no limits. Men's minds can, however, be limited by prejudice and narrow ideas, such as those fostered by religious dogma. Hence follows the importance of education, especially of scientific education. In Germany, Lessing II proposed an optimistic theory of historical progress. In his work Die Erdigung des Menschengeschlechts, 1780, he depicted history as the progressive education of the human race. There are occasional retrogressions and stoppages on the path of progress, but even these enter into the general scheme and serve its realization through the centuries. As for religion, history is, indeed, the education of the human race by God. But there is no final and absolute form of religious belief. Rather is each religion a stage in the progressive revelation of God. In his work on language, Über den Ursprung der Sprache, 1772, Herder dealt with the natural origin of language and attacked the view that speech was originally communicated by God to man. In regard to religion he emphasized its natural character. It is closely allied with poetry and myth and is due originally to man's desire to explain phenomena. In developed religion, especially in Christianity, we see the growth and strength of the moral element, and this is why Christianity responds to the human being's moral needs and yearnings. In other words, Herder reacted strongly against the rationalistic criticism of and opposition to religion, especially Christianity, which was characteristic of the 18th century. He disliked the separation of the analytic and critical reason from man's other powers, and he showed a sense for human nature as a whole. In his Ideen zur Philosophie der Geschichte der Menschheit Ideas for the Philosophy of the History of Mankind, 1784-91, he described history as a purely natural history of human powers, actions, and propensities, modified by time and place. And he tried to trace man's development in connection with the character of his physical environment, proposing a theory of the origin of human culture. Theologically speaking, the histories of the different nations form a harmonious whole, the working out of divine providence. It was only natural that in a period when thought centered round man himself, interest should have grown in the historical development of human culture. And in the 18th century we can see an attempt, or rather a series of attempts, to understand history by discovering some alternative principles of explanation to the theological principles of St. Augustine and Bossuet. But even those who believe that the construction of a philosophy of history is a profitable undertaking must admit that the philosophical historians of the 18th century were over-hasty in the development of their syntheses. Vico, for instance, based his cyclic interpretation of history largely on a consideration of Roman history. And none of them possessed a sufficiently wide and accurate factual knowledge to warrant the construction of a philosophy of history, even granting that such a thing is a legitimate enterprise. Indeed, some of the men of the French Enlightenment were inclined to despise and belittle the painstaking work of a Muratori, 1672-1750, who prepared a great collection of sources for Italian history. At the same time we can see the growth of a broad view of the development of human culture, considered in relation to a variety of factors from the influence of climate to the influence of religion. This is especially observable in the case of Herder, who passes beyond the confines of the Enlightenment when this term is understood in the narrow sense, particularly, that is, with reference to French rationalism. 8. Mention has already been made of a number of philosophers who died in the early years of the 19th century. But among those who wrote in the closing decades of the 18th century, by far the greatest name is that of Immanuel Kant, 1724 to 1804. Whatever one may think of his philosophy, nobody would deny his outstanding historical importance. Indeed, in certain respects his thought marks a crisis in European philosophy, so that we can speak of the pre-Kantian and the post-Kantian eras in modern philosophy. If Descartes and Locke can be regarded as the dominating figures in the thought of the 17th and 18th centuries, that of the 19th century is dominated by Kant. To speak in this way is, indeed, to be guilty of oversimplification. To imagine that all the philosophers of the 19th century were Kantians would be as erroneous as to suppose that the philosophers of the 18th century were all either Cartesians or followers of Locke. Yet just as Descartes' influence on the development of continental rationalism and Locke's influence on the development of British empiricism are both beyond doubt, even though Spinoza and Leibniz on the continent and Berkeley and Hume in England were all original thinkers, so is Kant's influence on 19th century thought undeniable, even though Hegel, for example, was a great thinker of marked originality who cannot be classed as a Kantian. Indeed, Kant's attitude towards speculative metaphysics has exercised a powerful influence ever since his time. And many people today think that he successfully exposed its pretensions, even though they may not be prepared to accept much of his positive thought. It is true that to overemphasize what I may call the negative or destructive influence of Kant is to give a one-sided view of his philosophy. But this does not alter the fact that in the eyes of many people he appears as the great debunker of speculative metaphysics. Kant's intellectual life falls into two periods, the pre-critical and the critical periods. In the first he was under the influence of the Leibnizian Wolffian tradition, in the second he worked out his own original point of view. His first great work, The Critique of Pure Reason, appeared in 1781. Kant was then 57 years old, but he had already been engaged for some 10 years or more in the elaboration of his own philosophy, and this is why he was able to publish in quick succession the works which have made his name famous. In 1783 appeared the Prolegomena to any future metaphysic, in 1785 the Fundamental Principles of the Metaphysic of Morals, in 1788 the Critique of Practical Reason, in 1790 the Critique of Judgment, in 1793 Religion within the Limits of Bare Reason. The papers found in his study after his death and published posthumously show that he was working until the end on the reconsideration, reconstruction, or completion of certain parts of his philosophical system. It would be inappropriate to expound the philosophy of Kant in an introductory chapter. But something must be said about the problems which presented themselves to him and about his general line of thought. Among Kant's works two are concerned with moral philosophy and one with religion. This fact is significant. For if we take a broad view of the matter, we can say that Kant's fundamental problem was not dissimilar to that of Descartes. He declared that there were for him two main objects of wonder and admiration, the starry heavens above and the moral law within. On the one hand he was faced by the scientific conception of the world, with the physical universe of Copernicus, Kepler, and Newton, as subject to mechanical causality and determined in its motions. On the other hand he was faced by the rational creature who can understand the physical world, set over against it, so to speak, as subject to object, who is conscious of moral obligation and of freedom, and who sees in the world the expression of rational purpose. How can these two aspects of reality be reconciled? How can we harmonize the physical world, the sphere of determinism, with the moral order, the sphere of freedom? It is not simply a matter of juxtaposing the two worlds, as though they were completely separate and independent. For they meet in man. Man is both an item in nature, in the physical system, and a moral and free agent. The question is, therefore, how can the 2 points of view, the scientific and the moral, be harmonized without denying either of them? This, it seems to me, is Kant's fundamental problem. And it is as well to realize this from the outset. Otherwise the emphasis which is very naturally placed on the analytical and critical aspects of his thought may almost totally obscure the profound speculative motivation of his philosophy. But though Kant's general problem was not unlike that of Descartes, a great deal of water had flowed under the bridge since the latter's time, and when we come to Kant's particular problems the change becomes evident. On the one hand he had before him the metaphysical systems of the great continental rationalists. Descartes had tried to put metaphysical philosophy on a scientific basis, but the emergence of conflicting systems and the failure to attain assured conclusions cast doubt on the validity of the aim of traditional metaphysics, the aim of extending our knowledge of reality, especially of reality as transcending the data of sense experience. On the other hand Kant was faced by British empiricism, culminating in the philosophy of Hume. But pure empiricism, it seemed to him, was quite unable to justify or account for the success of Newtonian physics and the evident fact that it increased man's knowledge of the world. On Hume's principles an informative statement about the world would be no more than a statement of what has actually been experienced. For example, we have always found, as far as our experience goes, that on the occurrence of event A event B regularly follows. But the empiricism of Hume would give us no objective justification for the universal statement that whenever A occurs B must follow. In other words, pure empiricism cannot account for universal and necessary informative judgments, which Kant called synthetic a priori judgments. Yet the Newtonian physics presupposes the validity of such judgments. Both of the main lines of modern philosophy, therefore, seem to be defective. The rationalist metaphysics does not appear to provide any certain knowledge about the world. And this prompts us to ask whether metaphysical knowledge is, indeed, possible. Pure empiricism, however, is unable to justify a branch of study, namely, physical science, which certainly does increase our knowledge of the world. And this prompts us to ask what is missing in pure empiricism and how the universal, necessary, and informative judgments of science are possible. How can we justify the assurance with which we make these judgments? The problem or problems can be expressed in this way. On the one hand Kant saw that the metaphysicians one tended to confuse logical relations with causal relations and to imagine that one could produce by a priori reasoning a system which would give us true and certain information about reality. But it did not seem to him at all evident that, even if we avoid this confusion, we can obtain metaphysical knowledge, say about God, by employing the principle of causality. Hence we can profitably ask whether metaphysics is possible and, if so, in what sense it is possible. On the other hand, while agreeing with the empiricists that all our knowledge begins in some sense with experience, Kant saw that the Newtonian physics could not be justified on purely empiricist lines. For the Newtonian physics presupposed, in his opinion, the uniformity of nature. And it was precisely the belief in the uniformity of nature of which Hume could give no adequate theoretical justification, even though he tried to give a psychological account of the origin of the belief. The question arises, therefore, what is the theoretical justification of our belief if we once assume with the empiricists that all our knowledge begins with experience? In answering this last question Kant proposes an original hypothesis. Even if all our knowledge begins with experience, it does not necessarily follow that it all arises from experience. For it may be the case, and Kant thought that it is in fact the case, that our experience comprises two elements, impressions which are given and the a priori forms and elements by which these impressions are synthesized. Kant does not mean to suggest that we have innate ideas, nor that the a priori elements in cognition are objects of knowledge antecedently to experience. What he is suggesting is that man, the experiencing and knowing subject, is so constituted that he necessarily, because he is what he is, synthesizes the ultimately given data or impressions in certain ways. In other words, the subject, man, is not simply the passive recipient of impressions, he actively, and unconsciously, synthesizes the raw data, so to speak, imposing on them the a priori Forms and categories by which the world of our experience is built up. The world of experience, the phenomenal world or reality as it appears to us, is not simply our construction, a dream as it were, nor is it simply something given, it is the result of an application of a priori forms and categories to what is given. What is the advantage of such an hypothesis? It can be illustrated in this way. Appearances are the same both for the man who accepts the Copernican hypothesis that the Earth revolves round the Sun and for the man who does not accept it or knows nothing of it. As far as appearances go, both men see the Sun rising in the east and setting in the west. But the Copernican hypothesis accounts for facts which cannot be accounted for on the geocentric hypothesis. Similarly, the world appears in the same way to the man who recognizes no a priori element in knowledge as it appears to the man who does recognize such an element. But on the hypothesis that there is such an element we can explain what pure empiricism cannot explain. If we assume, for example, that by the very fact that our minds are what they are we synthesize data according to the causal relation, nature will always appear to us as governed by causal laws. In other words, we are assured of the uniformity of nature. Nature means nature as appearing, it cannot mean anything else. And given the subjective constants in human cognition, there must be corresponding constants in phenomenal reality. If, for instance, we necessarily apply a priori forms of space and time to raw sensed data, of which we are not directly conscious, nature must always appear to us as spatio-temporal. I do not propose to enter into any detailed account of Kant's a priori conditions of experience. The appropriate place to do this will be in the relevant chapters in the 6th volume. But there is one important point which must be noted because it bears directly on Kant's problem about the possibility of metaphysics. The function, Kant asserts, of the a priori conditions of experience is to synthesize the manifold of sense impressions. And what we know with their aid is phenomenal reality. We cannot, therefore, legitimately use a subjective category of the understanding to transcend experience. We cannot, for instance, legitimately employ the concept of causality to transcend phenomena by using a causal argument to prove the existence of God. Nor can we ever know metaphenomenal reality, if we are talking about certain theoretical knowledge. Yet this is precisely what the metaphysicians have attempted to do. They have tried to extend our theoretical or scientific knowledge to reality as it is in itself, and they have used categories having validity only within the phenomenal world to transcend phenomena. Such attempts were foredoomed to failure. And Kant tries to show that metaphysical arguments of the traditional type lead to insoluble antinomies. It is no matter for wonder, therefore, if metaphysics makes no progress comparable to that of physical science. The only scientific metaphysics which there can be is the metaphysics of knowledge, the analysis of the a priori elements in human experience. And the greater part of Kant's work consists in an attempt to perform this task of analysis. In the Critique of Pure Reason he attempts to analyze the a priori elements which govern the formation of our synthetic a priori judgments. In the Critique of Practical Reason he investigates the a priori element in the moral judgment. In the Critique of Judgment he sets out to analyze the a priori elements governing our aesthetic and teleological judgments. But though Kant ruled out what he regarded as classical metaphysics, he was far from showing indifference towards the principal themes treated by the metaphysicians. These themes were for him freedom, immortality, and God. And he endeavored to reinstate on a different basis what he had excluded from the province of theoretical and scientific knowledge. Kant starts from the fact of the awareness or consciousness of moral obligation. And he tries to show that moral obligation presupposes freedom. If I ought, I can. Further, the moral law commands perfect conformity with itself, perfect virtue. But this is an ideal for the attainment of which, Kant assumes, endless duration is required. Hence immortality, in the sense of never-ending progress towards the ideal, is a postulate of the moral law. Again, though morality does not mean acting with a view to one's happiness, morality should produce happiness. But the proportioning of happiness to virtue requires the idea of a being who can and will effect the connection. The idea of God is thus a postulate of the moral law. We cannot prove, in the way that some metaphysicians sought to prove, that man is free, that his soul is immortal and that there exists a transcendent God. But we are conscious of moral obligation, and freedom, immortality, and God are postulates of the moral law. It is a matter of practical faith. That is to say, of a faith involved in committing oneself to moral activity. This doctrine of postulates is sometimes interpreted either as a cheap pragmatism or as a conventional concession to the prejudices of the orthodox. But I think that Kant himself took the matter much more seriously. He regarded man as a kind of mixed being. As part of the natural order, he is subject to mechanical causality like any other natural object. But he is also a moral being who is conscious of obligation. And to recognize obligation is to recognize that the moral law has a claim upon one which one is free to fulfill or reject. Moreover, to recognize a moral order is to recognize implicitly that moral activity is not doomed to frustration and that ultimately human existence makes sense. But it cannot make sense without immortality and God. We cannot prove freedom, immortality, and God's existence scientifically. For these ideas have no place in science. Nor can we prove them by the arguments of traditional metaphysics. For these arguments are invalid. But if a man recognizes moral obligation at all, he is implicitly asserting a moral order which in turn implies the immortality of the soul and the existence of God. It is not a case of strict logical implication, so that we can produce a series of watertight proofs. Rather is it a case of discovering and affirming by faith that view of reality which alone gives full meaning and value to the consciousness of moral obligation mediated by conscience. Kant leaves us, therefore, with what one may call perhaps a bifurcated reality. On the one hand there is the world of Newtonian science, a world governed by necessary causal laws. This is the phenomenal world, not in the sense that it is mere illusion, but in the sense that it presupposes the operation of those subjective conditions of experience which determine the ways in which things appear to us. On the other hand there is the supersensuous world of the free human spirit and of God. According to Kant, we cannot give any strict theoretical proof that there is such a supersensuous world. At the same time we have no adequate reason for asserting that the material world, governed by mechanical causality, is the only world. And if our interpretation of the world as a mechanical system depends on the operation of subjective conditions of experience, of sense experience, that is to say, we have even less reason for making this assertion than we should have in any case. Moreover, the moral life, especially the consciousness of obligation, opens up a sphere of reality which the moral man affirms by faith as a postulate or demand of the moral law. This is not the place to subject Kant's philosophy to critical discussion. I wish instead to remark that what I have called Kant's bifurcation represents a dilemma of the modern mind. We have seen that the new scientific conception of the world threatened to monopolize man's view of reality as a whole. Descartes in the 17th century endeavored to combine the affirmation of spiritual reality with an acceptance of the world of mechanical causality. But he believed that he could show conclusively that, for example, there exists an infinite and transcendent God. Kant, in the closing decades of the 18th century, refused to allow that such truths are capable of being proved in the ways in which Descartes and Leibniz had thought that they could be proved. At the same time he felt strongly that the world of Newtonian physics was not coterminous with reality. He therefore relegated the affirmation of supersensuous reality to the sphere of faith, trying to justify this by reference to the moral consciousness. Now, there are people today who regard science as the only means of extending our factual knowledge, though at the same time they feel that the world as presented by science is not the only reality and that it in some way points beyond itself. For them the system of Kant possesses a certain contemporaneity, even if, as developed in his works, it cannot stand up to criticism. There is, that is to say, some similarity between their situation and that in which Kant found himself. I say some similarity because the setting of the problem has changed very much since the time of Kant. On the one hand there have been changes in scientific theory. On the other hand philosophy has developed in a variety of ways. Yet it is arguable that the basic situation remains the same. To end the present chapter with a consideration of Kant's philosophy is, I think, appropriate. Brought up in a diluted version of continental rationalism, he was awoken from his dogmatic slumbers, as he put it, by David Hume. At the same time, though he rejected the claims of the continental metaphysicians to increase our knowledge of reality, he was also convinced of the insufficiency of pure empiricism. We can say, therefore, that in his thought the influence of continental rationalism and British empiricism combined to give rise to a new and original system. It must be added, however, that Kant put a full stop neither to metaphysics nor to empiricism. Yet he made a difference to both. Metaphysics in the 19th century was not the same as it had been in the 17th and 18th centuries. And though British empiricism in the 19th century was more or less unaffected by Kant, the neo-empiricism of the 20th century has consciously tried to deal metaphysics a far more decisive blow than was delivered by Kant, who, when all is said and done, was himself something of a metaphysician. Irenpound Descartes was born on March 31, 1596, in Touraine, being the third child of a councillor of the Parliament of Brittany. In 1604 his father sent him to the College of Law F16 which had been founded by Henry IV and was directed by the Fathers of the Society of Jesus. Descartes remained at the college until 1612, the last few years being given to the study of logic, philosophy, and mathematics. He tells us too of his extreme desire to acquire knowledge, and it is clear that he was an ardent student and a gifted pupil. I did not feel that I was esteemed inferior to my fellow students, although there were amongst them some destined to fill the places of our masters 8 when we remember that Descartes later subjected traditional learning to strong adverse criticism and that even as a schoolboy he became so dissatisfied with a great part of what he had been taught, mathematics excepted, that on leaving the college he quitted for a time the pursuit of learning. We may be tempted to draw the conclusion that he felt resentment towards his masters and contempt for their system of education. But this was far from being the case. He spoke of the Jesuits of La F16 with affection and respect, and he regarded their system of education as greatly superior to that provided in most other pedagogical institutions. It is clear from his writings that he considered that he had been given the best education available within the framework of tradition. Yet on looking back he came to the conclusion that the traditional learning, in some of its branches at least, was not based on any solid foundation. Thus he remarks sarcastically that philosophy teaches us to speak with an appearance of truth about all things and causes us to be admired by the less learned, and that though it has been cultivated for centuries by the best minds no single thing is to be found in it which is not matter of dispute and which in consequence is not dubious. 1. Mathematics, indeed, delighted him because of its certainty and clarity, but I did not yet understand its true use. 2. After leaving La F16, Descartes amused himself for a short while, but he soon resolved to study and to learn from the book of the world, as he put it, seeking a knowledge which would be useful for life. He accordingly attached himself to the army of Prince Maurice of Nassau. This may appear to have been a somewhat odd move to make. But Descartes did not accept pay as a soldier, and he combined his new profession with mathematical studies. He wrote a number of papers and notes, including a treatise on music, the Compendium Musicae, which was published after his death. In 1619 Descartes left the service of Maurice of Nassau and went to Germany, where he witnessed the coronation of the Emperor Ferdinand at Frankfurt. Joining the army of Maximilian of Bavaria, he was stationed at Neuburg on the Danube, and it was at this time that in secluded reflection he began to lay the foundations of his philosophy. On November 10, 1619, he had 3 consecutive dreams which convinced him that his mission was to seek truth by reason, and he made a vow to make a pilgrimage to the shrine of Our Lady at Loreto in Italy. Further military service in Bohemia and Hungary and travel in Silesia, northern Germany, and the Netherlands, followed by a visit to his father at Rennes, prevented him from fulfilling this vow for the time being. But in 1623 he made his way to Italy and visited Loreto before proceeding to Rome. For a few years Descartes resided at Paris, where he enjoyed the friendship of men like Mersenne, a fellow pupil of La F16 Che, and the encouragement of Cardinal de Birol. But he found life at Paris too distracting, and in 1628 he retired to Holland, where he remained until 1649, apart from visits to France in 1644, 1647 and 1648. The publication of his Traité du Monde was suspended because of the condemnation of Galileo, and the work was not published until 1677. But in 1637 Descartes published in French his Discourse on the Method of Rightly Conducting the Reason and Seeking for Truth in the Sciences, together with essays on meteors, dioptrics, and geometry. The rules for the direction of the mind had apparently been written in 1628, though it was published posthumously. In 1641 appeared the Meditations on First Philosophy in a Latin version. This was accompanied by 6 sets of objections or criticisms submitted by various theologians and philosophers, and by Descartes answers to these objections. The first set consists of objections by Caterus, a Dutch theologian, the second of criticisms by a group of theologians and philosophers, the third, fourth and fifth of objections by Hobbes, Arnauld, and Gassendi respectively, and the sixth of criticisms by a second group of theologians and philosophers. In 1642 another edition of the Meditations was published, which contained in addition a seventh set of objections by the Jesuit Bourdon, together with Descartes' replies and his letter to Father Dinet, also a Jesuit, who had been one of the philosopher's instructors at La Flèche and for whom he had a warm regard. A French translation of the Meditations was published in 1647, a second French edition, containing also the 7 sets of objections, in 1661. The French translation had been made by the Due de Luynes, not by Descartes, but the first edition of it had been seen and partly revised by the philosopher. The Principles of Philosophy was published in Latin in 1644. It was translated into French by the Abb 6 Claude Picot, and this translation, after having been read by Descartes, was published in 1647, being prefaced by a letter from the author to the translator in which the plan of the work is explained. The treatise entitled The Passions of the Soul, 1649, was written in French and published, more, it appears, owing to the entreaties of friends than to the author's own desire, shortly before Descartes' death. In addition, we possess an unfinished dialogue, The Search After Truth by the Light of Nature, a Latin translation of which appeared in 1701, and Latin notes directed against a certain program, a reply written by Descartes to a manifesto about the nature of the mind, which had been composed by Regius or Leroy of Utrecht, first a friend and later an opponent of the philosopher. Finally, the works of Descartes contain a mass of correspondence which is of considerable value for the elucidation of his thought. In September 1649 Descartes left Holland for Sweden in response to the pressing invitation of Queen Christina, who wished to be instructed in his philosophy. The rigors of the Swedish winter, however, coupled with the Queen's practice of expecting Descartes, who was accustomed to lie for a long time in bed, engaged in reflection, to come to her library at 5 in the morning, were too much for the poor man, and he was not strong enough to withstand an attack of fever which developed at the end of January 1650. And on February 9th he died. Descartes was a man of moderation and of a kindly disposition. For example, he is known to have been generous to his servants and attendants and solicitous for their welfare, and they in turn were much attached to their master. He possessed some close friends like Mersenne, but he found that a retired and quiet life was essential for his work, and he never married. As for his religious convictions, he always professed himself a Catholic, and he died piously in that faith. There has indeed been some controversy about the sincerity of his protestations of Catholic belief. But in my opinion doubts about his sincerity are founded either on some totally inadequate factual ground, such as his act of timidity or of prudence in suspending publication of the Traité du Monde, or on the a priori assumption that a philosopher who consciously and deliberately set out to construct a new philosophical system could not have really believed in Catholic dogmas. For the most part Descartes avoided discussion of purely theological matters. His point of view was that the road to heaven is as open to the ignorant as to the learned, and that revealed mysteries transcend the comprehension of the human mind. He occupied himself, therefore, with problems which in his opinion could be solved by reason alone. He was a philosopher and a mathematician, one not a theologian, and he acted accordingly. We cannot legitimately conclude that his personal religious beliefs were not what he said they were. 2. The fundamental aim of Descartes was, obviously enough, to attain philosophical truth by the use of reason. I wished to give myself entirely to the search after truth too, but what he was seeking was not to discover a multiplicity of isolated truths but to develop a system of true propositions, in which nothing would be presupposed which was not self-evident and indubitable. There would then be an organic connection between all the parts of the system, and the whole edifice would rest on a sure foundation. It would thus be impervious to the corroding and destructive effect of scepticism. What did Descartes understand by philosophy? Philosophy means the study of wisdom, and by wisdom we understand not only prudence in affairs but also a perfect knowledge of all things which man can know, both for the conduct of his life and for the conservation of his health and the invention of all the arts. One under the general heading of philosophy, therefore, Descartes included not only metaphysics but also physics or natural philosophy, the latter standing to the former as trunk to roots. And the branches issuing from this trunk are the other sciences, the three principal ones being medicine, mechanics, and morals. By morals I mean the highest and most perfect moral science which, presupposing a complete knowledge of the other science, is the last degree of wisdom too. It is not surprising that from time to time Descartes insisted on the practical value of philosophy. The civilization of any nation, he says, is proportionate to the superiority of its philosophy, and a state can have no greater good than the possession of true philosophy. 3. Again, he speaks of opening to each one the road by which he can find in himself, and without borrowing from any other, the whole knowledge which is essential to him for the direction of his life. For this practical value of philosophy is seen most clearly in the part which comes last in the order of development, especially in ethics. For just as it is not from the roots or the trunks of trees that one gathers the fruit but only from the extremities of their branches, so the main use of philosophy is dependent on those of its parts which we cannot learn until the end. 6. In theory, therefore, Descartes laid great stress on ethics. But he never elaborated a systematic moral science in accordance with his plan, and his name is associated with an idea of method and with metaphysics rather than with ethics. Now, it is undeniable that in one sense at least Descartes consciously and deliberately broke with the past. First of all, he was determined to start again from the beginning, as it were, without trusting to the authority of any previous philosophy. He charged the Aristotelians not only with relying on Aristotle's authority but also with failing to understand him properly and with pretending to find in his writings solutions to problems of which he says nothing and of which he possibly had not thought at all. 6. Descartes was resolved to rely on his own reason, not on authority. Secondly, he was resolved to avoid that confusion of the clear and evident with what is conjectural or at best only probable, of which he accused the scholastics. For him there was only one kind of knowledge worthy of the name, certain knowledge. Thirdly, Descartes was determined to attain and work with clear and distinct ideas and not, as he accused the scholastics of sometimes doing, to use terms without any clear meaning or possibly without any meaning at all. For instance, when they the scholastics distinguish substance from extension or quantity, either they mean nothing by the word substance or they simply form in their minds a confused idea of incorporeal substance which they falsely attribute to corporeal substance. 1. For confused ideas Descartes would substitute clear and distinct ideas. Descartes, indeed, attached little value to historical learning or to book learning in general. And in view of this fact it is not surprising that his strictures on Aristotelianism and scholasticism were based on the impression made on him by a decadent Aristotelianism and by what may be called a textbook scholasticism rather than on any profound study of the great thinkers of the Greek and medieval periods. When, for example, he accuses the scholastics of appealing to authority, he neglects the fact that Aquinas himself had roundly declared that appeal to authority is the weakest of all arguments in philosophy. But such considerations leave Descartes' general attitude towards previous and contemporary philosophy unaltered. At the time when he hoped to get his Principles of Philosophy adopted as a philosophical textbook by the Jesuits, whom he regarded as supreme in the educational sphere, he diminished to some extent his attacks on scholasticism and renounced the frontal attack which he had threatened. But his point of view remained the same, namely, that a clear break must be made with the past. This does not mean, however, that Descartes was intent on rejecting all that other philosophers had held to be true. He did not take it for granted that all the propositions enunciated by previous philosophers were false. Some of them at least might very well be true. At the same time they should be rediscovered, in the sense that their truth should be proved in an orderly way by proceeding systematically from basic and indubitable to derived propositions. Descartes wished to find and apply the right method in the search for truth, a method which would enable him to demonstrate truths in a rational and systematic order, irrespective of whether these truths had been previously acknowledged or not. His primary aim was not so much to produce a novel philosophy, as far as content was concerned, as to produce a certain and well-ordered philosophy. And his chief enemy was scepticism rather than scholasticism. If, therefore, he set himself systematically to doubt all that could possibly be doubted as a preliminary to the establishment of certain knowledge, he did not assume from the outset that none of the propositions which he doubted would turn out later to be certainly true. I argued to myself that there was no plausibility in the claim of any private individual to reform a state by altering everything and by overturning it throughout, in order to set it right again. Nor, again, is it probable that the whole body of the sciences, or the order of teaching established by the schools, should be reformed. But as regards all the opinions which up to this time I had embraced, I thought that I could not do better than endeavor once for all to sweep them completely away, so that they might later on be replaced either by others which were better or by the same when I had made them conform to a rational scheme. One further reference will be made later to the Cartesian method of doubt, but it is as well to notice the last sentence in this quotation. If, therefore, Descartes were faced with the assertion that some of his philosophical views were either similar to those which had been held by other philosophers or that they were in some way indebted to the latter, he could reply that this was a point of minor importance. For he never pretended to be the first man to discover philosophical propositions which were true. What he did claim was that he had developed a method of demonstrating truths according to the order demanded by the exigencies of reason itself. In the quotation given above, Descartes refers to making truths conform to a rational scheme. His ideal of philosophy was that of an organically connected system of scientifically established truths, that is to say, of truths so ordered that the mind passes from fundamental self-evident truths to other evident truths implied by the former. This ideal was suggested in large part by mathematics. Both in the rules and in the discourse he speaks explicitly about the influence exercised by mathematics on his mind. Thus in the latter work too he tells us that in his earlier days he had studied mathematics, geometrical analysis, and algebra. That he was impressed by the clarity and certainty of these sciences when compared with other branches of study, and that it is necessary to investigate the peculiar characteristics of the mathematical method, which give it its superiority, with a view to applying this method in other branches of science. But this presupposes, of course, that all sciences are similar in the sense that the method which is applicable in mathematics is applicable elsewhere. And this is, indeed, what Descartes thought. All the sciences taken together are identical with human wisdom, which always remains one and the same, however applied to different subjects. There is only one kind of knowledge, certain and evident knowledge. And ultimately there is only one science, though it possesses interconnected branches. Hence there can be only one scientific method. This notion that all sciences are ultimately one science, or, rather, organically connected branches of one science, which is identified with human wisdom or understanding, constitutes, of course, a major assumption. But the full proof of its validity, Descartes might say, cannot be given in advance. It is only by employing the right method in building up a unified body of science, an orderly system of the sciences, capable of indefinite progressive development, that we can manifest its validity at all. It is to be noted that Descartes' theory that all the sciences are ultimately one science and that there is one universal scientific method separates him at once from the Aristotelians. The latter believed that the different subject matters of different sciences demand different methods. For example, we cannot apply in ethics the method which is appropriate in mathematics, for the difference of subject matter excludes any such assimilation of ethics to mathematics. But this is a point of view which is expressly attacked by Descartes. He recognized, indeed, a distinction between the sciences, which depended entirely on the mind's cognitive activity, and the arts, such as harp playing, which depend on the exercise and disposition of the body. We can say perhaps that he admitted a distinction between science and skill, between knowing that and knowing how. But there is only one kind of science, and it does not become differentiated into diverse types through differences of subject matter. Descartes thus turned his back on the Aristotelian and scholastic idea of different types of sciences, with their different methods of procedure, and substituted instead the idea of one universal science and of one universal method. He was doubtless encouraged to do this by his success in showing that geometrical propositions can be proved by arithmetical means. Aristotle, who asserted that geometry and arithmetic constitute distinct sciences, had denied that geometrical propositions can be proved arithmetically. One Descartes' ideal aim, therefore, was to construct this comprehensive scientific philosophy. In metaphysics, the roots of the tree according to his analogy, he starts with the intuitively apprehended existence of the finite self and proceeds to establish the criterion of truth, the existence of God and the existence of the material world. Physics, the trunk of the tree, depends on metaphysics, in the sense at least that physics cannot be considered an organic part of science until the ultimate principles of physics have been shown to follow from metaphysical principles. And the practical sciences, the branches of the tree, will be truly sciences when their organic dependence on physics or natural philosophy has been made clear. Descartes did not, indeed, pretend to realize this aim in its entirety, but he thought that he had made a start and that he had pointed out the way to the complete fulfillment of his purpose. Now, what has been said hitherto may have given the impression that Descartes was concerned simply with the systematic arrangement and proof of truths which had already been enunciated. But this would be an erroneous impression. For he also believed that the use of the appropriate method would enable the philosopher to discover hitherto unknown truths. He did not say that scholastic logic is worthless, but in his view it serves better for explaining to others those things which one knows, than in learning what is new. 2. Its use is primarily didactic. Descartes' own logic, he says, is not, like that of the schools, a dialectic which teaches how to make the things which we know understood by others or even to repeat, without forming any judgment on them, many words respecting those things which we do not know. Rather is it the logic which teaches us how best to direct our reason in order to discover those truths of which we are ignorant. 3. Something further will be said in the next section about this claim that the new logic enables us to discover hitherto unknown truths. But we may note here the problem to which the claim gives rise. Let us suppose that mathematical method means the deduction from self-evident principles of propositions which are logically implied by these principles. Now, if we wish to claim that we can deduce factual truths about the world in this way, we shall have to assimilate the causal relation to the relation of logical implication. We can then maintain that the truths of physics, for example, can be deduced a priori. But if we assimilate causality to logical implication, we shall be driven in the end to adopt a monistic system, such as that of Spinoza, in which finite things are, as it were, logical consequences of an ultimate ontological principle. Metaphysics and logic will merge with one another, and if we claim that the truths of physics can be deduced a priori, experiment will play no integral part in the development of physics. That is to say, the true conclusions of the physicist will not depend on experimental verification. The part played by experiment will be at most a means of showing people that the conclusions reached by a priori deduction, independently of all experiment, are in fact true. But, as will be seen later, Descartes did not begin in metaphysics with the ontological principle which is prior in the order of being. He did not begin, as Spinoza did, with God, but with the finite self. Nor does his method, as exemplified in the Meditations, bear any very close resemblances to that of the mathematician. As for physics, Descartes did not in fact deny the role of experiment. The problem facing Descartes, therefore, was to reconcile his actual procedure with his ideal picture of a universal science and of a universal quasi-mathematical method. But he never gave any satisfactory solution to this problem. Nor, indeed, does he appear to have seen clearly the discrepancies between his ideal of assimilating all sciences to mathematics and his actual procedures. This is one reason, of course, why the assertion that Spinozism is a logical development of Cartesianism has considerable plausibility. At the same time, Descartes' philosophy consists in what he actually did when he philosophized rather than in what he might have done or perhaps ought to have done, had he fully developed the pan-mathematical aspect of his ideal. And if we once admit this, we must add that he should have revised his ideal of science and of scientific method in the light of the procedures which he considered appropriate when dealing with concrete philosophical problems. 3. What is the Cartesian method? Descartes tells us that by method I understand a set of certain and easy rules such that anyone who observes them exactly will never take anything false to be true and, without any waste of mental effort but by increasing his knowledge step by step, will arrive at a true understanding of all those things which do not surpass his capacity. We are told, therefore, that method consists in a set of rules. But Descartes does not mean to imply that there is a technique which can be applied in such a way that the natural capacities of the human mind are irrelevant. On the contrary, the rules are rules for employing rightly the natural capacities and operations of the mind. And Descartes points out that unless the mind were already able to employ its fundamental operations, it would be unable to understand even the simplest precepts or rules of the matter. 2. If left to itself, the mind is infallible. That is to say, if it uses its natural light and capacities, without the disturbing influence of other factors, with regard to matters which do not surpass its capacity of understanding, it will not err. If this were not the case, no technique could supply for the mind's own radical deficiency. But we may allow ourselves to be deflected from the true path of rational reflection by factors such as prejudice, passion, the influence of education, impatience, and the over-hasty desire to attain results, and then the mind becomes blinded, as it were, and does not employ its natural operations correctly. Hence a set of rules is of great utility, even though these rules presuppose the mind's natural capacities and operations. What are these fundamental operations of the mind? They are two, namely, intuition and deduction, two mental operations by which we are able, entirely without any fear of illusion, to arrive at the knowledge of things. 3. The former is described as being not the fluctuating assurance of the senses nor the fallacious judgment which results from the arbitrary composition of the imagination, but the conception which arises so readily and distinctly in an unclouded and attentive mind that we are wholly freed from doubt concerning the object of our understanding. Or, what comes to the same thing, intuition is the conception, without doubt, of an unclouded and attentive mind, which springs from the light of reason alone. For by intuition, therefore, is meant a purely intellectual activity, an intellectual seeing or vision which is so clear and distinct that it leaves no room for doubt. Deduction is described as all necessary inference from other facts which are known with certainty. It is true that intuition is required even in deductive reasoning. For we must see the truth of each proposition clearly and distinctly before we proceed to the next step. At the same time, deduction is distinguishable from intuition by the fact that to the former, though not to the latter, there belongs a certain movement or succession. 2. Descartes does what he can to reduce deduction to intuition. In the case, for instance, of propositions which are deduced immediately from first principles, we can say that their truth is known now by intuition and now by deduction, according to the point of view which we adopt. But the first principles themselves are given by intuition alone, while the remote conclusions, on the contrary, are furnished only by deduction. 8. In long processes of deductive reasoning, the certitude of deduction depends in some degree upon the validity of memory, and this introduces another factor. So Descartes suggests that by frequently going over the process we can reduce the part played by memory until we approximate at least to an intuitive grasp of the truth of the remote conclusions as evidently implied by the first principles. All the same, though Descartes subordinates deduction to intuition in this way, he continues to speak of them as two mental operations. Intuition and deduction are spoken of as two methods which are the most certain routes to knowledge. But though they are the ways to attain certain knowledge, they are not the method of which Descartes speaks in the definition quoted at the beginning of this section. For intuition and deduction are not rules. The method consists rather in rules for employing aright these two mental operations. And it is said to consist above all in order. That is to say, we must observe the rules of orderly thinking. These rules are given in the rules for the direction of the mind and in the discourse on method. In the latter work, the first of 4 precepts enumerated is to accept nothing as true which I did not clearly recognize to be so, that is to say, carefully to avoid precipitation and prejudices in judgments, and to accept in them nothing more than what was presented to my mind so clearly and distinctly that I could have no occasion to doubt it. 6. Observance of this precept involves the use of methodic doubt. That is to say, we must systematically subject to doubt all the opinions which we already possess, in order that we may discover what is indubitable and what can therefore serve as a foundation for the edifice of science. As I shall return to this subject in the 5th section of this chapter, I say no more about it here. In the 5th of the rules for the direction of the mind, Descartes gives a summary of his method. Method consists wholly in the ordering and disposing, literally, in the order and disposition, of those objects to which the attention of the mind must be directed if we are to discover any truth. We shall observe this method exactly if we reduce involved and obscure propositions step by step to those which are simpler, and if we then start with the intuitive apprehension of the simplest propositions and try by retracing our path through the same steps to ascend to the knowledge of all the others. 1. The meaning of this rule is not immediately evident. But the order thus described has 2 aspects, and these must now be briefly explained. The first part of the method is that we should reduce involved and obscure propositions step by step to those which are simpler. And this injunction is generally said to correspond to the 2nd precept of the discourse on method. The 2nd precept was to divide up each of the difficulties which I was to examine into as many parts as possible and as seemed requisite to. This is the method which Descartes later calls the method of analysis or resolution. It can hardly be said that he always used the term analysis in precisely the same sense, but, as here described, it consists in breaking down, as it were, the multiple data of knowledge into their simplest elements or element. Descartes was certainly influenced in his conception of method by mathematics. But he considered that Euclidean geometry, for example, has a serious drawback, namely, that the axioms and first principles are not justified. That is to say, the geometer does not show how his first principles are reached. The method of analysis or resolution, however, justifies the first principles of a science by making it clear in a systematic manner how they are reached and why they are asserted. In this sense, analysis is a logic of discovery. And Descartes was convinced that he had followed the way of analysis in his meditations, by resolving the multiple data of knowledge into the primary existential proposition, cogito, ergo sum, and by showing how the basic truths of metaphysics are discovered in their proper order. In his replies to the 2nd set of objections, he remarks that analysis shows the true way by which a thing was methodically discovered and derived, as it were, a priori, so that if the reader cares to follow it and to give sufficient attention to everything, he understands the matter no less perfectly and makes it as much his own as though he himself had discovered it. But I have used in my meditations only analysis, which seems to me to be the best and truest method of teaching. 1. The 2nd part of the method summarized in the 5th rule says that we should start with the intuitive apprehension of the simplest propositions and try by retracing our path through the same steps to ascend to the knowledge of all the others. This is what Descartes later calls synthesis or the method of composition. In synthesis we start with the intuitively perceived first principles or most simple propositions, which are arrived at last in analysis, and proceed to deduce in an orderly way, making sure that no step is omitted and that each succeeding proposition really does follow from the preceding one. This is the method employed by the Euclidean geometers. According to Descartes, whereas analysis is the method of discovery, synthesis is the method best suited for demonstrating what is already known, and it is the method employed in the principles of philosophy. In his replies to the second set of objections, Descartes asserts that there are two things which I distinguish in the geometrical mode of writing, namely, the order and the method of proof. The order consists merely in putting forward first those things which should be known without the aid of what comes subsequently, and in arranging all other matters so that their proof depends on what precedes them. I certainly tried to follow this order as accurately as possible in my meditations. 2. He then goes on to divide the method of proof into analysis and synthesis, and to say, as already quoted, that in the meditations he used only analysis. Now, according to Descartes, analysis enables us to arrive at the intuition of simple natures. And the question arises, what he meant by this term. Perhaps this can best be shown by employing one of his own examples. A body has extension and figure. And it cannot be said to be literally compounded of corporeal nature, extension, and figure, since these elements have never existed in isolation from each other. But relatively to our understanding we call it a compound constructed out of these three natures. 1. We can analyze body into these natures, but we cannot, for instance, analyze figure into further elements. Simple natures are thus the ultimate elements at which the process of analysis arrives and which are known in clear and distinct ideas. Figure, extension, motion, and so on are said to form a group of material simple natures, in the sense that they are found only in bodies. But there is also a group of intellectual or spiritual simple natures, such as willing, thinking and doubting. Further, there is a group of simple natures which are common to spiritual and material things, such as existence, unity, and duration. And Descartes includes in this group what we call common notions, which connect together other simple natures and on which the validity of inference or deduction depends. One of the examples which he gives is things which are the same as a third thing are the same as one another. Those simple natures are the ultimate elements at which analysis arrives so long as it keeps within the sphere of clear and distinct ideas. One might proceed further, but only at the cost of falling into mental confusion. And they are the ultimate materials, as it were, or starting points of deductive inference. That Descartes also speaks of simple propositions is not surprising when one considers that deduction is deduction of propositions from propositions. But it is not immediately evident how Descartes can think himself justified in speaking about simple natures as propositions. Nor can it well be claimed that Descartes proceeded to explain his meaning in a clear and unambiguous manner. For if he had done so, we should presumably not be confronted with the divergent interpretations which we find in the commentaries. We might perhaps explain the matter in terms of the distinction between the act of intuition and the act of judgment. We intuit the simple nature, but we affirm its simplicity and its distinctness from other simple natures in the proposition. But Descartes can scarcely mean to imply that simple natures are without relations. As we have seen, he mentions figure as an example of a simple nature, but in discussing the 12th rule he says that figure is conjoined with extension, another simple nature, because we cannot conceive figure without extension. Nor does the simplicity of the act of intuition necessarily mean that the object of the intuition does not comprise two elements which are necessarily connected, provided, of course, that the apprehension of the connection is immediate. For if it were not immediate, that is, if there were movement or succession, we should have a case of deduction. However, perhaps the natural way of understanding Descartes is this. We intuit first of all propositions. When in his explanation of the third rule he gives examples of intuition, he mentions in fact only propositions. Thus each individual can perceive by intellectual intuition that he exists, that he thinks, that a triangle is bounded by three lines only, a sphere by a single surface, and so on. It is from such propositions that simple natures like existence are disengaged by a kind of abstraction. But when we judge of their simplicity, this judgment takes the form of a proposition. And there remain necessary connections of conjunction or discrimination between simple natures, which are themselves affirmed by propositions. Now, simple natures, some commentators have argued, remain in the ideal order. Whether we prefer to call them concepts or essences, they are abstracted from the existential order and become like mathematical objects, such as the perfect lines and circles of the geometer. Hence we can no more deduce from them existential conclusions than we can conclude from a mathematical proposition about the triangle that there are any existent triangles. Yet in his Meditations Descartes lays down an existential proposition, cogito, ergo sum, as the fundamental principle and proceeds on this basis to prove the existence of God. We must say, therefore, that he turns his back on his own method. It is perhaps arguable that Descartes, in order to be consistent, should have prescinded from the existential order. But, obviously enough, he did not wish to produce a metaphysics with no existential reference or one whose existential reference was in doubt. And to say that his introduction of existential propositions does not square with his mathematical method is to exaggerate the role of mathematics in the Cartesian idea of method. It was Descartes' conviction that in mathematics we can see the clearest example available of the orderly use of intuition and deduction, but this does not mean that he intended to assimilate metaphysics to mathematics in the sense of confining the former to the ideal order. And, as we have seen, in the rules for the direction of the mind he gives as an instance of what he means by intuition a man's intuitive knowledge of the fact that he exists. 2. In the Meditations he proposes as questions or problems for treatment the existence of God and the immortality of the soul. Having subjected to doubt all that can be doubted, he arrives at the simple and indubitable proposition, cogito, ergo sum. He then proceeds to analyze the nature of the self whose existence is affirmed, after which, as a kind of prolongation of the original intuition, he proceeds to establish the existence of God. But already in the rules he had given as an example of a necessary proposition which many people erroneously think to be contingent, I exist, therefore God exists. 1. And the general line of argument of the Meditations is presented in the fourth part of the discourse, of method. Hence, even if it is disputable whether all the features of Descartes' global idea of method fit well together, and even if there is much that is obscure or ambiguous, it appears that the method actually employed in the Meditations is not alien from this global idea. It is worth adding that in a letter to Clercellier, Descartes points out that the word principle can be understood in different senses. It may signify an abstract principle such as the statement that it is impossible for the same thing to be and not to be at the same time. And from a principle like this we cannot deduce the existence of anything. Or it may be used to signify, for instance, the proposition affirming one's existence. And from this principle we can deduce the existence of God and of creatures other than oneself. It may be that there is no one principle to which all things can be reduced, and the manner in which one reduces other propositions to this, that it is impossible for the same thing to exist and not to exist at the same time, is superfluous and of no use. On the other hand, it is of great utility if one begins to assure oneself of the existence of God, and then of that of all creatures, by the consideration of one's own existence too. There is no question of deducing existential propositions from abstract logical or mathematical propositions. Another point to notice is that in the Meditations, where he follows what he calls the analytic method of proof, Descartes is concerned with the ordo cognoscendi, the order of discovery, not with the ordo essendi, the order of being. In the latter order God is prior, ontologically prior, that is to say. But in the order of discovery one's own existence is prior. I know intuitively that I exist, and by inspection or analysis of the intuitive material expressed in the proposition cogito, ergo sum, I can discover first that God exists and afterwards that material things exist corresponding to my clear and distinct ideas of them. When we turn to physics, we find Descartes speaking as though physics could be deduced from metaphysics. but we have to make a distinction between our knowledge of the laws which would govern any material world which God might choose to create and our knowledge of the existence of the material things which He has created. We can arrive by analysis at simple natures such as extension and motion. And from these one can deduce the general laws which govern any material world, that is to say, one can deduce the most general laws of physics or natural philosophy. In this sense physics depends on metaphysics. In the Discourse on Method Descartes summarizes the contents of the Traité du Monde and remarks that I pointed out what are the laws of nature, and, without resting my reasons on any other principle than the infinite perfections of God, I tried to demonstrate all those of which one could have any doubt, and to show that even if God had created other worlds He could not have created any in which these laws would fail to be observed but that there actually is a world in which these laws are exemplified is known with certainty, as will be seen later on, only because the divine veracity guarantees the objectivity of our clear and distinct ideas of material things. This deductive interpretation of physics gives rise to the question whether or not experiment has any part to play in the Cartesian method. And this question is rendered all the more acute by Descartes' contention that his logic enables us to discover truths hitherto unknown. The question concerns his theory, not his practice. For that he actually performed experimental work is a historical fact. 2. We are faced with two sets of texts. On the one hand he speaks scornfully of philosophers who neglect experience and imagine that truth will spring from their brain like Minerva from the head of Jupiter. 3. And writes to the Princess Elizabeth that he would not dare to undertake the task of explaining the development of the human system, being short of the requisite experimental evidence. 4. On the other hand we find him writing to Mersenne in 1638 my physics is nothing else but geometry. 6. And in 1640 that he would consider himself entirely ignorant of physics if he were only able to explain how things might be and were unable to demonstrate that they could not be otherwise. 1. Since he has reduced physics to the laws of mathematics. This does not, however, prevent his also writing to Mersenne in 1638 that to demand geometrical demonstrations of matters which depend on physics is to demand the impossible. 2. It is, indeed, clear that Descartes attributed some sort of role to experience and experiment. But it is not so clear what that R61e was. In the first place, Descartes did not think that we can deduce a priori the existence of particular physical things. That there is such a thing as a magnet, for example, is known by experience. But to ascertain the true nature of the magnet it is necessary to apply the Cartesian method. First of all, of course, the philosopher must collect the observations with which sense experience provides him. For these are the empirical data which he is going to investigate, and they are presupposed by the method. Then he will try to deduce, by analysis, that is to say, the character of that intermixture of simple natures which is necessary to produce all those effects which he has seen to take place in connection with the magnet. This achieved, he can boldly assert that he has discovered the real nature of the magnet in so far as human intelligence and the given experimental observations can supply him with this knowledge. 3. The philosopher can then reverse the process, starting with the simple natures and deducing the effects. These should, of course, be consistent with the effects which are actually observed. And experience or experiment can tell us whether they are consistent. In the second place, Descartes makes a distinction between the primary and more general effects and the more particular effects which can be deduced from principles or first causes. The former can, he thinks, be deduced without great difficulty. But there is an infinity of particular effects which might be deduced from the same first principles. How, therefore, are we to distinguish between the effects which actually take place and those which might follow but do not, because God has willed otherwise? We can do this only by empirical observation and experiment. When I wished to descend to those effects, which were more particular, so many objects of various kinds presented themselves to me that I did not think that it was possible for the human mind to distinguish the forms or species of bodies which are on the earth from an infinitude of others which might have been so if it had been the will of God to place them there, or consequently to apply them to our use. if it were not that we arrive at the causes by the effects and avail ourselves of many particular experiments. 1 Descartes seems here to be speaking of the different kinds of things which might have been created, given the ultimate principles or simple natures. But he also says that I observed hardly any particular effect as to which I could not recognize that it might be deduced from the principles in different ways too, and he concludes, I do not know any other plan than again to try to find experiments of such a nature that their result is not the same if it has to be explained in one way as it would be if explained in another. 3 Descartes' panmathematicism is thus not absolute, he does not refuse to allow any role to experience and experiment in physics. At the same time it is noticeable that the part which he assigns to verificatory experiment is to supply for the limitations of the human mind. In other words, although he does in fact give experiment a part to play in the development of our scientific knowledge of the world, and although he recognizes that we cannot in fact discover new particular truths in physics without the aid of sense experience, his ideal remains that of pure deduction. He can speak scornfully of natural philosophers who disdain any appeal to experience because he recognizes that we cannot in fact dispense with it. But he is far from being an empiricist. The ideal of assimilating physics to mathematics remains always before his eyes, and his general attitude is far removed from that of Francis Bacon. It may be somewhat misleading to speak of Descartes' panmathematicism, but the use of the term nonetheless draws attention to the general line of his thought and helps to differentiate his conception of natural philosophy from that of Bacon. It is perhaps over-optimistic to say that Descartes' theory of innate ideas sheds further light on the nature of the function which he attributes to experiment in scientific method. For the theory is itself not free from obscurity. However, it is relevant to any discussion of the experimental element in Cartesian method. And in the next section I propose to say something about the theory. 4. Descartes speaks of discovering the first principles or first causes of everything which is or which can be in the world without deriving them from any other source than certain germs of truth, which exist naturally in our souls. 1 Again, he declares that we shall without difficulty set aside all the prejudices of the senses and in this respect rely upon our understanding alone by reflecting carefully on the ideas implanted therein by nature. 2 passages of this sort inevitably suggest that according to Descartes we can construct metaphysics and physics by logical deduction from a number of innate ideas implanted in the mind by nature or, as we afterwards learn, by God. All clear and distinct ideas are innate. And all scientific knowledge is knowledge of or by means of innate ideas. Regius objected that the mind has no need of innate ideas or axioms. The faculty of thinking is quite sufficient to explain its processes. To this Descartes replied that I never wrote or concluded that the mind required innate ideas which were in some way different from its faculty of thinking. 3 We are accustomed to say that certain diseases are innate in certain families, not because the babes of these families suffer from these diseases in their mother's womb, but because they are born with a certain disposition or propensity for contracting them. 4 In other words, we have a faculty of thinking, and this faculty, owing to its innate constitution, conceives things in certain ways. Descartes mentions the general notion that things which are equal to the same thing are equal to one another and challenges his opponent to show how this notion can be derived from corporeal movements, when the latter are particular, the former universal. 6 Elsewhere he mentions other common notions or eternal truths, for example, ex nihilo nihil fit, which have their seat in the mind. 6 Statements of this sort tend to suggest that for Descartes innate ideas are a priori forms of thought which are not really distinct from the faculty of thinking. Axioms such as those mentioned above are not present in the mind as objects of thought from the beginning, but they are virtually present in the sense that by reason of its innate constitution the mind thinks in these ways. Descartes' theory would thus constitute to some extent an anticipation of Kant's theory of the a priori, with the important difference that Descartes does not say, and indeed does not believe, that the a priori forms of thought are applicable only within the field of sense experience. Yet it is clear that Descartes does not restrict innate ideas to forms of thought or molds of conception. For he speaks of all clear and distinct ideas as innate. The idea of God, for example, is said to be innate. Such ideas are not, indeed, innate in the sense that they are present in the baby's mind as fully fledged ideas. But the mind produces them, as it were, out of its own potentialities on the occasion of experience of some sort. It does not derive them from sense experience. As has already been remarked, Descartes was no empiricist. But sense experience can furnish the occasion on which these ideas are formed. The latter, clear and distinct ideas, are quite different from the adventitious ideas, the confused ideas which are caused by sense experience, and from factitious ideas, the constructions of the imagination. They are instances of the mind's actualization of its inner potentialities. It can hardly be claimed, I think, that Descartes provided a clear, positive account of the nature and genesis of innate ideas. But it is at least evident that he distinguished between adventitious, factitious, and clear and distinct ideas, and that he considered ideas of this third class to be virtually innate, implanted in the mind by nature or, more properly, by God. This theory of innate ideas is obviously relevant to Descartes' conception not only of metaphysics but also of physics. Our clear and distinct ideas of simple natures are innate. So is our knowledge of the universal and certain principles and laws of physics. They cannot be derived from sense experience, for this gives us particulars, not the universal. What, then, is the role of experience? As we have seen, it furnishes the occasions on which the mind recognizes those ideas which it draws, as it were, out of its own potentialities. Further, it is by means of experience that we are aware that there are external objects corresponding to our ideas. In our ideas there is nothing which is not innate in the mind or faculty of thinking, except only those circumstances which point to experience, the fact, for example, that we judge that this or that idea, which we now have present to our thought, is to be referred to a certain external thing, not because these external things transmitted the ideas themselves to the mind through the organs of sense, but because they transmitted something which gave it the occasion to form these ideas, by means of an innate faculty, at this time rather than at another one. What becomes, then, of Descartes' remarks about the need for experiments in physics? The answer has already been given in the last section. Verificatory experiment plays a part in physics because of the limitations of the human mind. A deductive system remains the ideal. And empirical hypotheses cannot be said to provide us with real scientific knowledge. 5. Allusion has already been made to Descartes' use of methodic doubt. As a preliminary to the search for absolute certainty, he thought that it was necessary to doubt all that could be doubted and to treat provisionally as false all that could be doubted. Because I wished to give myself entirely to the search after truth, I thought that it was necessary for me to adopt an apparently opposite course and to reject as absolutely false everything concerning which I could imagine the least ground of doubt, in order to see whether afterwards there remained anything in my beliefs which was entirely certain. 1. The doubt recommended and practiced by Descartes is universal in the sense that it is applied universally to all that can be doubted, that is, to every proposition about whose truth doubt is possible. It is methodic in the sense that it is practiced not for the sake of doubting but as a preliminary stage in the attainment of certainty and in sifting the true from the false, the certain from the probable, the indubitable from the doubtful. It is thus also provisional not only in the sense that it is a preliminary stage in the attainment of certainty but also in the sense that Descartes does not necessarily aim at substituting new propositions for those in which he formerly believed. For it may be found later that one or more propositions which were formerly only opinions, accepted, for example, on the authority of past writers or of teachers, are intrinsically certain on purely rational grounds. The doubt is also theoretical in the sense that we should not make use of it in conduct. For in conduct it frequently happens that we are obliged to follow opinions which are only probable. In other words, what Descartes proposes to do is to rethink philosophy from the start. And to do this it is necessary to examine all his opinions systematically in the hope of finding a certain and secure foundation on which to build. But all this is a matter of theoretical reflection. He does not propose, for example, to live as though there were no moral law until he has deduced a code of ethics which will satisfy all the requirements of the Cartesian method. How far can doubt be extended? In the first place, I can doubt all that I have learned through the senses. I have sometimes experienced that these senses were deceptive, and it is wiser not to trust entirely to anything by which we have once been deceived. It may be objected that though I am sometimes deceived about the nature of very distant or very small objects of sense, there are very many instances of sense perception in which it would be extravagant to imagine that I am or can be subject to deception. For example, how can I be deceived in thinking that this object is my body? All the same, it is conceivable that we are asleep and that all these particulars, for example that we open our eyes, shake our head, extend our hands, or even perhaps that we have such hands, are not true. In fine, it may be, to use the title of a play by Calder 6n, that life is a dream and that all which appears to us to be substantial and real is not so in fact. This doubt does not, however, affect the propositions of mathematics. For whether I am awake or asleep, 2 and 3 always make 5, and the square can never have more than 4 sides, and it does not seem possible that truth so clear and apparent can be suspected of any uncertainty. 3. I have sometimes been deceived in my judgments about the objects of the senses, and it is therefore not altogether unnatural to envisage the possibility of my being always deceived, since the hypothesis has a partial basis in experience. But I see very clearly that 2 and 3 added together make 5, and I have never met with any contrary instance. At first sight, therefore, it appears that I cannot be deceived in such matters. There is ground for doubting adventitious ideas which are derived through the senses, but there seems to be no ground at all for doubting propositions the truth of which I see very clearly and distinctly, like the truths of mathematics. Empirical propositions, one might say, are doubtful, but analytic propositions are surely indubitable. Yet it is possible, given a metaphysical hypothesis, to doubt even the propositions of mathematics. For I can suppose that some evil genius, no less powerful than deceitful, has employed his whole energies in deceiving me. For in other words, by a voluntary effort I can envisage the possibility of my having been so constituted that I am deceived even in thinking that those propositions are true which inevitably appear to me to be certain. Descartes did not think, of course, that the hypothesis mentioned is a probable hypothesis or that there is positive ground for doubting the truths of mathematics. But he was searching for absolute certainty, and in his opinion a necessary first stage was to doubt all that could be doubted, even though the possibility of doubting might rest on a fictitious hypothesis. Only by this sifting of supposed truths to the very limit could he hope to arrive at a fundamental truth, doubt of which would prove to be impossible. Hence Descartes was willing to set aside as doubtful or to treat provisionally as false not only all propositions concerning the existence and nature of material things but also the principles and demonstrations of those mathematical sciences which had appeared to him to be models of clarity and certainty. In this sense, as has already been remarked, his doubt was universal, not, as we shall see, that he found it possible in fact to doubt every truth without exception, but in the sense that no proposition, however evident its truth might appear to be, was to be accepted from the test. There has been a certain amount of controversy about the question whether Descartes' doubt was real or not. But it is rather difficult, I think, to give a simple answer to this question. Obviously, if Descartes proposed to doubt or to treat provisionally as false all that could be doubted, he had to have some reason for doubting a proposition before he could doubt it. For if he could find no reason at all, the proposition in question would be indubitable, and he would have already found what he was looking for, namely, a truth which was absolutely certain and could not be doubted. And if there was a reason for doubting, the doubt would presumably be real to the extent that the reason was real. But it is not easy to gather from the writings of Descartes a clear and precise account of the way in which he regarded the reasons which he offered for doubting the truth of different propositions. Doubts concerning the proposition that material things are in themselves precisely what they appear to our senses to be were for him amply justified. Believing that things are not in themselves colored, for example, he naturally thought that our adventitious ideas of things as colored are not trustworthy. As for propositions like the entire testimony of the senses must be rejected or material things are only mental images, that is, there are no extramentally existent material things corresponding to our clear ideas of them, Descartes was well aware that we cannot in practice believe or act on such assumptions. We must note the distinction emphasized by me in various passages between the practical activities of our life and an inquiry into truth, for when it is a case of regulating our life it would assuredly be stupid not to trust the senses. It was for this reason that somewhere I announced that no one in his sound mind seriously doubted about such matters. One on the other hand, even though we cannot have any real feeling of doubt in our practical lives about the objective existence of material things, we can prove the proposition asserting that they exist only after God's existence has been proved. And certain knowledge of God's existence depends on knowledge of my existence as a thinking subject. From the point of view of our acquisition of metaphysical knowledge we can doubt the existence of material things, even if we have to introduce the hypothesis of the evil genius in order to be able to do so. At the same time the introduction of this hypothesis makes the doubt hyperbolical, to use Descartes' word in the sixth meditation. 2. And his remark in the same meditation, being still ignorant, or rather supposing myself to be ignorant of the author of my being, 3 helps to underline the fact that the hypothesis of the evil genius is an admittedly voluntary and deliberate fiction. While I certainly would not care to affirm that what Descartes says in the Discourse on Method and in the Meditations always lends support to this interpretation, his general point of view, as represented in his replies to criticism and in his notes against a program, is that doubt about the existence of God or about the distinction between sleep and waking is equivalent to a deliberate abstaining from asserting and making use within the framework of his philosophical system of the propositions that God exists and that material things exist until they have been proved according to the order demanded by the ratio cognoscendi. Thus in the notes against a program Descartes asserts, I proposed, at the beginning of my meditations, to regard as doubtful all the doctrines which did not owe their original discovery to me, but had been for long denounced by the sceptics. What could be more unjust than to attribute to a writer opinions which he states only to the end that he may refute them? What more foolish than to imagine that, at least for the time being, while these false opinions are being propounded previous to their refutation, the author commits himself to them? Is there anyone obtuse enough to think that the man who compiled such a book was ignorant, so long as he was writing its first pages, of what he had undertaken to prove in the following? 1. Descartes pleads, therefore, that his mode of procedure no more implies that he doubted God's existence before he formulated the proofs that God exists than the fact that any other writer undertakes to prove this proposition implies previous real doubt about its truth. But it is true, of course, that Descartes enjoins systematic doubt of all that could be doubted, whereas philosophers like Aquinas and Scotus had not done so. The relevant question is, indeed, in what precise sense this doubt is to be understood. And it does not seem to me that Descartes provides any very clear and consistent analysis of the meaning which he attaches to the term. All we can do is to try to interpret what he says in the Discourse on Method, the Meditations, and the Principles of Philosophy in the light of his answers to questions and hostile criticism. Cogito, ergo sum, thinking and the thinker, the criterion of truth, the existence of God, the accusation of a vicious circle, the explanation of error, the certainty of mathematics, the ontological argument for God's existence. 1. As we have seen, Descartes employed methodic doubt with a view to discovering whether there was any indubitable truth. And whoever knows anything at all about his philosophy knows that he found this truth in the affirmation cogito, ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. However much I doubt, I must exist, otherwise I could not doubt. In the very act of doubting my existence is manifest. I may be deceived when I judge that material things exist which correspond to my ideas of them. And if I employ the metaphysical hypothesis of an evil genius who has so made me that I am deceived all along the line, I can conceive, though admittedly with difficulty, the possibility that I am deceived in thinking that the propositions of mathematics are certainly true. But however far I extend the application of doubt, I cannot extend it to my own existence. For in the very act of doubting my existence is revealed Here we have a privileged truth which is immune from the corroding influence not only of the natural doubt which I may feel concerning judgments about material things but also of the hyperbolical doubt which is rendered possible by the fictitious hypothesis of the Malingini. If I am deceived, I must exist to be deceived; if I am dreaming, I must exist to dream. This point had been made already centuries before by Saint Augustine. And we might perhaps expect Descartes to follow Augustine in expressing his fundamental existential truth in the form, Syphiler, sum, if I am deceived, I exist. But doubting is a form of thinking. By the word thought I understand all that of which we are conscious as operating in us too, and though the absolute certainty of my existence becomes most manifest to me in the act of doubting, Descartes, while drawing attention to the Syphiler, sum, prefers to formulate his truth in the non-hypothetical form, cogito, ergo sum. Obviously, this certainty of my own existence obtains only when I am thinking, when I am conscious. I exist, that is certain. But how often? Just when I think, for it might possibly be the case that if I ceased entirely to think, I should likewise cease altogether to exist too. If I had only ceased from thinking, even if all the rest of what I had ever imagined had really existed, I should have no reason for thinking that I had existed. 3. From the fact that I exist when I think and while I think, I cannot conclude without more ado that I exist when I am not thinking. I exist, is necessarily true each time that I pronounce it or that I mentally conceive it, for although if I cease to think I obviously could not assert my existence, I cannot possibly conceive my non-existence here and now, for to conceive is to exist. Now, Descartes speaks of this proposition/think, therefore I am. 5. And the proposition is obviously expressed in an inferential form. But he had already said that each individual can mentally have an intuition of the fact that he exists and that he thinks. 6. The question arises, therefore, whether according to Descartes I infer or intuit my existence. The answer to this question is given as follows. He who says/think, hence I am or exist, does not deduce existence from thought by a syllogism, but by a simple act of mental vision. He recognizes it as if it were a thing which is known through itself, per se. This is evident from the fact that if it were deduced syllogistically, the major premise, that everything which thinks is or exists, would have to be known previously, but it has been learned rather from the individual's experience that unless he exists he cannot think. For our mind is so constituted by nature that general propositions are formed out of the knowledge of particulars. 7. It is true that in the Principles of Philosophy Descartes says that I did not deny that we must first of all know what is knowledge, what is existence, what is certainty, and that in order to think we must be, and such like one. But while admitting to Berman that he had said this in the Principles, he explains that the priority of the major premise, whatever thinks, is implicit, not explicit. For I attend only to what I experience within myself, namely, I think, therefore I am, and I do not give attention to that general notion, whatever thinks, is. 2. Descartes may not express himself either with perfect clarity or with perfect consistency. But his general position is this. I intuit in my own case the necessary connection between my thinking and my existing. That is to say, I intuit in a concrete case the impossibility of my thinking without my existing. And I express this intuition in the proposition cogito, ergo sum. Logically speaking, this proposition presupposes a general premise. But this does not mean that I first think of a general premise and then draw a particular conclusion. On the contrary, my explicit knowledge of the general premise follows my intuition of the objective and necessary connection between my thinking and my existing. 3. Or perhaps we can say that it is concomitant with the intuition, in the sense that it is discovered as latent in or intrinsically implied by the intuition. What, however, is meant by think in the proposition cogito, ergo sum? By the word thought I understand all that of which we are conscious as operating in us. And that is why not only understanding, willing and imagining but also feeling are here the same thing as thought for. But the meaning of this passage must be clearly understood. Otherwise it may appear that Descartes is involved in inconsistency by including under thought imagining and feeling when at the same time he is feigning that all material things are non-existent. What he means is that even if I neither felt nor perceived nor imagined any real existent object, either part of my body or external to my body, it would nonetheless be true that I appear to myself to imagine and see one perceive and feel, and consequently that I have these experiences so far as they are conscious mental processes. It is at least quite certain that it seems to me that I see light, that I hear noise, and that I feel heat. This cannot be false. This is, properly speaking, what is in me called feeling, and used precisely in this sense it is no other thing than thinking. 1. In his reply to the fifth set of objections, Descartes points out that from the fact that I think that I walk I can very well infer the existence of the mind which so thinks, but not that of the body which walks. 2. I can dream that I am walking, and I must exist to dream, but it does not follow that I am actually walking. Similarly, he argues, if I think that I perceive the sun or smell a rose I must exist, and this would hold good even if there were no real sun and no objective rose. The cogito, ergo sum is therefore the indubitable truth on which Descartes proposes to found his philosophy. I came to the conclusion that I could accept it without scruple as the first principle of the philosophy for which I was seeking. 3. This conclusion, I think, therefore I am, is the first and most certain of all which occur to one who philosophizes in an orderly way, for it is the first and most certain existential judgment. Descartes does not propose to build his philosophy on an abstract logical principle. In spite of anything which some critics may have said, his concern is not simply with essences or with possibilities, he is concerned with the existing reality, and his primary principle is an existential proposition. But we have to remember that when Descartes says that this proposition is the first and most certain, he is thinking of the ordo cognoscendi. This is why he says that it is the first and most certain of all which occur to a man who philosophizes in an orderly way. He does not mean to imply, for example, that our existence is more firmly grounded than God's existence as far as the ordo cognoscendi is concerned. He means simply that in the ordo cognoscendi or ordo inveniendi the cogito, ergo sum is fundamental since it cannot be doubted. It is obviously possible to doubt whether God exists, for there are in fact people who doubt this. But it is not possible to doubt my own existence, since the proposition I doubt whether I exist is self-contradictory. I could not doubt unless I existed, at any rate during the period of doubt. I can, of course, utter the words, I doubt whether I exist, but in uttering them I cannot help affirming my own existence. This is really Descartes' point. 2. But when I affirm my own existence, what is it precisely that I affirm as existing? It must be remembered that I have already feigned that no extramental thing exists. By making the hypothesis of the evil genius I have been able to doubt, at least with a hyperbolical doubt, whether the things which I seem to perceive and to feel really exist. And this hyperbolical doubt has been applied even to the existence of my own body. Now, the cogito, ergo sum is affirmed even in the presence of this hyperbolical doubt. The point is that even given the hypothesis of the evil genius and all the consequences which flow from it, I cannot doubt my own existence without affirming it. But inasmuch as this hypothesis is presupposed, I cannot, when I affirm my own existence, be affirming the existence of my body or of anything distinct from my thinking. Hence, says Descartes, when I affirm my own existence in the cogito, ergo sum I am affirming the existence of myself as something which thinks, and nothing more. But what then am I? A thing which thinks. What is a thing which thinks? It is a thing which doubts, understands, affirms, denies, wills, refuses, and which also imagines and feels. 1. It has been brought as an objection against Descartes that he here makes a real distinction between soul or mind or consciousness and body, and that he has no right to make such a distinction at this stage, since he has not proved that no corporeal thing can think or that thinking is an essentially spiritual process. And it is true, of course, that by applying hyperbolical doubt to the existence of the body and by then declaring that even in the face of this hyperbolical doubt I cannot deny the existence of myself as a thinking thing, Descartes implies that this thinking thing, which is called myself, is not the body. But he insists that in the second meditation he did not assume that no corporeal thing can think. All he intended to assert was that the I whose existence I assert in the cogito, ergo sum, is a thinking thing. And to state that I am a thinking thing is not the same as to state that soul and body are ontologically distinct, the one being immaterial, the other material. In other words, the first assertion must be understood from an epistemological point of view. If I think away the body and then assert my own existence, I assert the existence of myself as a thinking thing, as a subject, but I do not necessarily state anything about the ontological relation between mind and body. As far as the actual point reached is concerned, we can say that whether a corporeal thing can think or not, the thinking is there, and it is of this thinking that I affirm the existence as an indubitable fact. This is why in his replies to objections Descartes insists that his doctrine about the precise relation between mind and body is established at a later stage, namely, in the sixth meditation and not in the second. But besides this, you here ask how I prove that a body cannot think. Pardon me if I reply that I have not yet given ground for the raising of the question, for I first treat of it in the sixth meditation. One similarly, in the reply to the third set of objections Descartes remarks, a thing which thinks, he says, may be something corporeal, and the opposite of this has been assumed, not proved. But in fact I did not assume the opposite, neither did I use it as a basis for my argument. I left it wholly undetermined until meditation 6, in which its proof is given. 8. In the reply to the fourth set of objections he admits that if he had been looking only for ordinary or vulgar certitude he might, already in the second meditation, have drawn from the conceivability of thinking without reference to the body the conclusion that mind and body are really distinct. But, since one of those hyperbolical doubts adduced in the first meditation went so far as to prevent me from being sure of this very fact, that things are in their true nature exactly as we perceive them to be, so long as I supposed that I had no knowledge of the author of my being, all that I have said about God and about truth in the third, fourth, and fifth meditations serves to further the conclusion as to the real distinction between mind and body, which is finally completed in the sixth meditation. 3. Finally, in reply to the seventh set of objections, Descartes asserts that I deny that I ever presupposed in any way that the mind was incorporeal. I finally proved this in the sixth meditation. It can hardly be repeated too often that Descartes proceeds in the meditations according to the ordo conoscendi or inveniendi in a methodical and systematic manner, and that he does not wish to be interpreted as asserting more at any given stage of his reflections than is required at the moment. There is another objection to which allusion must be made here. Descartes, it is said, had no right to assume that thinking requires a thinker. Thinking, or rather thoughts, constitute a datum, but the I is not a datum. Similarly, he had no justification for asserting that I am a thing which thinks. What he did was to assume uncritically the scholastic notion of substance when this doctrine ought really to have been subjected to the test of doubt. It seems to me to be true that Descartes assumes that thinking requires a thinker. In the Discourse on Method, after pointing out that to doubt or to be deceived I must exist, and that if I ceased from thinking I should have no reason for saying that I existed, he remarks, from that I knew that I was a substance the whole nature of which is to think, and that for its existence there is no need of any place, nor does it depend on any material thing. 1. Here he certainly assumes the doctrine of substance. It may be objected, of course, that it is illegitimate to press what is said in the Discourse on Method. In this work he talks, for example, as though the real ontological distinction between soul and body were known immediately on the establishment of the cogito, ergo sum, whereas in the replies to objections he draws attention to the fact that he treats of this distinction in the sixth, and not in the second, meditation. And if we are going to accept this reply in regard to the precise nature of the distinction between soul and body and refrain from pressing what is said in the discourse, we ought also to refrain from giving too much weight to what is said in the same work about knowing myself as a substance the whole essence or nature of which is to think. However, in the second meditation Descartes seems to assume that thinking requires a thinker, and in his replies to the third set of objections he simply asserts that it is certain that no thought can exist apart from a thing which thinks, no activity, no accident can be without a substance in which to exist. To the charge against Descartes that he assumed a doctrine of substance seems, therefore, to be justified. It is true that critics who bring this charge are sometimes phenomenalists, who think that Descartes was misled by grammatical forms into making the false assumption that thinking requires a thinker. But it is not necessary to be a phenomenalist in order to admit the validity of the charge. For the point seems to me to be, not that Descartes was wrong in saying that thinking requires a thinker, but that the exigencies of his method required that this proposition should be submitted to doubt and not assumed. It is, however, to be remarked that both in the Meditations and in the Principles of Philosophy Descartes treats of substance after proving the existence of God. And it might be said, therefore, that the assertion of the doctrine of substance as an ontological doctrine is not simply assumed, but that it is established only when Descartes has proved the existence of God as guarantor of the validity of all our clear and distinct ideas. As far as regards the cogito, ergo sum, Descartes was convinced, it may be said, that after thinking away all that can be doubted I apprehend, not simply a thinking or a thought, which is uncritically attributed to a thinker as substanae, but rather a thinking I or ego. I apprehend not merely a thinking but me thinking. He may be right or wrong in believing that he, or any other individual, does apprehend this immediately as an indubitable datum, but, whether right or wrong, he would not be in the position of assuming uncritically a doctrine of substance. In any case it seems true to say that for Descartes what is apprehended in the cogito, ergo sum is simply the I which is left when everything other than thinking has been thought away. It is, of course, a concrete existing I which is apprehended, and not a transcendental ego, but it is not the I of ordinary discourse, that is to say, for example, the M. Descartes who speaks with his friends and who is listened to and observed by them. If the ego of the cogito, ergo sum is contrasted with Fichte's transcendental ego, one can doubtless talk about it as the empirical ego, but the fact remains that it is not precisely the I of the sentence, I went for a walk in the parquet this afternoon. 3. Having discovered an indubitable truth, cogito, ergo sum, Descartes inquires what is required in a proposition for it to be true and certain. For since I had just discovered one which I knew to be such, I thought that I ought also to know in what this certainty consisted. One, in other words, by examining a proposition which is recognized to be true and certain, he hopes to find a general criterion of certainty. And he comes to the conclusion that there is nothing in the proposition, I think, therefore I am, which assures him of its truth except that he sees very clearly and distinctly what is affirmed. Hence, I came to the conclusion that I might assume as a general rule that the things which we conceive very clearly and distinctly are all true too. Similarly, it seems to me that I can establish as a general rule that all things which I perceive, in the French version, conceive, very clearly and very distinctly are true. 3. What is meant by clear and distinct perception? In the Principles of Philosophy 4 Descartes tells us that I call that clear which is present and apparent to an attentive mind, in the same way as we assert that we see objects clearly when, being present to the beholding eye, they operate upon it with sufficient strength. But the distinct is that which is so precise and different from all other objects that it contains within itself nothing but what is clear. We have to distinguish between clarity and distinctness. A severe pain, for example, may be very clearly perceived, but it may be confused by the sufferer with the false judgment which he makes about its nature. In this way perception can be clear without being distinct, though it cannot be distinct without being also clear. This criterion of truth was doubtless suggested to Descartes by mathematics. A true mathematical proposition imposes itself, as it were, on the mind. When it is seen clearly and distinctly, the mind cannot help assenting to it. Similarly, I affirm the proposition, I think, therefore I am, not because I apply some extrinsic criterion of truth, but simply because I see clearly and distinctly that so it is. Now, it might seem that having discovered this criterion of truth Descartes could go on to apply it without more ado. But the matter, he thinks, is not so simple as it appears. In the first place, there is some difficulty in ascertaining which are those things that we distinctly perceive. 1. In the second place, perhaps a God might have endowed me with such a nature that I may have been deceived even concerning things which seem to me most manifest. I am constrained to admit that it is easy for him, if he wishes it, to cause me to err, even in matters in which I believe myself to have the best evidence too true, in view of the fact that I have no reason to believe that there is a deceiving God, and indeed in view of the fact that I have not yet satisfied myself that there is a God at all. The reason for doubting the validity of the criterion is very slight and, so to speak, metaphysical. 3. But nonetheless it has to be taken into account. And this means that I must prove the existence of a God who is not a deceiver. If Descartes is prepared to entertain a hyperbolical doubt about the truth of propositions which are seen clearly and distinctly, it may at first sight appear that this doubt should be extended even to the proposition, I think, therefore I am. But this is certainly not the case. And the reason why it is not the case is obvious enough from what has already been said. I might have been so constituted that I am deceived when a mathematical proposition, for example, seems to me so clear that I cannot help accepting it as true, but I cannot be so constituted that I am deceived in thinking that I exist. For I cannot be deceived unless I exist. The cogito, ergo sum, provided it is taken in the sense of affirming my existence while I think, eludes all doubt, even hyperbolical doubt. It occupies a privileged position, since it is the necessary condition of all thought, all doubt, and all deception. 4. It is necessary, therefore, to prove the existence of a God who is not a deceiver if I am to be assured that I am not deceived in accepting as true those propositions which I perceive very clearly and distinctly. Further, it is necessary to prove God's existence without reference to the external world considered as a really existent object of sensation and thought. For if one of the functions of the proof is to dissipate my hyperbolical doubt about the real existence of things distinct from my thinking, I should obviously be involved in a vicious circle, were I to base my proof on the assumption that there is a really existent extramental world corresponding to my ideas of it. Descartes is thus debarred by the exigencies of his method from utilizing the type of proof which had been given by St. Thomas. He has to prove God's existence from within, so to speak. In the third meditation, Descartes begins by examining the ideas which he has in his mind. Considered only as subjective modifications or modes of thought, they are alike. But if they are considered in their representative character, according to content, they differ very much from one another, some containing more objective reality than others. Now, all these ideas are in some way caused. And it is manifest by the natural light that there must be at least as much reality in the efficient and total cause as in its effect. That which is more perfect, that is to say, which has more reality within itself, cannot proceed from the less perfect one. Some ideas, like my adventitious ideas of colors, tactile qualities, and so on, might have been produced by myself. As for ideas like substance and duration, these might have been derived from the idea which I have of myself. It is, indeed, not so easy to see how this can be so in the case of ideas like extension and motion, given that I am only a thinking thing. But because they are merely certain modes of substance and because I myself am also a substance, it would seem that they might be contained in me eminently too. The question is, therefore, whether the idea of God could have been produced by myself. What is this idea? By the name God I understand a substance which is infinite, independent, all-knowing, all-powerful, and by which I myself and everything else, if anything else exists, have been created one. And if I examine these attributes or characteristics, I shall see that the ideas of them cannot have been produced by myself. Inasmuch as I am substance, I can form the idea of substance, but at the same time I should not, as a finite substance, possess the idea of infinite substance unless it proceeded from an existing infinite substance. It may be said that I can perfectly well form for myself the idea of the infinite by a negation of finitude. But, according to Descartes, my idea of the infinite is not a merely negative idea, For I see clearly that there is more reality in infinite than in finite substance. Indeed, in some way the idea of the infinite must be prior to that of the finite. For how could I recognize my finitude and limitations except by comparing myself with the idea of an infinite and perfect being? Moreover, although I do not comprehend the nature of the infinite, my idea of it is sufficiently clear and distinct to convince me that it contains more reality than any other idea and that it cannot be a mere mental construction of my own. It may be objected that all the perfections which I attribute to God may be in me potentially. After all, I am conscious that my knowledge increases. And possibly it might increase to infinitude. But in reality this objection is fallacious. For the possession of potentiality and the ability to increase in perfection are imperfections if we compare them with the idea which we have of the actual infinite perfection of God. The objective being of an idea cannot be produced by something which exists potentially. But only by a being which is formal or actual. To this argument can, however, be supplemented by a somewhat different line of reasoning. I can ask whether I, who possess the idea of an infinite and perfect being, can exist if this being does not exist. Is it possible that I derive my existence from myself, from my parents or from some other source less perfect than God? If I were myself the author of my being, I should have bestowed on myself every perfection of which I possessed any idea and would thus be God. 3. Descartes argues that if I were cause of my own existence I would be the cause of the idea of the perfect which is present in my mind, and in order to be this I should have to be the perfect being, God himself. He argues, too, that it is not necessary to bring in the notion of the beginning of my existence in the past. For in order to be conserved in each moment in which it endures, a substance has need of the same power and action as would be required to produce and create it anew if it did not yet exist, so that the light of nature shows us clearly that the distinction between creation and conservation is solely a distinction of reason. 1. I can ask myself, therefore, whether I possess the power of making myself, who now am, exist also in the future. If I had this power, I should be conscious of it. But I am conscious of nothing of the kind, and by this I know clearly that I depend on some being different from myself too, but this being which is different from myself cannot be something less than God. There must be at least as much reality in the cause as in the effect. And it follows, therefore, that the being on which I depend must either be God or possess the idea of God. But if it is a being less than God, though possessing the idea of God, we can raise a further question about the existence of this being. And ultimately, to avoid an infinite regress, we must arrive at the affirmation of God's existence. It is perfectly clear that in this there can be no regress to infinity, since what is in question is not so much the cause which formerly created me as that which conserves me at the present time. 3. Insofar as the second line of argument is peculiar to Descartes and cannot be reduced simply to some form of the traditional causal proof of God's existence, its special characteristic is the use made in it of the idea of God as the infinite perfect being. And it shares this feature with the first line of argument. The latter, it is true, proceeds simply from the idea of God to the affirmation of God's existence, whereas the second argument affirms God not only as cause of the idea of the perfect but also as cause of myself, the being which has the idea. And so the second argument adds something to the first. But they both involve consideration of the idea of God as the infinite perfect being, and Descartes claims that the great advantage in proving the existence of God in this way by the idea of him is that we recognize at the same time what he is insofar as the weakness of our nature permits. For when we reflect on the idea of him which is implanted in us, we perceive that he is eternal, omniscient, omnipotent. And that, in fine, he has in himself all that in which we can clearly recognize any infinite perfection or good that is not limited by some imperfection. 1. It is clear, therefore, that for Descartes the idea of the perfect is a privileged idea. It is an idea which must not only be caused by an external cause but also resemble the being of which it is an idea in the way that a copy resembles a model. Our idea of the perfect and infinite being is, indeed, admittedly inadequate to the reality in the sense that we cannot comprehend God, but it is none the less clear and distinct. and it is a privileged idea in the sense that its presence forces us to transcend ourselves, by affirming that it is produced by an external cause, and at the same time to recognize its objectively representative character. Other ideas, according to Descartes, might have been produced by us. In the case of some ideas it may be highly improbable that they are mental fictions, but it is at least conceivable, even if only barely conceivable. But reflection convinces us that this is inconceivable in the case of the idea of the perfect. Many of us will probably feel very doubtful whether it is as clear and certain that the idea of the infinitely perfect being is inexplicable as a mental construction of our own. And some critics would probably wish to go further and maintain that there is really no such idea at all, even though we use the phrase infinite perfect being. But Descartes at any rate was firmly convinced not only of the tenability but also of the necessity of his thesis. According to him, the idea is a positive idea, that is, an idea with a positive content which is relatively clear and distinct. It cannot have been derived from sense perception, it is not a mental fiction, variable at will, and consequently the only alternative is that it is innate in me, just as the idea of myself is innate in me. 2. This idea is in fact the image and likeness of God in me, it is like the mark of the workman imprinted on his work, 8. Placed in me by God when he created me. Now, reference has already been made to the notes against a program where Descartes denies that by postulating innate ideas he meant to assert that these ideas are actual or that they are some kind of species, in the scholastic sense, meaning accidental modifications of the intellect, distinct from the faculty of thought. He never intended to imply that infants in the womb have an actual notion of God, but only that there is in us by nature an innate potentiality whereby we know God. And this statement seems to imply a Leibnizian conception of innate ideas, namely, that we are capable of forming the idea of God from within. That is to say, without any reference to the external world, the self-conscious subject can form within himself the idea of God. In so far as innate ideas are contrasted with ideas derived from sense perception, we can say that the idea of God is innate in the sense that it is produced by a natural and inborn capacity of the mind, being thus potentially rather than actually innate. In the third meditation, Descartes speaks of my knowledge of myself as a thing which incessantly aspires after something which is better and greater than myself. 1. And this suggests that the potentially innate idea of God is made actual under the impulse of an inborn orientation of the finite human being to its author and creator, this orientation being manifested in an aspiration towards an object more perfect than the self. And it would be natural to see in this view some connection with the Augustinian tradition with which Descartes had some acquaintance through his relation with the oratory of Cardinal de Bicix. It is, however, difficult to see how the interpretation of the innateness of the idea of God can be reconciled with other statements by Descartes. For we have already seen that in the third meditation he asks, how would it be possible that I should know that I doubt and desire, that is to say, that something is lacking to me, and that I am not quite perfect, unless I had within me some idea of a being more perfect than myself, in comparison with which I recognize the deficiencies of my nature. 2. And he expressly states that the notion of the infinite is in some way earlier than the notion of the finite, to wit, the notion of God before that of myself. 3. This passage clearly suggests that it is not that I form the idea of the infinite and perfect being because I am conscious of my imperfection and lack and of my aspiration to the perfect, but rather that I am conscious of my imperfection only because I already possess the idea of the perfect. It may be true that we cannot conclude from this that the idea of God is actually innate, but at least it seems to be stated that the idea of the perfect and infinite being, even if it is only potentially innate, is produced as an actual idea before the idea of the self. And in this case it seems to follow that Descartes changes his position between the second and third meditations. The primacy of the cogito, ergo sum, gives place to the primacy of the idea of the perfect. It can, of course, be said that the cogito, ergo sum, is a proposition or judgment, whereas the idea of the perfect is not. And Descartes has never denied that the cogito, ergo sum, presupposes some ideas. It presupposes, for example, some idea of the self. It may also, therefore, presuppose the idea of the perfect, without the primacy of the cogito, ergo sum as the fundamental existential judgment being thereby impaired. For even if the idea of the perfect precedes this judgment, the affirmation of God's existence does not. But one would have also, I think, to make some distinction between the cogito, ergo sum of the second meditation and that of the third. In the first case we have an inadequate and abstract idea of the self and affirmation of the self's existence. In the second case we have a less inadequate idea of the self, that is, of the self as possessing the idea of the perfect. And the starting point of the argument is not the bare cogito, ergo sum, considered without reference to the idea of God, but the cogito, ergo sum considered as the affirmation of the existence of a being possessing the idea of the perfect and conscious of its own imperfections, finitude, and limitation in the light of this idea. The datum is therefore not the bare self but the self as having within it the representative likeness of the infinite perfect being. The aim of these remarks is not to suggest that Descartes' arguments for the existence of God can be rendered impervious to criticism. For example, he may escape from the charge that he postulates actual innate ideas by explaining in the notes against a program that innate ideas in his sense of the term are ideas which come from no other source than our faculty of thinking and are accordingly, together with this faculty, innate in us, that is, always existing in us potentially. For existence in any faculty is not actual but merely potential existence, since the very word faculty designates nothing more or less than a potentiality one, but it is obviously open to anyone to maintain that the idea of God is not innate even in this sense. At the same time we have to try to discover what Descartes really means before we can profitably criticize what he says. To point out inconsistencies is easy enough, but behind the inconsistencies is a point of view which he is trying to express. And his point of view does not seem to involve a substitution in the third meditation of the primacy of the idea of the perfect for the primacy of the cogito, ergo sum implied in the second meditation. It is rather that a more adequate understanding of the I, the existence of which is affirmed in the cogito, ergo sum, reveals that it is a thinking self which possesses the idea of the perfect. And this is the foundation of the argument for God's existence. The whole strength of the argument which I have here made use of to prove the existence of God consists in this, that I recognize that it is not possible that my nature should be what it is, and indeed that I should have in myself the idea of a God, if God did not truly exist. 1.5. In the Meditations Descartes concludes from the two foregoing proofs of God's existence that God is not a deceiver. For God, the supremely perfect being, liable to no error or defect, exists. And from this it is manifest that he cannot be a deceiver, since the light of nature teaches us that fraud and deception necessarily proceed from some defect. 2. Since God is perfect, he cannot have deceived. Hence those propositions which I see very clearly and distinctly must be true. It is certainty about God's existence which enables me to apply universally and confidently the criterion of truth which was suggested by reflection on the privileged proposition, I think, therefore I am. But before we go any further we have to consider the question whether in proving God's existence Descartes is not involved in a vicious circle by using the very criterion which is to be guaranteed by the conclusion of the proof. The question is simple enough. Descartes has to prove God's existence before he can assure himself that it is legitimate to make use of the criterion of clarity and distinctness outside the cogito, ergo sum. But can he, and does he, prove God's existence without making use of this criterion? If he makes use of it, he proves God's existence by means of the very criterion which is established as a criterion only when God's existence has been proved. It may seem that the question should be raised only when Descartes' other argument for God's existence, namely, the so-called ontological argument, has been outlined. But I do not think that this is so. It is, indeed, true that in the principles of philosophy the ontological argument is given before the others. But in the Meditations, where Descartes is especially concerned with the ordo conoscendi or ordo inveniendi, he does not give the ontological argument until the fifth meditation, when he has already established his criterion of certain truth. Hence the use of the criterion in this particular argument would not involve him in a vicious circle. And I think, therefore, that it is best to restrict the discussion of the accusation that he is guilty of a vicious circle to the two arguments given in the third meditation. This accusation was clearly expressed by Arnold in the fourth set of objections. The only remaining scruple I have is an uncertainty as to how a circular reasoning is to be avoided in saying, the only secure reason we have for believing that what we clearly and distinctly perceive is true, is the fact that God exists. But we can be sure that God exists, only because we clearly and evidently perceive it. Therefore, prior to being certain that God exists, we should be certain that whatever we clearly and evidently perceive is true. Various ways of rescuing Descartes from the vicious circle have been proposed, but Descartes himself tried to meet the objection by making a distinction between what we perceive clearly and distinctly here and now and what we remember to have perceived clearly and distinctly on a former occasion. In answer to Arnold, he remarks that we are sure that God exists because we have attended to the proofs which established this fact, but afterwards it is enough for us to remember that we have perceived something clearly, in order to be sure that it is true. But this would not suffice, unless we knew that God existed and that he did not deceive us too. And he refers to the replies already given to the second set of objections, where he made the following declaration. When I said that we could know nothing with certainty unless we were first aware that God existed, I announced in express terms that I referred only to the science apprehending such conclusions as can recur in memory without attending further to the proofs which led me to make them. 8. Descartes is quite right in saying that he had made this distinction, for he had done so towards the end of the fifth meditation. He there said, for example, that when I consider the nature of a triangle, I who have some little knowledge of the principles of geometry recognize quite clearly that the three angles are equal to two right angles, and it is not possible for me not to believe this so long as I apply my mind to its demonstration, but so soon as I abstain from attending to the proof, although I still recollect having clearly comprehended it, it may easily occur that I come to doubt its truth, if I am ignorant of there being a God. For I can persuade myself of being so constituted by nature that I can easily deceive myself even in these matters which I believe myself to apprehend with the greatest evidence and clarity. We are not told in this passage that the divine veracity guarantees the absolute and universal validity of memory. Nor, indeed, did Descartes think that it does. In the interview with Barman he remarks that everyone must experience for himself whether he has a good memory or not. And if he has doubts on this score, he should make use of written notes or something of the kind to help him to. What the divine veracity guarantees is that I am not deceived in thinking that those propositions are true which I remember having perceived clearly and distinctly. It does not guarantee, for example, that my recollection of what was said in some conversation is correct. The question arises, therefore, whether Descartes' proofs of the existence of God, as given in the third meditation, involve the use of certain axioms or principles. One has only to read them to see that this is the case. And if these principles are employed in the proofs because their validity has been previously seen with clarity and distinctness, it is difficult to see how a vicious circle is to be avoided. For it is only at the conclusion of the proofs, when God's existence has been demonstrated, that we are assured that those propositions are true which we remember to have seen clearly and distinctly. Obviously, Descartes has to show that the employment of memory is not essential for proving God's existence. He might say that the proof is not so much a deduction or movement of the mind from one step to another, the validity of the first step being remembered when the second is taken, as a viewing of the datum, namely the existence of myself as possessing the idea of the perfect, which gradually increases in adequacy until the relation of the self to God is explicitly recognized. It would also have to be maintained that the principles or axioms which appear to be presupposed by the proofs are not seen on a former occasion and then later employed because one remembers that one has seen their validity but seen here and now in a concrete case, so that the total viewing of the datum includes the perception of the principles or axioms in a concrete application. And this is in fact what Descartes appears to imply in the interview with Berman. When accused of involving himself in a vicious circle by proving God's existence with the help of axioms, the validity of which is not yet certain, he answers that the author of the third meditation is not subject to any deception in regard to the axioms, because his attention is fixed on them. As long as he does this, he is certain that he is not deceived, and he is compelled to give his assent to them. In answer to the retort that one cannot conceive more than one thing at a time, Descartes replies that this is simply not true. It can hardly be claimed, however, that this reply meets all objections. As we have seen, Descartes pressed doubt to the point of hyperbolical doubt by means of the fictitious hypothesis of the evil genius. Although the cogito, ergo sum is impervious to all doubt whatsoever, since we can say dubito, ergo sum, Descartes appears to say that we can envisage at least the bare possibility of our being deceived in regard to the truth of any other proposition which we perceive clearly and distinctly here and now. True, he does not always speak in this way, but this is what the hypothesis of the evil genius seems to imply. 2. And the question then arises whether his solution of the problem of the vicious circle enables him to remove this hyperbolical doubt. For even if in proving God's existence I do not employ my memory but perceive the truth of axioms by attending to them here and now, it seems that this perception is subject to hyperbolical doubt until I have proved the existence of a God who is not a deceiver. But how can I ever be assured of the truth of this conclusion if the latter rests on axioms or principles which are themselves subject to doubt until the conclusion has been proved? If the validity of the conclusion, the proposition affirming God's existence, is to be used to assure myself of the validity of the principles on which the conclusion rests, I appear to be involved in a vicious circle. To answer this difficulty, Descartes would have to explain hyperbolical doubt as affecting only the memory of having seen propositions clearly and distinctly. In other words, he ought to make his theory of hyperbolical doubt agree more clearly with his reply to Arnauld than he appears to have done. He could then escape the charge of being involved in a vicious circle, provided that the use of memory is not essential to the proofs of God's existence. Or he would have to show that the clear and distinct perception of the axioms which he himself admits to be involved in the proofs is itself involved in the basic and privileged intuition which is expressed in the cogito, ergo sum. There are doubtless further difficulties which could be raised. Suppose, for example, that I am now pursuing a line of reasoning in mathematics which involves reliance on memory. Or suppose that I am simply making use of mathematical propositions which I recollect having perceived clearly and distinctly on a previous occasion. What is my guarantee that I can rely confidently on my memory? Memory of the fact that I once proved God's existence? Or must I recall to mind an actual proof of God's existence? In the fifth meditation, Descartes says that even when I do not recollect the reasons which led me to affirm that God exists, that he is not a deceiver and that consequently all that I perceive clearly and distinctly is true, I still have a true and certain knowledge of this last proposition. 4. Provided that I recollect having perceived its truth clearly and distinctly in the past, 110 contrary reason can be brought forward which could ever cause me to doubt of its truth. One assurance of the existence of God removes hyperbolical doubt, and so I can dismiss any suggestions which proceed from such doubt. It may be questioned, however, whether this answer of Descartes meets all the difficulties which arise out of his various ways of speaking. The Cartesian system could, of course, be so amended that the vicious circle, real 0-1 apparent, would disappear. For example, if Descartes had used the divine veracity simply to assure himself that material things exist corresponding to our ideas of them, Arnauld's accusation would have been deprived of its foundation. We might wish to criticize the representative theory of perception which would seem to be presupposed, but there would be no vicious circle. For Descartes does not presuppose the existence of material things when proving God's existence. For this reason it may be a mistake to attach too much importance to the problem of the vicious circle, and it may appear that I have devoted a disproportionate amount of space to the subject. At the same time, when we are considering a philosopher who aims at developing a closely knit system in which each step follows logically from the previous step and in which no presuppositions are made which are illegitimate from the methodological point of view, it is a matter of some importance to examine whether or not he has achieved his aims. And the proofs of God's existence provide an obvious case in which this is at least questionable. However, if Descartes can successfully maintain that the proofs do not necessarily involve the employment of memory and that the perception of any axioms involved in the proofs is somehow included in the basic and privileged intuition, he can free himself from Arnold's charge. Unfortunately, Descartes does not develop his position in an unambiguous and thoroughly consistent manner. And this, of course, is the reason why historians can give somewhat divergent accounts of his position. 6. If, however, we once assume that we have proved the existence and veracity of God, the problem of truth undergoes a change. The question is now, not how I can be sure that I have attained certainty outside the cogito, ergo sum, but rather how error is to be explained. If God has created me, I cannot attribute error either to my understanding as such or to my will as such. To make error necessary would be to make God responsible for it. And I have already ascertained that God is not a deceiver. Whence then come my errors? They come from the sole fact that since the will is much wider in its range and compass than the understanding, I do not restrain it, the will, within the same bounds but extend it also to things which I do not understand. And as the will is of itself indifferent to these, it easily turns aside from the true and the good, and so I am deceived and sin one provided only that I refrain from making a judgment about something which I do not see clearly and distinctly, I shall not fall into error. But while the perception of the understanding extends only to the few objects which present themselves to it and is always very limited, the will, on the other hand, may in some measure be said to be infinite. So that we easily extend it beyond that which we apprehend clearly. And when we do this, there is no wonder if it happens that we are deceived too. The will goes out to things which the individual does not yet possess, even to things which the intellect does not understand. Hence we are easily led to judge about what we do not clearly understand. This is not the fault of God, for error is not rendered necessary by the will's infinity. It is in the misuse of the free will that the privation which constitutes the characteristic nature of error is met with, that is, the privation is found in an act in so far as it proceeds from me, not in the faculty which I have received from God, nor even in the act in so far as it depends on Him. 1-7. Having satisfied himself that he cannot fall into error provided that he restricts his judgments to what he perceives clearly and distinctly, Descartes goes on to justify our belief in the certainty of pure mathematics. Like other thinkers before him, such as Plato and Saint Augustine, he is struck by the fact that we discover rather than invent the properties of, for instance, a triangle. In pure mathematics we have a progressive insight into eternal essence or natures and their interrelations, and the truth of mathematical propositions, so far from being dependent. 11 Our free choice imposes itself upon the mind because we see it clearly and distinctly. So we too can take it that we cannot be deceived when we assert mathematical propositions which we deduce from propositions which have been clearly and distinctly seen. 8. One might expect that after having ascertained the certain truth of two existential judgments, namely, the cogito, ergo sum and the proposition affirming God's existence, and of all judgments of the ideal order which are clearly and distinctly perceived, Descartes would immediately go on to consider what we are entitled to assert about the existence and nature of material things. In point of fact, however, he proceeds to expound the ontological argument for God's existence. And the connection of this theme with the foregoing is the following reflection. If all which I know clearly and distinctly as pertaining to this object really does belong to it, may I not derive from this an argument demonstrating the existence of God? 3 I know, for example, that all the properties which I clearly and distinctly perceive to belong to the essence of a triangle really do belong to it. Can I demonstrate the existence of God by considering the perfections contained in the idea of God? Descartes answers that this is possible. For existence is itself one of the perfections of God and belongs to the divine essence. It is true, of course, that I can conceive a rectilinear triangle without ascribing existence to it, though I am forced to admit that the sum of its angles amounts to 2 right angles. And the explanation of this is simple enough. Existence is not an essential perfection of the idea of a triangle. and from the fact that I cannot conceive a rectilinear triangle the angles of which do not amount to two right angles, it follows only that if there is any existent rectilinear triangle its angles equal two right angles, but it does not necessarily follow that there is any existent rectilinear triangle. The divine essence, however, being supreme perfection, comprises existence, which is itself a perfection. Hence I cannot conceive God except as existing. That is to say, I cannot understand the idea of God, which expresses his essence, and at the same time deny his existence. The necessity of conceiving God as existence is thus a necessity in the object itself, in the divine essence, and it is useless to object that my thought does not impose necessity on things. It is not within my power to think of God without existence, that is, of a supremely perfect being devoid of a supreme perfection, though it is in my power to imagine a horse either with wings or without wings. The idea of God is thus on this count also a privileged idea, it occupies a unique status. I cannot conceive anything but God himself, to whose essence existence too pertains. 3. We shall encounter this argument again, in the revised form in which Leibniz defended it and in connection with Kant's adverse criticism of it. But it may be worthwhile to make the following points here with reference to Descartes' assessment of its value. In the first place, Descartes refused to admit that the ontological argument can be reduced to a mere matter of verbal definition. Thus in his reply to the first set of objections he denies that he intended to say merely that when it is understood what the meaning of the word God is, it is understood that God exists in fact as well as an idea of our minds. Here there is a manifest error in the form of the argument, for the only conclusion to be drawn is hence, when we understand what the word God means, we understand that it means that God exists in fact as well as in the mind. But because a word implies something, this is no reason for its being true. My argument, however, was of the following kind. That which we clearly and distinctly understand to belong to the true and immutable nature of anything, its essence or form, can be truly affirmed of that thing. But after we have with sufficient accuracy investigated the nature of God, we clearly and distinctly understand that to exist belongs to his true and immutable nature. Therefore we can with truth affirm of God that he exists. 1. Descartes thus believes that we have a positive insight into the divine nature or essence. Without this supposition the ontological argument cannot, indeed, stand, yet it constitutes one of the major difficulties in accepting the argument as valid. Leibniz saw this, and attempted to cope with the difficulty. 2. The second point which I wish to mention has already been alluded to in passing. As we have seen, Descartes does not expound the ontological argument until the fifth meditation, when he has already proved the existence of God and established that all that we perceive clearly and distinctly is true. And this implies that the argument, while elucidating a truth about God, namely, that he exists necessarily or in virtue of his essence, is of no avail for the atheist who is not already certain that whatever he clearly and distinctly perceives is true. And the atheist cannot know this last fact until he knows that God exists. Hence it would appear that the real proofs of God's existence offered by Descartes are those contained in the third meditation, and that the function of the ontological argument is simply to elucidate a truth about God. On the other hand, even in the fifth meditation, in the French version, Descartes speaks of the ontological argument as demonstrating the existence of God. 3. And towards the end of the meditation he seems to say that we can draw from it the conclusion that all that we see clearly and distinctly is true, a conclusion which would imply that the argument is a perfectly valid proof of God's existence, independently of the other proofs already given. Moreover, in the Principles of Philosophy, for he gives the ontological argument first and clearly says that it is a demonstration of God's existence. The question arises, therefore, whether we have two incompatible assessments of the ontological argument or whether some explanation of Descartes' procedure can be found, which will harmonize the two apparently different ways of speaking. It does not seem to me that Descartes' different ways of speaking can be rendered perfectly consistent. At the same time, a general line of harmonization can be found if we bear in mind his distinction between the ordo inveniendi, the order of discovery or the order in which a philosopher investigates his subject analytically, and the ordo docendi, the order of teaching or systematic exposition of truths already discovered. 1. In the order of discovery, as far as explicit knowledge is concerned, we know our own imperfection before the divine perfection. Hence the order of discovery seems to demand an a posteriori proof of God's existence, and this is given in the third meditation. The ontological argument is reserved till later, when it is introduced to elucidate a truth about God, in dependence on the then already established principle that whatever we see clearly and distinctly is true. According to the order of teaching, however, so far as it represents the ordo essendi or order of being, the infinite perfection of God is prior to our imperfection, and so in the principles of philosophy Descartes starts with the ontological argument which is based on the infinite perfection of God. By doing this he appears to neglect his own doctrine that the existence of God must be proved before we can extend the use of the criterion of clarity and distinctness beyond the cogito, ergo sum. But if, as seems to be the case, he looked on the proofs contained in the third meditation as a prolongation and deepening of the original intuition expressed in the cogito, ergo sum, it may be that he regarded the ontological argument in the same light. It is possible that Descartes' treatment of our knowledge of God's existence combines, without sufficient discrimination, two attitudes or points of view. There is first the rationalist point of view, according to which the arguments are really inferential processes. And if they are regarded in this light, Descartes did well to separate the ontological argument from the a posteriori proofs of the third meditation, though at the same time the problem of the vicious circle in regard to the latter becomes acute. And there is secondly the Augustinian point of view. One does not really know oneself, the self whose existence is affirmed in the cogito, ergo sum, unless it is known as one term of the total relationship, self-God. What is required is not so much a process of the existence of bodies, substances and their principal attributes, the relation between mind and body. So far we are assured of the truth of only two existential propositions, I exist and God exists. But we also know that all the things which we apprehend clearly and distinctly belong to the realm of possibility. That is to say, they can be created by God, even if we do not yet know whether they have been so created. It is therefore sufficient, says Descartes, that we, or, more accurately, I, should be able to apprehend one thing clearly and distinctly apart from another to be assured that the two are really different and that the one can be created without the other. Now, on the one hand I see that nothing belongs to my essence, as affirmed in the cogito, ergo sum, except that I am a thinking and unextended thing, while on the other hand I have a clear and distinct idea of body as an extended and unthinking thing. And it follows that this I, that is to say, my soul by which I am what I am, is entirely and absolutely distinct from my body, and can exist without it. 1. In this case, of course, my existence as a thinking thing does not of itself prove the existence of my body, let alone of other bodies. But I find in myself certain faculties and activities, such as the power of changing position and of local motion in general, which clearly imply the existence of corporeal or extended substance, the body. 2. For in the clear and distinct perception of such activities extension is in some way included, whereas thinking or intellection is not. Further, sense perception involves a certain passivity, in the sense that I receive impressions of ideas and that it does not depend simply and solely on myself what impressions I receive. This faculty of sense perception does not presuppose thought, and it must exist in some substance other than myself considered as an essentially thinking and unextended thing. Again, inasmuch as I receive impressions, sometimes against my will, I am inevitably inclined to believe that they come to me from bodies other than my own. And because God, who is no deceiver, has given me a very great inclination to believe that they, impressions or ideas of sense, are conveyed to me by corporeal objects, I do not see how he could be defended from the accusation of deceit if these ideas were produced by causes other than corporeal objects. Hence we must allow that corporeal objects exist. 1. Perhaps they are not exactly what sense perception suggests that they are, but at any rate they must exist as external objects in respect of all that we clearly and distinctly perceive in them. Descartes deals rather summarily with the existence of bodies. Moreover, neither in the Meditations nor in the Principles of Philosophy does he treat specifically the problem of our knowledge of the existence of other minds. But his general argument is that we receive impressions and ideas, and that as God has implanted in us a natural inclination to attribute them to the activity of external material causes, the latter must exist. For God would be a deceiver, were he to give us this natural inclination and yet at the same time to produce these impressions directly and immediately by his own activity. And Descartes, if called upon, would doubtless produce an analogous argument, with an appeal to the divine veracity, to existence, the existence of other minds. We can dismiss, therefore, that form of hyperbolical doubt which formerly suggested to us that life might be a dream and that no corporeal things exist corresponding to our ideas of them. I ought to set aside all the doubts of these past days as hyperbolical and ridiculous, particularly that very general uncertainty respecting sleep, which I could not distinguish from the waking state. 2. And being thus assured of the existence of both mind and body, we can proceed to inquire more closely into the nature of each and into the relationship between the two. 2. Descartes defines substance as an existent thing which requires nothing but itself in order to exist. 3. But this definition, if understood in a strict and literal sense, applies to God alone. To speak truth, nothing but God answers to this description, as being that which is absolutely self-sustaining, for we perceive that there is no created thing which can exist without being sustained by his power. But Descartes did not draw the Spinozistic conclusion that there is only one substance, God, and that all creatures are simply modifications of this one substance. He concluded instead that the word substance cannot be predicated in a univocal sense of God and of other beings. He thus proceeds in the opposite way, so to speak, to that in which the scholastics proceeded. For while the latter applied the word substance first to natural things, the objects of experience, and then in an analogical sense to God, Descartes applies the word primarily to God and then secondarily, and analogically, to creatures. This procedure is in accordance with his professed intention of going from cause to effect rather than the other way round. And though he was by no means a pantheist himself, we can, of course, detect in his manner of proceeding a preliminary stage in the development of the Spinozistic conception of substance. But to say this is not to suggest that Descartes would have approved of this conception. However, if we leave God out of account and think only of substance in its application to creatures, we can say that there are two kinds of substances and that the word is predicated in a univocal sense of these two classes of things. Created substances, however, whether corporeal or thinking, may be conceived under this common concept, for they are things which need only the concurrence of God in order to exist. Now, what we perceive are not substances as such but rather attributes of substances. And inasmuch as these attributes are rooted in different substances and manifest the latter, they give us knowledge of substances. But not all attributes are on an equal footing. For there is always one principal property of substance which constitutes its nature and essence, and on which all the others depend. 2. The idea of substance as that which needs nothing else, save, in the case of created things, the divine activity of conservation, is a common notion, and it will not serve to differentiate one kind of substance from another. We can do this only by considering the attributes, properties, and qualities of substances. On this point the scholastics would have agreed. But Descartes went on to assign to each kind of substance a principal attribute which he proceeded to identify to all intents and purposes with the substance itself. For his way of determining what is the principal attribute of a given type of substance is to ask what it is that we perceive clearly and distinctly as an indispensable attribute of the thing, so that all other attributes, properties, and qualities are seen to presuppose it and depend upon it. And the conclusion seems to be that we cannot distinguish between the substance and its principal attribute. They are to all intents and purposes identical. As will be noted later, this point of view involved him in certain theological difficulties. We have already seen that for Descartes the principal attribute of spiritual substance is thinking. And he was prepared to maintain that spiritual substance is in some sense always thinking. Thus he tells Arnauld that I have no doubt that the mind begins to think at the same time that it is infused into the body of an infant, and that it is at the same time conscious of its own thought, though afterwards it does not remember it, because the specific forms one of these thoughts do not live in the memory too. So again he asks Gassendi, but why should it, the soul or mind, not always think, when it is a thinking substance? Why is it strange that we do not remember the thoughts it has had when in the womb or in a stupor, when we do not even remember most of those which we know we have had when grown up, in good health, and awake? 3. And, indeed, if the essence of the soul is to think, it must obviously either always think, even when at first sight it does not do so, or cease to exist when not thinking. Descartes' conclusion follows from his premises. Whether the premises are true or not, is another question. What, then, is the principal attribute of corporeal substance? It must be extension. We cannot conceive figure or action, for example, without extension, but we can conceive extension without figure or action. Thus extension in length, breadth, and depth constitutes the nature of corporeal substance, for here we have the geometrical conception of corporeal substance, considered apart from motion and energy. These principal attributes are inseparable from the substances of which they are attributes. But there are also modifications which are separable, not in the sense that they can exist apart from the substances of which they are modifications, but in the sense that the substances can exist without those particular modifications. For example, though thinking is essential to the mind, the latter has different thoughts successively. And though a thought cannot exist apart from the mind, the latter can exist without this or that particular thought. Similarly, though extension is essential to corporeal substance, a particular quantity or shape is not. The size and figure of a body can vary. And these variable modifications of the attributes of thought and extension are called by Descartes modes. He does, indeed, say that when we here speak of modes we mean nothing more than what are elsewhere termed attributes or qualities. 1. But he proceeds to distinguish his uses of these terms and adds that because in God there is no change we should not ascribe to him modes or qualities but only attributes. And when we consider thought and extension as modes of substances we are thinking of them as modifiable in diverse ways. In practice, therefore, the word mode should be restricted to the variable modifications of created substances. 2-3. The natural conclusion to draw from the foregoing is that the human being consists of two separate substances and that the relation of mind to body is analogous to that of the pilot in the ship. In scholastic Aristotelianism the human being was depicted as a unity, soul standing to body as form to matter. The soul, moreover, was not reduced to mind, it was regarded as the principle of biological, sensitive, and intellectual life. And in Thomism at least it was depicted as giving existence to the body, in the sense of making the body what it is, a human body. Clearly, this view of the soul facilitated insistence on the unity of the human being. Soul and body together form one complete substance. But on Descartes' principles it would appear to be very difficult to maintain that there is any intrinsic relationship between the two factors. For if Descartes begins by saying that I am a substance the whole nature of which is to think, and if the body does not think and is not included in my clear and distinct idea of myself as a thinking thing, it would seem to follow that the body does not belong to my essence or nature. And in this case I am a soul lodged in a body. True, if I can move my body and direct some of its activities, there is at least this relationship between the two, that the soul stands to the body as mover to moved and the body to the soul as instrument to agent. And if this is so, the analogy of the relationship between a captain or a pilot and his ship is not inapt. It is, therefore, easy to understand Arnauld's remark in the fourth set of objections that the theory of my clearly and distinctly perceiving myself to be merely a thinking being leads to the conclusion that nothing corporeal belongs to the essence of man, who is hence entirely spirit, while his body is merely the vehicle of spirit, whence follows the definition of man as a spirit which makes use of a body. 1. In point of fact, however, Descartes had already stated in the sixth meditation that the self is not lodged in the body as a pilot in a ship. There must be, he says, some truth in all things which nature teaches us. For nature in general means either God or the order of things created by God, while nature in particular means the complexus of things which he has given us. And God, as W.C. have seen, is no deceiver. If, therefore, nature teaches me that I have a body which is affected by pain and which feels hunger and thirst, I cannot doubt that there is some truth in all this. But nature also teaches me by these sensations of pain, hunger, thirst, etc., that I am not only lodged in my body as a pilot in a vessel, but that I am very closely united to it, and, so to speak, so intermingled with it that I seem to compose with it one whole. For if this were not the case, when my body is hurt, I, who am merely a thinking being, should not feel pain, for I should perceive this wound by the understanding only, just as the sailor perceives by sight when something is damaged in his vessel. Descartes appears to be in a difficult position. On the one hand, his application of the criterion of clarity and distinctness leads him to emphasize the real distinction between soul and body and even to represent each of them as being a complete substance. On the other hand, he does not want to accept the conclusion which appears to follow, namely, that the soul is simply lodged in a body which it uses as a kind of extrinsic vehicle or instrument. And he did not reject this conclusion simply to avoid criticism on theological grounds. For he was aware of empirical data which militate against the truth of the conclusion. He was aware, in other words, that the soul is influenced by the body and the body by the soul and that they must in some sense constitute a unity. He was not prepared to deny the facts of interaction, and, as is well known, he tried to ascertain the point of interaction. In order to understand all these things more perfectly, we must know that the soul is really joined to the whole body, and that we cannot, properly speaking, say that it exists in any one of its parts, to the exclusion of the others, because it is one and in some manner indivisible. But, it is likewise necessary to know that although the soul is joined to the whole body, there is yet a certain part in which it exercises its functions more particularly than in all the others, and it is usually believed that this part is the brain, or possibly the heart. But, in examining the matter with care, it seems as though I have clearly ascertained that the part of the body in which the soul exercises its functions immediately is in no way the heart, nor the whole of the brain, but merely the most inward of all its parts, to wit, a certain very small gland which is situated in the middle of its substance and which is so suspended above the duct whereby the animal spirits one in its anterior cavities have communication with those in the posterior that the slightest movements which take place in it alter very greatly the course of these spirits, and reciprocally that the smallest changes which occur in the course of the spirits may do much to change the movements of this gland. Localization of the point of interaction does not, indeed, solve the problems arising in connection with the relationship between an immaterial soul and a material body, and from one point of view it seems to underline the distinction between soul and body. However, it is clear that Descartes had no intention of denying interaction. This combination of two lines of thought, namely that of emphasizing the distinction between soul and body and that of accepting and trying to explain interaction and the total unity of man, is reflected in Descartes' reply to Arnauld. If soul and body are said to be incomplete substances because they cannot exist by themselves, I confess that it seems to me to be a contradiction for them to be substances. Taken alone, they are complete substances. And I know that thinking substance is a complete thing no less than that which is extended. 8 Here Descartes says that soul and body are complete substances, underlining the distinction between them. At the same time it is true that in another sense they can be called incomplete substances, that is, in a sense which allows that in so far as they are substances they have no lack of completeness, and which merely asserts that, in so far as they refer to some other substance, in unison with which they form a single self-subsistent thing. Mind and body are incomplete substances viewed in relation to the man who is the unity which they form together. One in view of this unsatisfactory position of uneasy balance, it is understandable that a Cartesian like Jelinek maintained a theory of occasionalism according to which there is no real causal interaction between soul and body. On the occasion of an act of my will, for example, God moves the arm. Indeed, Descartes had himself given grounds for the development of such a theory. For example, in the notes against a program he speaks of external objects transmitting to the mind through the organs of sense, not ideas themselves, but something which gave the mind occasion to form these ideas, by means of an innate faculty, at this time rather than at another. A passage like this inevitably suggests the picture of two series of events, ideas in the mental series and movements in the corporeal series, the latter being the occasion on which the former are produced by the mind itself. And inasmuch as Descartes stressed the constant conserving activity of God in the world, this conservation being interpreted as an ever-renewed creation, one might draw the conclusion that God is the only direct causal agent. I do not mean to suggest that Descartes himself asserted a theory of occasionalism, for, as we have seen, he maintained that interaction takes place. But his treatment of the subject understandably led to the assertion of an occasionalist theory, offered partly as an explanation of what interaction really means, by those who maintained Descartes' general position with regard to the nature and status of mind. The qualities of bodies Descartes and the dogma of transubstantiation, space and place, motion, duration and time, the origin of motion, the laws of motion, the divine activity in the world, living bodies. 1. We have seen that according to Descartes the principal attribute of corporeal substance is extension, thus extension 1 in length, breadth, and depth constitutes the nature of corporeal substance. 2. We can allow, therefore, that size and figure are objective natural phenomena. For they are modes or variable modifications of extension. But what is to be said about qualities like color, sound, and taste, the so-called secondary qualities? Do they exist objectively in corporeal substances or not? Descartes' answer to this question resembles that already given by Galileo. 8. These qualities are nothing in external things but the various dispositions of these objects which have the power of moving our nerves in various ways. 1. Light, color, smell, taste, sound and the tactile qualities are nothing more, as far as is known to us, than certain dispositions of objects consisting of magnitude, figure, and motion. 5. Thus the secondary qualities exist in us as sentient subjects rather than in external things. The latter, extended things in motion, cause in us the sensations of color, sound and so on. This is what Descartes meant when he said at an earlier stage of his inquiry that corporeal things might not turn out to be precisely what they seem to be. We read, for example, hence we must allow that corporeal things exist. However, they are perhaps not exactly what we perceive by the senses, because this apprehension by the senses is in many instances very obscure and confused. 8. Extension is what we perceive clearly and distinctly to belong to the essence or nature of corporeal substance. But our ideas of colors and sounds are not clear and distinct. The natural conclusion would seem to be that our ideas of colors, sounds and so on are not innate ideas but adventitious ideas, coming from outside, caused, that is to say, by external corporeal things. Descartes held that there are in bodies imperceptible particles, though they are not, like Democritus' atoms, indivisible. 1. And this naturally suggests that in his opinion these particles in motion cause a stimulation of the sense organs which leads to the perception of colors, sounds and other secondary qualities. Arnauld certainly understood him in this sense. M. Descartes recognizes no sense qualities, but only certain motions of the minute bodies which surround us, by means of which we perceive the different impressions to which we afterwards give the names of color, savor, and odor. 8. And in his reply Descartes asserts that what stimulates the senses is the superficies which forms the boundary of the dimensions of the perceived body, because no sense is stimulated otherwise than by contact, and contact takes place only at the surface. 3. He then goes on to say that by surface we must not understand only the external figure of bodies as felt by the fingers. For there are in bodies minute particles which are imperceptible, and the surface of a body is the superficies which immediately surrounds its separate particles. In the notes against a program, however, Descartes asserts that nothing reaches our mind from external objects through the organs of sense beyond certain corporeal movements, and he draws the conclusion that the ideas of pain, color, sound and the like, must be innate. 1. Hence, if the ideas of secondary qualities are innate, they can hardly be at the same time adventitious. Corporeal movements stimulate the senses, and on the occasion of these movements the mind produces its ideas of colors and so on. In this sense they are innate. Indeed, in the notes against a program Descartes says that all ideas are innate, even the ideas of corporeal movements themselves. For we do not conceive them in the precise form in which they exist. We must distinguish, therefore, between the corporeal movements and the ideas of them which we form on the occasion of our being stimulated by them. This theory implies, of course, a representative theory of perception. What is perceived is in the mind, though it represents what is outside the mind. And this theory gives rise to obvious problems. But, quite apart from this point, the distinction between innate, adventitious, and factitious ideas appears to break down if it turns out that all ideas are innate. It appears that Descartes first intended to restrict innate ideas to clear and distinct ideas, distinguishing them from ideas which are adventitious and confused, but that he later came to think that all ideas are innate, in which case, of course, not all innate ideas are clear and distinct. And there is evidently a link between these different ways of speaking about ideas and the different ways in which he speaks about the relation between soul and body. For if there can be real relations of efficient causality between body and mind, there can be adventitious ideas, whereas on an occasionalistic hypothesis all ideas must be innate, in Descartes' sense of the word innate. However, if we neglect Descartes' different ways of speaking and select only one aspect of his thought, we can say that he geometrized bodies, in the sense that he reduced them, as they exist in themselves, to extension, figure and size. This interpretation should not be pressed, it is true, but his tendency is to introduce a bifurcation between the world of the physicist, who can neglect all qualities like color except in so far as they can be reduced to the movements of particles, and the world of ordinary sense perception. The key to truth is purely rational intuition. We cannot say simply that perception is delusive, but it must submit itself to the final judgment of pure intelligence. The mathematical spirit is here paramount in Descartes' thought. 2. At this point I wish to mention briefly a theological difficulty in which Descartes was involved through his theory of corporeal substance. The difficulty, to which a vague, passing allusion was made in the last chapter, concerns the dogma of transubstantiation. According to the dogmatic decrees of the Council of Trent, at the consecration in the Mass the substance of the bread and wine are changed into the body and blood of Christ, while the accidents one of the bread and wine remain. But if, as Descartes held, extension is identical with corporeal substance, and if qualities are subjective, it seems to follow that there are no real accidents which can remain after the conversion of the substance. Arnauld raises this point in the fourth set of objections in the section headed, Matters likely to cause difficulty to theologians. It is an article of our faith, says Arnauld, that the substance of the bread passes out of the bread of the Eucharist, and that only its accidents remain. Now these are extension, figure, color, odor, savor, and the other sensible qualities. But M. Descartes recognizes no sense qualities, but only certain motions of the minute bodies which surround us, by means of which we perceive the different impressions to which we afterwards give the names of color, savor, and the like. Hence there remain figure, extension, and mobility. But M. Descartes denies that these powers can be comprehended apart from the substance in which they inhere, and hence that they can exist apart from it. 1. In his reply to Arnauld, Descartes observes that the Council of Trent employs the word species, not the word accidents, and he understands species as meaning semblance. The semblance or appearances of bread and wine remain after the consecration. Now, species can only mean what is required for acting on the senses. And that which stimulates the senses is the superficies of a body, that is, the limit which is conceived to lie between the particles of a body and the bodies that surround it, a boundary which has absolutely none but a modal reality. 2. Further, as the substance of the bread is changed into another substance in such a way that the second substance is entirely contained within the same limits as those within which the other substances previously were, or in precisely the same place as that in which the bread and wine previously existed, or rather, since these boundaries are continually moving, in that in which they would exist if they were present, it necessarily follows that the new substance would act on our senses in entirely the same way as that in which the bread and wine would act, if no transubstantiation had occurred. 8. So far as possible, Descartes avoided theological controversy. For the extension of Jesus Christ in this holy sacrament, I have not explained it, because I was not obliged to do so, and because I abstain as far as I can from questions of theology. But he did so in another letter. 8. However, since Arnauld raised the question, Descartes felt obliged to attempt to reconcile his theory of modes with the dogma of transubstantiation, or rather to show how the dogma could be satisfactorily maintained and explained, given a theory of modes which he looked on as being certainly true. But though he did not deny the dogma, if he had, the problem of reconciling his theory with it would obviously not have arisen. His explanation of its implications in the light of his own theory of modes has not satisfied Catholic theologians. For though it is perfectly true that the Council of Trent used the word species and not the word accidents, it is clear enough that species was taken and intended in the sense of accidents and not merely in the very broad sense of appearance. Descartes' attitude is clear enough. If I may here speak the truth freely and without offense, I avow that I venture to hope that a time will some day come when the doctrine that postulates the existence of real accidents will be banished by theologians as being foreign to rational thought, incomprehensible, and causing uncertainty in the faith, and that mine will be accepted in its place as being certain and indubitable. 1. His hope has not been fulfilled. It may be noted that quite apart from its theological connections and repercussions, Descartes' discussion of this matter makes it clear that although he talked about substances and modes, it is a mistake to understand these terms as implying acceptance of the scholastic theory of substances and accidents. Substance really means for him what one clearly and distinctly perceives to be the fundamental attribute of a thing, while the substitution of the word mode for accident helps to indicate his disbelief in real accidents which, though only through divine power, can exist in separation from the substance of which they were accidents. Perhaps it is worth adding that though the dogma of transubstantiation is understood by Catholic theologians as implying the existence of real accidents, it is not taken as necessarily implying that material things are, for example, colored in a formal sense. In other words, the dogma cannot be used to settle the problem of secondary qualities. 3. If the nature or essence of corporeal substance consists in extension, what account is to be given of space? Descartes' answer is that space or internal place and the corporeal substance which is contained in it are different only in the way in which they are conceived by us. 8. If we think away from a body, a stone, for example, all that is not essential to its nature as a body, we are left with extension in length, breadth, and depth, and this is comprised in our idea of space, not only of that which is full of body, but also of that which is called a vacuum. 3. All the same, there is a difference in our ways of conceiving corporeal substance and space. For when we think of space, we think, for example, of the extension actually filled by a stone as capable of being filled by other bodies when the stone has been removed. We think, in other words, not of extension as forming the substance of a particular body but of extension in general. As for place, the words place and space signify nothing different from the body which is said to be in a place. 1. The place of a body is not another body. There is, however, this difference between the terms place and space, that the former indicates situation, that is, situation in regard to other bodies. We often say, Descartes remarks, that one thing has taken the place of another thing, even though the former does not possess the same size or shape as the latter and does not occupy, therefore, the same space. And when we speak of a change of place in this way, we are thinking of the situation of a body with reference to other bodies. If we say that a thing is in a particular place, we simply mean that it is situated in a certain manner in reference to certain other things. 8. And it is important to observe that there is no such thing as absolute place, that is to say, that there are no immovable points of reference. If a man is crossing a river in a boat and if he sits still the whole time, he can be said to retain the same place if we are thinking of his situation or position with reference to the boat, Though we can also say that his place changes if we are thinking of his situation with reference to the banks of the river. And if at length we are persuaded that there are no points in the universe which are really immovable, as will presently be shown to be probable, we shall conclude that there is nothing which has a permanent place except in so far as it is fixed by our thought. 3. Place is relative. We have seen that there is no real distinction between space or internal place and the extension which forms the essence of corporeal substances. From this it follows that there can be no empty space, no vacuum, in the strict sense. Because a pitcher is made to hold water, we say that it is empty when there is no water in it, but it contains air. An absolutely empty space, containing no body at all, is impossible. And therefore, if it is asked what would happen if God removed all the body contained in a vessel without permitting its place to be occupied by another body, we shall answer that the sides of the vessel will thereby come into immediate contiguity with one another. There could be no distance between them, for distance is a mode of extension, and without extended substance there can be no extension. Other conclusions are also drawn by Descartes from his doctrine that extension is the essence of corporeal substance. First, there can be no atoms in the strict sense. For any particle of matter must be extended, and if it is extended it is in principle divisible, even though we have no means of dividing it physically. There can be atoms only in a relative sense, relative, that is, to our power to divide. Secondly, the world is indefinitely extended in the sense that it cannot have definable limits. For if we conceive limits, we conceive space beyond the limits, but empty space is not conceivable. Thirdly, the heavens and the earth must be formed of the same matter, if corporeal substance and extension are fundamentally the same. The old theory that the heavenly bodies are composed of a special kind of matter is excluded. Finally, there cannot be a plurality of worlds. On the one hand, the matter whose nature is extended substance fills all imaginable spaces, while on the other we cannot conceive any other kind of matter. 4. The geometrical conception of body as extension gives us by itself a static universe. But obviously motion is a fact, and its nature has to be considered. We need consider, however, only local motion, since Descartes states that he can conceive no other kind. In common parlance, motion is the action by which any body passes from one place to another. 2. And we can say of a given body that it is in motion and not in motion at the same time, according to the points of reference which we adopt. A man on a moving ship is in motion with reference to the shore which he is leaving, but he can be at the same time at rest with reference to the parts of the ship. Properly speaking, however, motion is the transference of one part of matter or of one body from the vicinity of those bodies which are in immediate contact with it, and which we regard as being in repose, into the vicinity of others. 3. In this definition the terms part of matter and body must be understood as meaning all that is transported, even though it is composed of many parts, which have their own motion. And the word transportation must be understood as indicating that motion is in the material body, not in the agent which moves it. Motion and rest are simply different modes of a body. Further, the definition of motion as the transportation of a body from the vicinity of others implies that a moving thing c-n have only one motion, whereas if the word place had been used, we could have ascribed several movements to the same body, since place can be understood in relation to different points of reference. Finally, in the definition the words and which we regard as in repose delimit the meaning of the words those bodies which are in immediate contact with it. 5. The concept of time is connected with that of motion. But we must make a distinction between time and duration. The latter is a mode of a thing in so far as it is considered as continuing to exist. One time, however, which is described, and here Descartes employs Aristotelian language, as the measure of movement, is distinct from duration in a general sense. But in order to comprehend the duration of all things under the same measure, we usually compare their duration with the duration of the greatest and most regular motions, which are those that create years and days, and these we term time. Hence this adds nothing to the notion of duration, taken generally, but a mode of thinking too. Hence Descartes can say that time is only a mode of thinking, or, as the French version of the Principles of Philosophy explains, only a mode of thinking. This duration. Three things have duration or endure, but we can think of this duration by means of a comparison, and then we have the concept of time, which is a common measure of different durations. 6. We have, then, in the material world corporeal substance, considered as extension, and motion. Now, as has already been remarked, if we consider the geometrical conception of corporeal substance by itself, we arrive at the idea of a static world. For the idea of extension does not of itself imply the concept of motion. Therefore motion necessarily appears as something added to corporeal substance. And, indeed, motion is for Descartes a mode of corporeal substance. Thus we have to inquire into the origin of motion. And at this point Descartes introduces the idea of God and of the divine agency. For God is the first cause of motion in the world. Moreover, he conserves an equal quantity of motion in the universe, so that though there is transference of motion, the total quantity remains the same. It seems to me that it is evident that it is none other than God who by his omnipotence has created matter with the movement and repose of its parts, and who conserves now in the universe, by his ordinary concurrence, as much movement and repose as he put there in creating it. For although movement is only a mode in the matter which is moved, matter nevertheless preserves a certain quantity of it which never increases or diminishes, though in some of its parts there is sometimes more and sometimes less. 11. God, we may say, created the world with a certain amount of energy, and the total quantity of energy in the world remains the same, though it is constantly being transferred from one body to the other. We may note in passing that Descartes tries to deduce the conservation of the quantity of movement from metaphysical premises, that is to say, from consideration of the divine perfections. We know also that it is a perfection in God, not only that he is immovable in his nature, but also that he acts in a manner which he never changes. So besides the changes that we see in the world and those in which we believe because God has revealed them, and that we know to take place or to have taken place in nature without any change on the part of the Creator, we ought not to postulate any others in his works, from fear of attributing inconstancy to him. From this it follows that, since he has moved in different ways the parts of matter when he created them, and since he preserves all, the parts, in the same fashion and with the same laws which he has made them observe at their creation, he conserves incessantly in this matter an equal quantity of movement. 7. Descartes also speaks as though the fundamental laws of motion can be deduced from metaphysical premises. From the fact that God is in no way subject to change and that he acts always in the same manner, we can arrive at the knowledge of certain rules which I call the laws of nature. 3. In the Latin version we read, and from this same immutability of God certain rules or laws of nature can be known. For this idea is, of course, in accordance with Descartes' view, to which allusion was made in the second chapter, that physics is dependent on metaphysics in the sense that the fundamental principles of physics follow from metaphysical premises. The first law is that each thing, so far as it depends on itself, continues always in the same state of rest or motion and never changes except through the agency of some other thing. No body which is at rest ever begins to move of itself, and no body which is in motion ever stops moving of itself. The truth of this proposition can be seen exemplified in the behavior of projectiles. If a ball is thrown into the air, why does it continue to move after it has left the hand of the thrower? The reason is that in accordance with the laws of nature all bodies which are in motion continue to move until their movement is stopped by some other bodies. 1. In the case of the ball, the resistance of the air gradually diminishes the speed of the ball's motion. The Aristotelian theory of violent motion and the 14th century theory of impetus are alike discarded. 2. The second law is that every moving body tends to continue its movement in a straight line. If it describes a circular path, this is due to its encountering other bodies. And every body which moves in this way is constantly tending to recede from the center of the circle which it describes. Descartes first gives a metaphysical reason for this behavior. This rule, like the preceding, depends on the fact that God is immovable and that he conserves movement in matter by a very simple operation. 3. But he then proceeds to cite some empirical confirmation of the law. The third law which I observe in nature is that if a body which is moving and which encounters another body has less force for continuing to move in a straight line than the other body has for resisting it, it loses its direction without losing anything of its movement, and that if it has more force, it moves the other body along with itself and loses as much of its movement as it gives to the other. For again Descartes tries to prove the law by referring both to the divine immutability and constancy in action and to empirical confirmation. It can hardly be claimed, however, that the connections which Descartes asserts between the divine immutability and constancy on the one hand and his laws of motion on the other provide much support for the view that the fundamental laws of physics can be deduced from metaphysics. 8. All this suggests a deistic conception of the world. The picture which naturally occurs to the mind is that of God creating the world as a system of bodies in motion and then leaving it to carry on by itself. And this is, indeed, the picture which suggested itself to Pascal, who remarks in the Pensts, 1. I cannot forgive Descartes. He would have liked, in the whole of his philosophy, to be able to bypass God. But he could not help making him give a shove to set the world in motion. After that he has nothing further to do with God. But Pascal's criticism is exaggerated, as I propose to show. We have seen that Descartes insisted on the necessity of divine conservation in order that the created universe should continue to exist. And this conservation was asserted to be equivalent to a perpetual recreation. Now, this theory is in turn closely connected with his theory of the discontinuity of motion and time. All the course of my life can be divided into an infinite number of parts, none of which is in any way dependent on the other, and thus from the fact that I was in existence a short time ago it does not follow that I must be in existence now, unless some cause at this instant, so to speak, produces me anew, that is to say, conserves me. It is as a matter of fact perfectly clear and evident to all those who consider with attention the nature of time, that in order to be conserved in each moment in which it endures a substance has need of the same power and action as would be necessary to produce and create it anew, supposing that it did not yet exist. So the light of nature shows us clearly that the distinction between creation and conservation is only a distinction of reason. Time is discontinuous. In the Principles of Philosophy, 3. Descartes says that time or the duration of things is of such a kind that its parts do not depend one upon the other and never coexist, and in a letter to Hunnet he says that all the moments of its, the world's, duration are independent the one from the other. For therefore, all the moments of duration being independent, the moments of my existence are discrete and independent. Hence the necessity of constant recreation. But Descartes did not imagine that in point of fact there is no continuity in the life of the self, or that the latter really consists of a multitude of discrete selves without any common identity. Nor did he think that there is no continuity in motion and time. What he thought was that God supplies the continuity by his never-ceasing creative activity. And this suggests a very different picture of the world from the deistic conception alluded to above. The order of nature and the sequences which Descartes attributes to natural laws are seen to depend on the unceasing creative activity of God. Just as it is not simply the beginning of my existence, but also my continued existence and the continuity of myself, which depend on the divine activity, so both the continued existence of material things and the continuity of motion depend on the same cause. The universe is seen to depend in every positive aspect and at every moment on God. 9. So far we have considered the nature of the self as a thing which thinks and the nature of corporeal substance, which is extension. But nothing has been said specifically about living bodies, and it is necessary to inquire how Descartes regarded them. The scope of this question is clearly delimited by what has already been said. For there are only two kinds of created substance, spiritual and corporeal. The question is, therefore, to which class living bodies belong. Furthermore, the answer to the question is obvious from the start. For since living bodies can hardly be ascribed to the class of spiritual substances, they must belong to the class of corporeal substances. And if the essence of corporeal substances is extension, the essence of living bodies must be extension. And our task is that of inquiry into the implications of this position. In the first place, Descartes insists that there is no good reason for attributing reason to animals. And he appeals especially to the absence of any good evidence in favor of saying that animals talk intelligently or can do so. Some animals, it is true, have organs which enable them to utter words. Parrots, for example, can talk, in the sense that they can utter words. But there is no evidence that they talk intelligently, that is, that they think of what they are saying, that they understand the meanings of the words which they utter, or that they can invent signs to express thoughts. Animals give signs of their feelings, it is true, but the evidence goes to show that this is an automatic, and not an intelligent, process. Human beings, on the other hand, even the most stupid, can arrange words to express thoughts, and dumb people can learn or invent other conventional signs to express thoughts. And this does not show merely that the brutes have less reason than men, but that they have none at all, since it is clear that very little is required in order to be able to talk. Many animals, it is true, exhibit more dexterity in certain types of action than human beings do, but this does not prove that they are endowed with minds. If it did, their superior dexterity would show a superiority in mind, and then it would be impossible to explain their incapacity for language. Their dexterity shows rather that they have no reason at all, and that it is nature which acts in them according to the disposition of their organs, just as a clock, which is only composed of wheels and weights, is able to tell the hours and measure the time more correctly than we do with all our wisdom. Two animals, therefore, have no reason or mind. On this point the scholastics would have agreed. But Descartes draws the conclusion that animals are machines or automata, thus excluding the Aristotelian scholastic theory of the presence in animals of sensitive souls. 3. If animals have no minds in the sense in which human beings have minds, they cannot be anything else but matter in motion. When Arnauld objected that the behavior of animals cannot be explained without the idea of soul, distinct from the body, but not incorruptible, Descartes replied that all the actions of brutes resemble only those of ours which occur without the aid of the mind. Hence we are driven to conclude that we can recognize no principle of motion in them beyond the disposition of their organs and the continual discharge of the animal spirits which are produced by the beat of the heart as it rarefies the blood. For in a letter of reply to Henry More, dated February 5, 1649, Descartes does, indeed, assert that I do not deprive any animal of life, meaning that he does not refuse to describe animals as living things, but the reason which he gives is that he makes life consist only in the warmth of the heart. 8. Again, I do not refuse them feeling inasmuch as it depends on the organs of the body. 6. We are inclined to think that animal life is more than merely material processes because we observe in them some actions analogous to our own, and since we attribute the movements of our own bodies to our minds, we are naturally inclined to attribute the movements of animals to some vital principle. But investigation shows that animal behavior can be exhaustively described without the introduction of any mind or of any unobservable vital principle. Descartes is therefore prepared to say that animals are machines or automata. He is also prepared to say the same thing about the human body. A great many physical processes continue without the intervention of mind: respiration, digestion, the circulation of the blood, all these proceed automatically. True, we can deliberately walk, for example, but the mind does not move the limbs immediately, it influences the animal spirits at the pineal gland, and what it does is not to create new movement or energy, but rather to alter its direction or to apply movement originally created by God. Hence the human body is like a machine which can work to a great extent automatically, though its energy can be applied in different ways by the workman. The body of a living man differs from that of a dead man just as does a watch or other automaton, that is, a machine which moves of itself, when it is wound up and contains in itself the corporeal principle of those movements for which it is designed along with all that is requisite for its action, from the same watch or other machine when it is broken and when the principle of its movement ceases to act. 1. We can look at Descartes' theory of animals from 2 points of view. From the humanistic point of view, it is an exaltation of man or a reassertion of the unique position of man against those who would reduce the difference between man and brute to one of degree only. And this is not an interpretation which has simply been invented by historians, for Descartes himself provides the ground for it. For example, in the Discourse on Method he observes that next to the error of those who deny God, there is none which is more effectual in leading feeble spirits from the straight path of virtue than to imagine that the soul of the brute is of the same nature as our own, and that in consequence after this life we have nothing to fear or to hope for any more than the flies and the ants. As a matter of fact, when one comes to know how greatly they differ, we understand much better the reasons which go to prove that our soul is of its nature entirely independent of the body, and in consequence that it is not liable to die with it too. And writing to the Marquis of Newcastle, 3 he alludes to Montaigne and Charon, the former of whom compared man disadvantageous carrot with the animals, while the latter, by saying that the wise differ from the common man as much as the common man does from the beasts, implied that men and animals differ only in degree, without there being any radical difference. On the other hand, Descartes' interpretation of animals as machines, however crude it may be, is in accordance with the original separation he makes between the two worlds of spirit and matter. It represents or foreshadows the attempt to reduce the sciences to physics, and in physics, he says, he does not accept or desire any other principles than those of geometry or abstract mathematics. The whole material world can be treated as a mechanical system, and there is no need for introducing or considering any but efficient causes. Final causality is a theological conception, and, however true it may be, it has no place in physics. Explanation by means of final causes, of souls, of occult vital principles and of substantial forms does nothing to promote the advance of physical science. And the same principles of explanation which are employed in regard to inanimate bodies must be applied also in the case of living bodies. Man's awareness of freedom and God, provisional ethics and moral science, the passions and their control, the nature of the good. Comments on Descartes' ethical ideas. General remarks about Descartes. 1. Man's possession of free will, or more strictly my possession of free will, is a primary datum, in the sense that my awareness of it is logically prior to the cogito, ergo sum. For it is precisely the possession of freedom which permits me to indulge in hyperbolical doubt. I have a natural inclination to believe in the existence of material things and in the demonstrations of mathematics, and to doubt these things, especially the latter, effort or deliberate choice is needed. Thus whoever turns out to have created us, and even if he should prove to be all-powerful and deceitful, we still experience a freedom through which we can abstain from accepting as true and indisputable those things of which we have not certain knowledge, and thus prevent our ever being deceived. 1. That we possess this freedom is, indeed, self-evident. We had before a very clear proof of this, for at the same time as we tried to doubt all things and even supposed that he who created us employed his unlimited powers in deceiving us in every way, we perceived in ourselves a liberty such that we were able to abstain from believing what was not perfectly certain and indubitable. But that of which we could not doubt at such a time is as self-evident and clear as anything which we can ever know. To the capacity to apply methodic doubt presupposes freedom. Indeed, awareness of freedom or liberty is an innate idea. This power of acting freely is man's greatest perfection, and by using it we are in a special way masters of our actions and thereby merit praise or blame. 3. Indeed, the universal practice of praising and blaming ourselves and others for actions shows the self-evident character of human freedom. We all perceive naturally that man is free. 2. We are certain, therefore, of man's possession of freedom, and this certainty is logically prior to certainty about God's existence. But once God's existence has been proved, it becomes necessary to re-examine human freedom in the light of what we know about God. For we know that God not only knows from eternity all that is or will be but also preordains it. And the question arises, therefore, how human freedom can be reconciled with divine preordination. In the Principles of Philosophy, Descartes avoids offering any positive solution to this problem. And this avoidance is in accord with his explicit resolution to steer clear of theological controversy. We are certain of 2 things. In the first place, we are certain of our freedom. In the second place, we may come to recognize clearly and distinctly that God is omnipotent and that he preordains all events. But it does not follow that we can comprehend how it is that divine preordination leaves man's free acts undetermined. To deny freedom because of divine preordination would be absurd. For it would be absurd to doubt what we comprehend and experience within ourselves just because we do not comprehend a matter which from its nature we know to be incomprehensible. The wisest course is to acknowledge that the solution of the problem transcends the power of our understanding. We shall have no trouble at all if we recollect that our thought is finite, and that the omnipotence of God, whereby he has not only known from all eternity that which is or can be but also willed and preordained it, is infinite too. In point of fact, however, Descartes did not content himself with this position. For he gave his opinions on theological issues connected with human freedom. What is more, he spoke in different ways at different times. For example, he went so far as to express his opinion in a controversy between Dutch Protestants, saying that he agreed with the followers of Gomer rather than with the Armenians. This was equivalent to saying that he preferred a strict doctrine of predestination. And as he dragged in the Jesuits, expressing his disagreement with them, 3. It would appear that he preferred Jansenism to Molinism. The Jansenists taught that divine grace is irresistible, and the only freedom which they really admitted was equivalent to spontaneity. An act may be done without any sense of constraint, but it is nonetheless determined by the attraction of delectation, earthly or heavenly. The Molinists held that it is the free cooperation of the will which renders grace efficacious, and that man's liberty of indifference is not impaired or destroyed by divine foreknowledge. That Descartes should show some sympathy with the Jansenists is not surprising when one recalls his statement that in order that I should be free, it is not necessary that I should be indifferent in the choice of one or the other of two contraries. Rather, the more I lean towards the one, whether I see clearly that the good and the true are to be found in it, or whether God so disposes my inward thought, the more freely do I choose and embrace it. Without a doubt, both divine grace and natural knowledge, far from diminishing my liberty, rather increase and strengthen it. Hence this indifference which I feel when I am not swayed by any reason to one side rather than the other is the lowest grade of liberty and reveals a lack of knowledge rather than a perfection of the will. It is true that if Descartes intended to explain what the partisans of liberty of indifference meant by it, he misrepresented their meaning. For he seems to understand by it a state of indifference brought about by lack of knowledge, whereas they meant by it an ability to choose either of two contraries even when the requisite conditions for intelligent choice, including knowledge, are present. At the same time he certainly thought that the more the will is directed to the objectively preferable choice, whether by grace or by natural knowledge, the greater our freedom, and he seems to imply that ability to make another choice does not belong essentially to true liberty. Thus he states in a letter to Mercenay that I move the more freely towards an object in proportion to the number of the reasons which compel me, for it is certain that my will is then set in motion with greater ease and spontaneity too. But in his correspondence with the Princess Elizabeth of Bohemia, Descartes speaks in a rather different way, adopting a position more akin to that of the Jesuits. Thus he presents us with an analogy. Two men, who are well known to be enemies, are ordered by the king to be at a certain place at a certain time. The king is perfectly aware that a fight will ensue, and we must say that he wills it, even though it would infringe his own decrees. But though he foresees and wills the fight, he in no way determines the wills of the two men. Their action is due to their own choice. 1. So God foresees and preordains all human actions, but he does not determine the human will. In other words, God foresees a man's free act because he is going to perform it, but he is not going to perform it because God foresees it. The fact of the matter seems to be that when dealing with the theological issues of the free will controversy, Descartes adopted more or less impromptu solutions without any real attempt to render them consistent. What he was really interested in was the problem of error. He wished to stress man's freedom not to assent to a proposition when there is any room for doubt, and at the same time to allow for inevitable assent when the truth of a proposition is perceived with certainty. We embrace or reject error freely. Therefore God is not responsible. but truth clearly perceived imposes itself on the mind like a divine illumination. 3. Human freedom being presupposed, we can inquire into Descartes' moral doctrine. In the Discourse on Method, 2, before embarking on the application of his method of doubt, he proposes for himself a provisional ethic. Thus he resolves to obey the laws and customs of his country, to be firm and resolute in his actions and to follow faithfully even dubious opinions, opinions which have not yet been established beyond doubt, when his mind has once been made up about them. He resolves also to try always to conquer himself rather than fortune and to alter his desires rather than to try to change the order of the world. Finally he resolves to spend his whole life in cultivating his reason and in making as much progress as possible in the pursuit of truth. Obviously, these maxims or resolutions constitute a rough and ready personal program. They are far removed from the highest and most perfect moral science which, presupposing a complete knowledge of the other sciences, is the last degree of wisdom. 3. But Descartes never worked out this perfect moral science. He doubtless did not feel that he was in a position to do so. In any case, whatever the reasons for it may have been, the Cartesian ethic is missing from the system, although according to the program laid down it should have formed its crown. Nevertheless, Descartes did write something on ethical themes and on subjects relevant to ethics. And we can profitably consider first of all what he has to say on the passions, in so far as this concerns moral philosophy. For Descartes' analysis of the passions involves the theory of interaction. That is to say, he holds that passion is excited or caused in the soul by the body. What in the soul is a passion is in the body, commonly speaking, an action. One in the general sense of the word passions and perceptions are the same. We may usually term one's passions all those kinds of perception or forms of knowledge which are found in us, because it is often not our soul which makes them what they are, and because it always receives them from the things which are represented by them too. But if understood in a narrower sense, and it is in this sense that the word passions is taken in what follows, we may define them generally as the perceptions, feelings, or emotions of the soul which we relate specially to it and which are caused, maintained, and fortified by some movement of the spirits. 3. In explanation of this rather obscure definition, Descartes makes the following points. The passions can be called perceptions when this word is used to signify all the thoughts which are not actions of the soul. Thus clear and distinct perceptions are actions of the soul. We can call them feelings because they are received into the soul. And we can, with greater accuracy, call them emotions because of all the thoughts which the soul can have. It is the emotions which are most prone to agitate and disturb it. The clause which we relate specially to it, the soul, is inserted to exclude feelings like sense, sounds, and colors, which we relate to external things, and those like hunger, thirst, and pain, which we relate to our own bodies. Mention cf. The causal activity of the spirits is inserted to exclude those desires which are caused by the soul itself. The passions, therefore, are emotions of the soul which are caused by the body, and they must, of course, be distinguished from the perception that we have of these passions. The emotion of fear and the clear perception of the fear and its nature are not the same thing. The passions, says Descartes, are all good in their nature, but they can be misused, and they can be allowed to grow to excess. We have, therefore, to control them. But the passions depend absolutely on the actions which govern and direct them, and they can be altered only indirectly by the soul. 5. That is to say, the passions depend on and are excited by physiological conditions. They are all caused by some movement of the animal spirits. And the natural conclusion, therefore, would be that to control them we ought to change the physical causes which produce them rather than try to expel them directly without doing anything to alter their causes. For while the causes remain, the commotion of the soul remains, and in this case the most that we can do is not to yield to its effects and to restrain many of the movements to which it disposes the body. For example, if anger causes us to lift our hand to strike, the will can usually hold it back. If fear incites our legs to flee, the will can arrest them, and so on in other similar cases. But though we would perhaps naturally interpret the indirect control of the passions as altering, so far as we can, the physical conditions which produce them, Descartes gives us a rather different interpretation. For he says that we can control the passions indirectly by the representation of things which are usually united to the passions which we desire to have, and which are contrary to those which we desire to set aside. Thus, in order to excite courage in oneself and remove fear, it is not sufficient to have the will to do so, but we must also apply ourselves to consider the reasons, the objects, or the examples which persuade us that the peril is not great. To this interpretation, however, is not a rejection of the first interpretation suggested, it is rather a device which we have to adopt when we cannot easily change directly the external causes of a passion. 5. But because the passions can bring us to any kind of action only by the intervention of the desire which they excite, it is this desire especially which we should be careful to regulate, and it is in this that the principal use of morality consists. 3. The question arises, therefore, when is desire good and when is it bad? And Descartes' answer is that desire is good when it follows from true knowledge and bad when it is founded on some error. But what is the knowledge which renders a desire good? Descartes does not seem to speak very clearly. He tells us, indeed, that the error which we most ordinarily commit in respect to desires is that of not sufficiently distinguishing the things which depend on us from those which do not so depend. For but to know that something depends on our free will and is not simply an event which happens to us and which we have to bear as best we may does not necessarily render the desire for this thing a good desire. However, Descartes is, of course, aware of this, and he adds that we have to try to know very clearly and to consider with attention the goodness of that which is to be desired. 1. Presumably he means that a first condition of moral choice is to distinguish what lies in our power from what is not subject to our control. Events of the latter type are ordained by Providence, and we have to submit to them. But, then, having ascertained what lies within our own power, we have to discriminate between what is good and what is bad. And following after virtue consists in performing those actions which we have judged to be the best. 2. In a letter of 1645 to the Princess Elizabeth, Descartes amplifies the subjects somewhat while commenting on Seneca's De Vita Beata. To be in the possession of beatitude, to live in beatitude, is nothing else but to have one's spirit perfectly content and satisfied. 3. What are the things which confer on us this supreme contentment? They are of two kinds. The first depend on ourselves, namely virtue and wisdom. The second, like honor, riches and health, do not depend, not entirely at least, on ourselves. But though perfect contentment demands the presence of both classes of goods, we are concerned strictly only with the first class, namely, with things which depend on ourselves and which can consequently be obtained by all. In order to attain beatitude in this restricted sense, there are 3 rules to be observed. According to Descartes, they are the rules already given in the Discourse on Method, but actually he changes the first rule, substituting knowledge for provisional maxims. The first rule is to make every effort to know what one ought to do and what one ought not to do in all the occurrences of life. The second is to have a firm and constant resolution to carry out all the dictates of reason without being turned aside by passion or appetite. And it is firmness in this resolution which I think should be taken as virtue, for the third rule is to consider that all the goods which one does not possess are outside the scope of one's power, and to accustom oneself not to desire them, for there is nothing but desire and regret, which can prevent us from being content. 5. However, it is not every desire which is incompatible with beatitude, but only those which are accompanied by impatience or sadness. Also it is not necessary that our reason should never be mistaken. It is sufficient that our conscience bear witness to us that we have never wanted in resolution and virtue to carry out all the things which we have judged the best. And so virtue alone is sufficient to render us content in this life. 1. Obviously, we are not told very much more by these observations about the content of morality, about, that is to say, the concrete dictates of reason. But Descartes held that before a scientific ethic could be elaborated it was first of all necessary to establish the science of human nature, and he did not pretend to have done this. Hence he did not feel that he was in a position to work out the scientific ethic which the program of his system demanded. However, in another of his letters to the Princess Elizabeth on ethical topics he says that he will drop Seneca and give his own opinions, and he proceeds to say two things are required for right moral judgment: first, knowledge of truth, and, secondly, the habit of remembering and assenting to this knowledge on all occasions which require it. And this knowledge involves knowledge of God, for this teaches us to receive in good part all that happens to us, as being expressly sent to us by God. 2. Secondly, it is necessary to know the nature of the soul, as self-subsistent, independent of the body, nobler than the latter, and immortal. Thirdly, we should realize the extent of the universe and not imagine a finite world made expressly for our convenience. Fourthly, each one should consider that he forms part of a greater whole, the universe, and, more particularly, of a certain state, society, and family, and that he ought to prefer the interests of the whole. And there are other things the knowledge of which is desirable, the nature of the passions, for example, the character of the ethical code of our own society, and so on. Generally speaking, as Descartes says in other letters, the supreme good consists in the exercise of virtue, or, which is the same, in the possession of all the perfections the acquisition of which depends on our free will, and in the satisfaction of mind which follows this acquisition. 3. And the true use of our reason for the conduct of life consists only in examining and considering without passion the value of all the perfections, both of body and mind, which can be acquired by our industry, in order that, being ordinarily obliged to deprive ourselves of some to have others, we may always choose the best. 4. Haphazard remarks made by Descartes to the Princess Elizabeth. But there are several points to be noticed. In the first place, it is clear that Descartes accepted the traditional theory that the end of human life is beatitude. But whereas for a medieval thinker like Aquinas beatitude, perfect beatitude at least, meant the vision of God in heaven, for Descartes it meant a tranquility or contentment of soul obtainable in this life by one's own efforts. I do not mean to suggest that Descartes denied that man has a supernatural destiny which cannot be attained without grace, or that beatitude in the fullest sense is the beatitude of heaven. What I want to draw attention to is simply the fact that he prescinds from purely theological themes and from revelation and sketches, since one cannot use the word develops, a natural ethic, a purely philosophical moral theory. In the moral theory of the historic Aquinas, however, there is no such clear-cut abstracting from revealed doctrines. 1. In the second place, one can hardly fail to notice the influence on Descartes' reflections of the writings and ideas of ancient moralists, in particular of the Stoics. It is true that he begins the passions of the soul with a customary derogatory allusion to the ancients, but this does not mean, of course, that he was not influenced by them, and mention has been made of his use of Seneca in the letters to the Princess Elizabeth. Indeed, the notion of virtue as the end of life, the stress on self-control in face of the passions, and the emphasis on bearing patiently, as expressions of divine providence, all the events which happen to us and which do not lie under our control, represent eminently Stoic ideas. Descartes was not simply a Stoic, of course. For one thing, he attached more value to external goods than did the Stoics, and in this respect he stands closer to Aristotle than to the Stoics. But one whole line of thought in his ethical theory, namely, the line of thought represented by his emphasis on the self-sufficiency of the virtuous man and by his constantly repeated distinction between things which lie in our power and those which do not, is unmistakably Stoic in inspiration and flavor. 2. Thirdly, attention must be drawn to the intellectualist tendency in Descartes' ethical thought. In a letter written to P6 Remesland, in 1644, he says that if we see clearly that something is evil, it would be impossible for us to sin during the time that we see it in this way. That is why they say, omnis peccans est ignorans 1, and passages of this sort would seem to imply acceptance of the Socratic notion that virtue is knowledge and vice ignorance. But though it does indeed appear to have been Descartes' settled conviction that we cannot see clearly that something is evil and yet choose it, this seeing clearly has to be understood in a somewhat restricted sense. Descartes agreed with the scholastics that nobody chooses evil precisely as such, a man can choose what is evil only because he represents it to himself as being in some respect a good. If he saw clearly here and now the evil of an evil action, discerning that it is evil and why it is evil, he could not choose it, for the will is set towards the good. But though he may remember having heard that an action is evil or having himself seen on a former occasion that it is evil, this does not prevent him from attending here and now to the aspects of the action under which it appears to him as desirable and good. And so he can choose to perform it. Again, we must distinguish between seeing a good with genuine clarity and seeing it with only apparent clarity. If we saw the good with genuine clarity in the moment of choice, we should inevitably choose it. But the influence of the passions may divert our attention, and we are always free to prevent ourselves from pursuing a good which is clearly known to us, or from admitting an evident truth, provided only that we think that it is a good to bear witness to our free will by doing so. 2. In general, one can say that Descartes holds not only that we always choose what is or appears to be good and that we cannot choose evil precisely as such, but also that if we at the moment of choice saw with genuine and complete clarity that a particular good was good in an unqualified manner, we should inevitably choose it. But in point of fact, our knowledge is not so complete that it can exclude the influence of the passions. The intellectualist thesis remains, therefore, an abstract thesis. It asserts how people would behave if certain conditions were fulfilled which are not in fact fulfilled. Finally, although in the remarks which he actually makes about ethical subjects Descartes emphasizes the virtue of resignation, this does not mean that his developed ethical science, if he had ever developed one, would have been simply an ethic of resignation. A perfect ethical system demands a previous complete knowledge of the other sciences, including physiology and medicine. And he doubtless thought that, given this complete scientific knowledge, man could then work out the moral conditions for the practical exercise and application of this knowledge. For the latter would give man a thorough understanding not only of scientific law and of what was not subject to man's free will but also of what lay in his power. And once man possessed a complete understanding of what lay in his power, he could then evolve an adequate theory about the way in which his free will should be exercised in the concrete. And in this way he would elaborate a dynamic ethic or an ethic of action, and not simply an ethic of resignation. 7. Nobody, I think, would wish to question the truth of the statement that Descartes is the most important French philosopher. His influence has been felt throughout the whole course of French philosophy. For example, one of the main characteristics of this philosophy has been a close alliance between philosophical reflection and the sciences. And though the more recent French thinkers have not followed his example of attempting to work out a complete, deductive system, they have recognized their place in a tradition which goes back to the inspiration of Descartes. Thus Bergson refers to the close alliance between philosophy and mathematics in the thought of Descartes and draws attention to the fact that in the 19th century men such as Comte, Cournot, and Renouvier came to philosophy through mathematics, one of them, Henri Poincaré, being a mathematician of genius. One again, Descartes' preoccupation with clear and distinct ideas, fortified by his use of comparatively simple language, has been reflected in the clarity of French philosophical writing when considered as a whole. To be sure, certain French thinkers have adopted an obscure style and diction mainly under foreign influence, but, by and large, the philosophers of France have continued the Cartesian tradition in the matter of clarity and in the avoidance of obscure jargon. The clarity of Descartes is, indeed, somewhat deceptive. For it is not by any means always an easy matter to interpret his meaning. And it can hardly be claimed that he is always consistent. Yet there certainly is a sense in which it is true to say that Descartes is, and that Hegel, for instance, is not, a clear writer. This fact being presupposed, some philosophers have tried to find in Descartes a deeper meaning, a profound tendency of his thought, which possesses a permanent value independent of the Cartesian system as a whole. Thus in his History of Philosophy Hegel salutes Descartes as the real originator of modern philosophy, whose chief merit is to have started from thought without presuppositions. For Hegel Cartesianism is certainly inadequate. For one thing, Descartes, while starting with thought or consciousness, does not deduce the contents of consciousness from thought or reason itself, but accepts them empirically. Again, the ego of Descartes is only the empirical ego. In other words, Cartesianism forms only a stage in the development of philosophy towards absolute idealism. But it is a stage of great importance, for in starting with consciousness or thought, Descartes brought about a revolution in philosophy. Edmund Husserl interpreted the importance of Descartes in a rather different way. For him, Descartes' meditations represent a turning point in the history of philosophical method. The latter aimed at a unification of the sciences, and he saw the necessity of a subjectivist starting point. Philosophy must start with the meditations of the self-reflecting ego. And Descartes begins by bracketing the existence of the material world and by treating the self as body and material things as phenomena in relation to a subject, the conscious ego. To this extent, Descartes can be considered as a forerunner of modern phenomenology. But he did not understand the significance of his own procedure. He saw the necessity of questioning the natural interpretation of experience and of freeing himself from all presuppositions, but instead of treating the ego as pure consciousness and exploring the field of transcendental subjectivity, the field of essences as phenomena for a pure subject, he interpreted the ego as a thinking substance and proceeded to develop a realist philosophy with the help of the principle of causality. Thus, while Hegel looked on the philosophy of Descartes as a stage in the development of absolute idealism and Husserl regarded it as an anticipation of phenomenology, both men laid stress on subjectivity as the Cartesian point of departure. Jean-Paul Sartre does the same, though within the framework, of course, of a philosophy which is different from that either of Hegel or of Husserl. In his lecture, Existentialism and Humanism, Sartre remarks that the starting point for philosophy must be the subjectivity of the individual, and that the primal truth is I think, therefore I am, which is the absolute truth of consciousness as it attains to itself. But he then goes on to argue that in the I think I am conscious of myself in the presence of the other. The existence of others is discovered in the cogito itself, so that we find ourselves at once in a world of intersubjectivity. And it is worth remarking that the existentialists in general, while starting with the free individual subject, depict the consciousness of the subject as consciousness of the self in a world and in the presence of the other. Hence, though their starting point has some affinity with that of Descartes, they do not involve themselves in the business of proving the existence of the external world as something not already given within the consciousness of the self. In other words, they do not start with the self-enclosed ego. Hegel, Husserl, and Sartre are, of course, simply three examples of the use made of Cartesianism by later thinkers. Many other examples could be given. One might cite, for instance, Maine de Byron's substitution of volo, ergo sum for Descartes' cogito, ergo sum. But all these thinkers have this in common, that they interpret the inner significance and permanent value of Cartesianism in function of a philosophy which was not that of Descartes. I do not say this by way of criticism. Hegel, Husserl, and Sartre are all philosophers. Reference has, indeed, been made to Hegel's History of Philosophy. But this work forms an integral part of the Hegelian system, it is not a work of purely historical exegesis. And a philosopher certainly enjoys the right of deciding according to his own point of view what is living and what is dead in the philosophy of Descartes. At the same time, if Descartes is interpreted as an absolute idealist or as a phenomenologist or as an existentialist or, with La Mettrie, as a materialist who took the wrong path and failed to recognize the real significance and the true exigencies and direction of his thought, one runs the risk of failing to see him in his historical perspective. Descartes certainly tried to ground his philosophy in subjectivity, if one means by this that he tried to found his system on the cogito, ergo sum. And it is perfectly true that this was an innovation of importance, and that when one looks back from a later stage of philosophical development one can see connections between this innovation and later idealism. But though there are what may be called idealist elements in Cartesianism, it would be most misleading to describe the latter as an idealist system. For Descartes grounded his philosophy on an existential proposition, and he was concerned to establish an objective interpretation of reality which he did not regard as reducible to the activity of consciousness. Again, if one emphasizes simply the connection between Descartes' mechanistic account of material reality and the mechanistic materialism which appeared in the 18th century French Enlightenment, one obscures the fact that he sought to reconcile the geometric view of the world with a belief in God, in the divine activity and in the spirituality of the human soul. Yet this is one of the most important aspects of his philosophy when we consider it in its historical setting. In a sense, Descartes' philosophy was an intensely personal enterprise. The autobiographical parts of the Discourse on Method show this clearly enough. He was animated, not by a merely superficial intellectual curiosity, but by a passion for the attainment of certainty. And he considered that the possession of a true system of philosophy was of importance for human life. But that for which he sought was objective certainty, self-evident truth, and demonstrated truth. Descartes' insistence on subjectivity, to use a later term, as the point of departure must not be confused with subjectivism. The attainment of something analogous to the objective, impersonal truth of mathematics remained his goal. In this sense he aspired to transcend tradition. That is to say, he aspired to establish the true philosophy which would rest on pure reason and not on past tradition, and which would be free from the limitations of space and time. The fact that we can discern in it the influence of tradition and of contemporary conditions is not, of course, a matter for astonishment. On the contrary, it would be astonishing if we could find no such influence. But the fact that Cartesianism is to a large extent dated does not deprive him of his claim to be considered the father of modern philosophy in the pre-Kantian period. Life and Spirit of Pascal. The geometrical method, its scope and limits. The hard Pascal's method in apologetics. The wretchedness and the greatness of man. The wager argument. Pascal as a philosopher. In turning from Descartes to Pascal we are confronted by a man of very different stamp of mind. Both men were, indeed, mathematicians, and both were Catholics, but whereas the former was primarily a philosopher, the latter was primarily an apologist. Descartes, it is true, can be considered to a certain extent as a religious apologist in the sense at least that he was aware of the religious and moral significance of his thought, but it is natural to think of him first and foremost as a systematic philosopher, intent on unfolding the order of reasons and elaborating an organically connected and rationally established coherent body of philosophical truth capable of indefinite development. Though he was not a rationalist, if by this word we mean a man who rejects the ideas of divine revelation and of the supernatural, he represents rationalism in the sense that he devoted himself to the pursuit of truth as attainable by the philosophical and scientific reflection of the human mind. He was a Catholic philosopher in the sense that he was a philosopher who was a Catholic, but he was not a Catholic philosopher in the sense that he was primarily concerned with defending the truths of faith. Pascal, however, was concerned with showing how the Christian revelation solves the problems which arise out of the human situation. In so far as he devoted himself to drawing attention to and exhibiting these problems, he might perhaps be called an existentialist philosopher, if we wish to use this term in a wide and perhaps rather misleading sense. But in so far as he was concerned with insisting that the answers to these problems, to the extent that the answers are available, are provided by Christian revelation and life, he would probably be better classed as a Christian apologist than as a philosopher. We can understand at least how it is that while some writers see in him one of the greatest of French philosophers, others refuse to call him a philosopher. Henry Bergson and Victor Delbos, for example, placed him side by side with Descartes, as the two chief French representatives of different lines of thought, and Jacques Chevalier sees in him a great philosopher precisely because he concerned himself with the questions that a man puts to himself face to face with death. One Renouvier, on the other hand, considered Pascal too personal a thinker to merit the title of philosopher, and Pound-Mile Br6 here roundly declares that Pascal n'est pas un philosopher c'est un savant et un apologiste de la religion catholique too. These judgments are obviously partly dependent on personal decisions as to what constitutes philosophy and a philosopher. But at the same time they serve to emphasize the difference between Pascal and Descartes, a difference of which Pascal was indeed conscious. Indeed, in certain well-known aphorisms he explicitly rejected philosophy, meaning by this the sort of thing which Descartes attempted to do or which Pascal interpreted him as trying to do. In his opinion, the great rationalist was too much occupied with the material world and too little concerned with the one thing necessary, to which a genuine love of wisdom would direct a man's attention. Blaise Pascal was born in 1623, his father being the king's elected representative, the president of the Cour d'Aids, at Clermont in the Auvergne. Biographers have dwelt on the influence of his early environment, the stark, rugged scenery of the Auvergne, on his character. He was educated by his father, who in 1631 moved to Paris, and from childhood he displayed signs of outstanding intelligence and mental power. Whether the story of his rediscovery of geometry for himself at a time when his father was teaching him Greek and Latin is true or false, his interest in and ability for mathematics and physics were shown at an early date, and in 1639 he wrote an essay on conic sections, which was printed in the following year. Later he invented an adding machine or mechanical computer, inspired by a desire to help his father in the assessment of taxes when he was occupying a government post at Rouen. There followed the important series of experiments to prove the truth of Torricelli's experimental discovery of the vacuum, and these in turn provided the basis for the enunciation of fundamental principles in hydrostatics. Further, towards the end of his short life, when he was preoccupied with theological and religious problems, he laid the foundations of the infinitesimal calculus, the integral calculus and the calculus of probabilities. It is therefore not exactly true to say that Pascal's asceticism diverted him from all this worldly activity and frustrated his mathematical genius, as some critics have stated. In 1654 Pascal underwent the spiritual experience recorded in his memorial, an experience which gave him a fresh realization of the personal God and of the place of Christ in his life. And from this time his life bore a profoundly religious stamp. But this does not mean that we can justifiably divide it into two successive and separated phases, the scientific and the religious. For in abandoning himself to God he did not renounce all scientific and mathematical interests as worldly, rather did he come to look on his scientific activities in a new light, as part of his service of God. If he subordinated mathematics to morals and natural morality to supernatural charity, he was simply embracing the point of view of any convinced Christian. But though his conversion did not produce in Pascal a complete renunciation of his scientific and mathematical interests, it certainly turned his mind towards theological themes. In 1652 his sister Jacqueline became a member of the community of Port Royal, the stronghold of Msre Anglic, and after his experience of 1654 Pascal formed intimate contacts with the Port Royal Circle, the members of which were partisans of Jansenius, Bishop of Ypres and author of the famous Augustinus. A number of propositions taken from this work had been condemned by the Holy See in May 1653, and the line taken by Arnauld and other partisans of Jansenius who belonged to the Port Royal Circle was to accept the condemnation but to deny that the propositions were to be found in the writings of Jansenius in the sense in which they had been declared to be heretical. This attitude was regarded by Rome as equivalent to a dishonest evasion and was itself subjected to censure. But as far as Pascal is concerned, he never committed himself to any sectarian or party standpoint, whether to that of Jansenius himself or to the milder views propagated by some of the associates of Port Royal. He declared that he did not belong to Port Royal but to the Catholic Church, and there is no adequate reason for questioning his sincerity. It is a mistake, therefore, to speak of him as a Jansenist if the term is used in a strict sense, namely, to indicate one who accepted and defended the condemned propositions. If at one time he tended towards the position represented by these propositions, he worked himself free of it. At the same time he was to a certain extent in sympathy with the Jansenists. He overemphasized, as they did, the corruption of human nature after the fall and the powerlessness of man to become or to do anything pleasing to God without divine grace, even though he avoided the Jansenist denial of the part played by free will in accepting or rejecting grace. What attracted him to the Jansenists of Port Royal was not so much this or that specific tenet as the general attitude of Christian integralism and refusal of compromise with the spirit of the world. In a society impregnated by deistic humanism and by rationalist scepticism and free thought, he considered that it was above all the ideas of human corruption and of the necessity and power of divine grace which should be emphasized, and that the highest Christian ideals should be maintained in their purity without any compromise or attempt to accommodate them to human weakness. And it was in this spirit that he wrote the celebrated Lettres Provinciates, 1655-7, which were condemned by the Congregation of the Index in 1657. These letters are best known for the attack contained in them on the moral theology of the Jesuits. Pascal regarded the casuistry, the application of moral principles to particular cases, of the moral theologians as evidence of moral laxity and as an unjustifiable attempt to make Christianity easier for the more or less worldly minded. In his writings on the subject he selects for mention and condemnation extreme cases of moral accommodation from certain authors, and he tends to confuse casuistry itself with the abuse of it. Furthermore, he tends to attribute to moral theologians unworthy motives which were certainly absent from their minds. The Lettres Provinciales, in fine, show a lack of balanced judgment and a failure to distinguish between the fundamental and valid principles of moral theology and the abuse of casuistry. However, the main underlying issue is clear enough. The Jesuits believed that in the contemporary world the humanistic side of Christianity should be stressed, and that when the ideals of the Christian life are applied to individual cases, there is no call to assert an obligation when there is good reason for thinking that there is no such obligation. Their motive was not that of extending their own dominion over consciences, but that of including as many as possible in the ranks of practicing Christian believers. Pascal, on the other hand, tended to look on humanism as equivalent to paganism, and any tempering of the wind to the shorn lamb he regarded as an intolerable tampering with the purity of the Christian ideal. For good measure he accused the Jesuits of hypocrisy. In one sense he got the better of the dispute. For he was a brilliant writer, whereas his opponents did not produce any answer which was capable of having an effect equal to the Lettres Provinciates. But in the long run Pascal was defeated. For moral theology and casuistry had a long history and process of development before them. From soon after the time of his conversion Pascal seems to have formed the idea of composing an apology for the Christian religion with a view to converting the freethinkers and sceptics of his time, as well as Catholics who did not live up to the precepts of Christ. But this project was never completed, and at his death in 1662 he left behind him only a sketch of the work, consisting mainly of aphorisms and notes, though there are some more extended passages. The collection of these thoughts is known as the Pensies I of Pascal. 2. Descartes tended to believe in one sovereign method of universal applicability, the mathematical method. And in his eyes the ideal attitude or spirit was that of the mathematician. It is true that these two statements are in some respects exaggerated and that they stand in need of qualification, as has already been indicated in the chapters on the Cartesian philosophy. But there can be little doubt, I think, that they represent the general impression which the writings of Descartes leave on the mind. Furthermore, they represent the idea which Pascal had of Descartes. And the former profoundly disagreed with the great rationalist's exaltation of the mathematical method and of the mathematical spirit. It is therefore somewhat surprising to find Pascal included in some histories of philosophy among the disciples of Descartes. The man who could make the comment, Descartes useless and uncertain, too can hardly be reckoned as an ardent Cartesian. To say this, however, is not to say that Pascal despised the mathematical method or that he ever renounced his own mathematical and scientific achievements. Within its own limited field of application the geometrical method aid of definition and orderly demonstration is supreme. An infallible method is sought by all. Logicians make profession of arriving at it, but the geometers alone attain it, and outside their science and what imitates it there are no true demonstrations. An ideal mathematical or geometrical method would indeed involve defining all terms and proving all propositions. 8. But this ideal method is beyond us. For that which surpasses geometry surpasses us three. It does not follow, however, that geometry is uncertain. According to Pascal, the geometer cannot define terms such as space, time, movement, number, and equality, but the reason for this is that when the word time, for example, is pronounced, the minds of all are directed towards the same object. The reference of the term would not be made clearer by any attempted definition. And as for our incapacity to prove all propositions, we must bear in mind the fact that basic propositions or principles are intuited. They cannot be demonstrated, but they are nonetheless evident. It is this fact which rescues mathematics from the corroding influence of Pyrrhonism or scepticism. It is true that reason, the analytic and deductive operation of the mind, comes up against the indefinable and the indemonstrable, and it follows that reason alone cannot justify mathematics as a science which yields certitude. But the heart, that is, immediate perception or intuition, perceives that there are three dimensions in space, and that numbers are infinite. We intuit principles and conclude to propositions, and all this with certitude, although by different ways. And it is as useless and ridiculous for the reason to demand of the heart proofs of its first principles before it, reason, is willing to assent to them as it would be for the heart to demand of the reason or intuition of all the propositions which the latter demonstrated before it is ready to accept them. 1. The evidence which attaches to principles is sufficient to qualify them for performing the function which they are required to perform. It is worthwhile drawing attention in passing to Pascal's remarks, quoted above, that while logicians claim to have arrived at an infallible method, the geometers alone have in fact done so. Elsewhere he suggests that logic has perhaps borrowed the rules of geometry without understanding their force. 8. The ideal rational method is the mathematical method, not that of Aristotelian and scholastic logic. On this point Pascal sides with Descartes and accepts with him the common revolt against and depreciation of the logic of the schools. It must be added, with regard to the general relation of logic to mathematics, that Leibniz later took the opposite view. For him mathematical logic was a particular form taken by general logic. But though Pascal was a Cartesian to the extent that he asserted the supremacy of the mathematical method within the field of deduction and demonstration, he by no means shared Descartes' convictions concerning the extent of its applicability and usefulness. We cannot, for example, develop the natural sciences in a purely a priori manner. We must recognize the probable character of our hypotheses. And in establishing empirical facts, experience, or rather the experimental method, must be our guide. Authority is the source of our theological knowledge, for the mysteries of faith surpass the reach of the human reason. But this is not the case with regard to our mathematical and scientific knowledge. The secrets of nature are indeed hidden, but experience and experiment gradually increase our knowledge of them. Experiences are the sole principles of physics. 8. It follows that our knowledge is limited by our experience. When we say that the diamond is the hardest of all bodies, we mean of all bodies with which we are acquainted, and we cannot and ought not to include those of bodies of which we are entirely ignorant, for in all matters in which proof consists in experiences and not in demonstrations, one cannot make any universal assertion save by general enumeration of all the parts and of all the different cases. 6. With regard to the existence or possibility of a void or vacuum, it is experience alone which can decide whether there is or can be a vacuum or not. Authority is not sufficient to solve the problem. Nor can the question be decided by a priori mathematical demonstration. The geometrical method is also inefficacious in the metaphysical field. Take, for example, the problem of God. Pascal seems at first sight to contradict himself. On the one hand he asserts that we know, then, the existence and the nature of the finite, because we are finite and extended like it. We know the existence of the infinite and are ignorant of its nature, because while like us it has extension, unlike us it has no limits. But we know neither the existence nor the nature of God, for he has neither extension nor limits. By faith, however, we know his existence, and by glory, by the lumen gloriae, Pascal means, we shall know his nature. 1 Again, let us speak now according to our natural light. if there is a God, he is infinitely incomprehensible, for, possessing neither parts nor limits, he has no relation with us. We are therefore incapable of knowing either what he is or whether he is too. Here Pascal seems to say clearly that the natural reason is incapable of proving God's existence and that faith alone can assure us of this truth. On the other hand, there are passages in which he appears to admit that there are or may be valid philosophical proofs of God's existence. And at first sight it may appear that a contradiction is involved. The explanation, however, is simple enough. In the first place, the metaphysical proofs of God are so remote from men's reasoning and so complicated that they have little effect. And even when they serve for some people, they do so only during the moment these people see the demonstration. An hour later they are afraid that they may have been deceived. 3 Again, while proofs based on the marvels of nature may serve to draw the attention of believers to the work of God, they are of no service to atheists. On the contrary, to attempt to convince atheists by an argument based on the movement of the heavenly bodies is to give them reason for thinking that the proofs of our religion are very weak, and I see by reason and by experience that nothing is more calculated to excite in them this contempt. 1 In other words, if the object of proving God's existence is to convince agnostics and atheists, the abstract metaphysical proofs are no use, while physical arguments are worse than useless. Reasoning of both types is inefficacious. But Pascal had a profounder reason for rejecting the traditional proofs of God's existence. The knowledge of God which he had in mind was the knowledge of God as revealed in Christ, Mediator and Redeemer, a knowledge which is the response to man's intimate consciousness of his own misery. But a purely philosophical knowledge of God involves knowledge neither of man's need for redemption nor of Christ the Redeemer. It can coexist with pride and with ignorance of God as man's supreme good and final end. The Christian religion teaches man these two truths together, that there is a God, for whom men have a capacity, and that there is a corruption in nature, which renders them unworthy of him. It is equally important for men to know both these points, and it is equally dangerous for man to know God without knowing his own misery and to know his own misery without knowing the Redeemer who can heal him. Knowledge of one of these truths by itself produces either the pride of the philosophers who have known God but not their misery, or the despair of the atheists who know their own misery without knowing the Redeemer. 1 In other words, philosophical proofs of God's existence are not only insufficient to convince hardened atheists too, but also useless and sterile. 3 Inasmuch as the knowledge attained would be knowledge of God without Christ, it would be deism, and deism is not Christianity. The God of the Christians is not a God who is simply the author of geometrical truths and of the order of the elements. This is the concept of the pagans and of the Epicureans. All those who seek God apart from Jesus Christ and who stop at nature either find no light to satisfy them or arrive at forming for themselves a way of knowing God and of serving him without a mediator, and thereby they fall either into atheism or into deism, which are two things which the Christian religion almost equally abhors. 1 As Pascal is concerned simply with knowledge of God as the supernatural end of man, with God as revealed in Christ, Mediator and Redeemer, he excludes natural religion and philosophical theism to all intents and purposes. It is clear enough that the use of the geometrical method will not lead man to knowledge of God in this sense. Pascal doubtless exaggerates the distinction between the God of the philosophers and the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, but he leaves us in no doubt about the meaning he attaches to knowledge of God. And his attitude towards Descartes is thus understandable. I cannot forgive Descartes. He would have liked to have been able to bypass God in the whole of his philosophy. But he could not help making God give a shove to set the world in motion, and after that he has no more to do with God. 1 I do not mean to suggest that Pascal was just to Descartes, for I do not think that he was. But his attitude is understandable. In his view Descartes' philosophy omitted the unum necessarium. This is one reason for the maxim, to write against those who devote too much study to the sciences. Descartes too. We can understand too how Pascal could write to Fermat, the great French mathematician, that in his opinion geometry is le plus hall exercice de vesprit and le plus beau mighty du monde, but that at the same time it is so useless that I make little difference between a man who is only a geometer and an able artisan if philosophy is unable to establish the existence of God, at least if it is unable to establish the existence in the only sense in which it is worthwhile doing so, it is also incapable of revealing to man where lies true happiness. The Stoics say, retreat within yourselves, it is there that you will find your repose. And this is not true. The others say, go outside yourselves, seek happiness in diversions. And this is not true. Happiness is neither outside us nor within us, it is in God, both outside and within us, for instinct prompts us to seek happiness outside ourselves, and external things draw us, even if we do not realize it. And so it is useless for the philosophers to say, retreat within yourselves, you will find your good there. People do not believe them. And those who believe them are the emptiest and most foolish. 5 Further, being unable to discover and agree about the true end of man, the philosophers have also been unable to discover and agree about the moral law. True, there are natural laws, but the corruption of human nature prevents us from obtaining a clear view of them. And even if we knew clearly by philosophical reflection what true justice is, for example, we should be unable to practice it without divine grace. The nature of self-love and of this human ego is to love only itself and to consider only itself. 6 And in point of fact, larceny, incest, murder of children and of parents, all have had their place among virtuous actions. 7 3 degrees of latitude reverse the whole of jurisprudence, a meridian, decides about truth. A pleasing justice which is bounded by a river. Truth this side of the Pyrenees, error beyond one man, left to himself, is blind and corrupted. And the philosophers have been unable to remedy the state of affairs. Some of them, such as the Stoics, have indeed provided the world with elevated discourses, but their virtue was infected and corrupted by pride. It is no matter of astonishment, therefore, if Pascal declares that we do not think that the whole of philosophy is worth an hour's labor, 2 And that to mock at philosophy is to philosophize truly. 8 By philosophy he means primarily natural philosophy and science, the knowledge of external things, which he depreciates in comparison with the science of man. But the point is that reason alone is unable to establish the science of man. For without the light of the Christian religion man is incomprehensible to himself. Reason has its own sphere, mathematics and the natural sciences or natural philosophy, but the truths which it is really important for man to know, his nature and his supernatural destiny, these cannot be discovered by the philosopher or the scientist. I had passed a long time in the study of the abstract sciences, and the scant communication which one can have in them, that is, the comparative fewness of the people with whom one shares these studies and with whom one can communicate, had disgusted me. When I began the study of man, I saw that these abstract sciences are not proper to man. For when Pascal depreciates reason, he is using the term in a narrow sense, to mean the abstract, analytic, and deductive operation of the mind as it is found in geometry. He is not, of course, depreciating the use of reason in a wide sense. His outline of a Christian apology is obviously a work of the mind. For the matter of that, his criticism of reason in the narrow sense is, whether we agree with it or not, a reasoned criticism. To put the matter briefly, Pascal wishes to make 2 points. First, mathematical method and scientific method are not the only means by which we come to know truth. Secondly, mathematical and scientific truths are not those which it is most important for man to know. From neither of these propositions does it follow that reasoning in general or the use of the mind is to be condemned. 3. It is as well to remember this when we are considering what Pascal has to say about the heart. For if we interpret his polemic against reason as a polemic against the mind and against all thought, we shall be inclined to interpret the heart in an exclusively emotional sense. But in distinguishing between heart and reason, it was not Pascal's intention to suggest that human beings should abandon the use of their mind and hand themselves over to the dominion of their emotions. The famous statement, the heart has its reasons which the reason does not understand. One does indeed appear to imply an antithesis between mind and heart, intellectual activity and emotion. But we have already seen that according to Pascal it is by the heart that we know the first principles from which the reason derives other propositions. And it is obvious enough that heart cannot here mean simply emotion. It is necessary, therefore, to ask what Pascal did mean by the term. It can hardly be said that Pascal uses the term l'eixeur in any one clearly defined sense. Sometimes it appears to be used as synonymous with the will. And when it is used in this sense it does not designate a kind of knowledge or an immediate instrument of knowing, but rather the movement of desire and interest which directs the attention of the intellect to some object. The will is one of the principal organs of belief, not that it forms belief, but because things are true or false according to the aspect under which one sees them. The will, which takes pleasure in one aspect, rather than another, turns away the mind from considering the qualities of those things which it does not wish to see. And so the mind, following the will, stops to contemplate the aspect which the will loves to at other times. L'eixeur designates a kind of knowledge or an instrument of knowing. And this is Pascal's characteristic use of the term. It is exemplified in his statement that we apprehend first principles by the heart. We know truth not only by the reason but also by the heart. It is in this second way that we know the first principles. 3. Pascal also makes use of the terms nature and instinct. Nature confounds the Pyrrhonists, and reason confounds the dogmatics, for instinct and reason, characteristics of two natures. Registered heart, instinct, principles. It is clear that even when the heart is used to designate a way of knowing or an instrument of knowledge, the term bears different shades of meaning in different contexts. When Pascal says that principles are felt by the heart, he is obviously talking about intuition. And in the case of the first principles of geometry there can hardly be question of loving the principles. But when he asserts that it is the heart which feels, perceives, God, and not the reason, he is thinking of a loving apprehension of God, apprehension which is open to those who have no knowledge of metaphysical arguments for God's existence or even of historical and empirical arguments in favor of Christianity. He does not refer to mere emotion, but rather to the loving apprehension of God which is found in the sincere Christian believer. And this is itself the effect of God in the soul. It is a supernatural faith informed by love or charity, which belongs to the order of charity or love rather than to the order of the mind, vesprit. Again, it is by the heart or instinct that we know that waking life is not a dream. A man may be unable to prove by demonstrative argument that waking life is not a dream, but it does not follow that he does not know the difference between waking life and the dream state. He knows it by the heart. Here the term heart refers to instinctive, immediate, unreasoned apprehension of a truth. And Pascal's point is that we can have certitude, in his opinion legitimate certitude, even when the reason is unable to prove that of which we have certitude. For reason is not the only way in which we come to know truth, and it is mere prejudice and pride on the part of the rationalists if they think that it is. Pascal, as is evident, did not develop a technical vocabulary in which the function and meaning of each word is clearly defined. Sometimes the function of a term is that of suggesting meaning rather than of stating it. Thus words like heart, instinct, and feeling suggest immediacy, spontaneity and directness. On the level of common sense we have, for example, a spontaneous and immediate apprehension or awareness of the reality of the external world, and the resulting conviction or certitude is legitimate, even though it is unsupported by rational proofs. On the level of geometry we have an immediate awareness of principles, and even though these principles cannot be demonstrated, our certitude is legitimate and lies at the foundation of deductive reasoning. On the level of the moral life there is a spontaneous and direct apprehension of values, though this apprehension can be obscured or corrupted. And on the level of the religious life the devout believer possesses a loving apprehension of God which is immune from the attacks of skepticism. In general, the heart is a kind of intellectual instinct, rooted in the inmost nature of the soul. 4. If we wish to talk about Pascal's method, we have to mention both heart and reason. It is a mistake to think that he wished to substitute feeling for reason or to deny, for example, the relevance of reasoned argument to the apprehension of religious truth. In mathematics, deduction and demonstration would be deprived of certainty, were it not for the immediate apprehension of evident first principles. But without the work of the discursive and deductive reason there would be no mathematics. Again, though the simple and devout Christian possesses legitimate certitude through his loving apprehension of God, this certitude is a personal matter, and it by no means follows that arguments in favor of the Christian religion are not required. We cannot satisfy skeptics and agnostics by appealing to the simple and devout Christian's interior appropriation of the truth. And Pascal himself projected an apology for Christianity, that is to say, a reasoned defense of the Christian religion. The arguments to which he appealed were based on empirical and historical facts, the presence of the Christian faith as an empirical fact, miracles, prophecy, and so on, but the arguments were reasoned arguments. In Pascal's opinion, we cannot prove the truth of Christianity by geometry, by a priori deductive reasoning. We have to turn to empirical data and show how their convergence points infallibly to the truth of Christianity. But the process of exhibiting this convergence is the work of the mind. It is, indeed, necessary to emphasize this fact, because Pascal's aphorisms about feeling may easily give a wrong impression. At the same time, the concept of the heart has an important part to play even in his reasoned defense of the Christian religion. For while the heart does not, indeed, supply the proofs, it discerns the significance of the facts cited in the proofs, and it discerns too the significance of the convergence of probabilities. Of two men who listen to the arguments and understand the words, one may see the cumulative force of the arguments while the other does not. If all the arguments have been mentioned, the difference between the two men is not that the one has heard an argument which the other has not, it is rather that the one has an intuitive grasp of the force and significance of the converging arguments, which is lacking to the other. In the development of an apologetic, therefore, it is essential to display the arguments in the most persuasive form, not in order to persuade people to embrace a conclusion repugnant to the mind, but in order to facilitate the working of the heart. 5. Any prolonged exposition and discussion of Pascal's apology for Christianity would be out of place in a history of philosophy. At the same time, the reader of a chapter on Pascal will legitimately expect to find some indication of the line taken. And we can hardly understand his general outlook without some reference to his defense for Christianity. Pascal sets out first to show the misery of man without God, that is to say, that nature is corrupted. 1. In comparison with the realm of nature, what is man? A nothing in comparison with the infinite, a whole with regard to nothing, a mean between nothing and everything. Infinitely removed from understanding either extreme, the end of all things and their beginning are alike invincibly hidden from him in impenetrable mystery. He is equally incapable of seeing either the nothingness from which he was taken or the infinite in which he is enveloped. Man can know neither the infinitely great nor the infinitely small. Nor can he have a complete knowledge even of those things which fall between either extreme. For all things are bound together in mutual relations, and a complete knowledge of any part demands knowledge of the whole. His intellectual capacity is limited, and he is also liable to be led astray by the senses and the imagination. Further, he takes custom for natural law, and in social life he mistakes the rule of power for the rule of justice. He is dominated by self-love, and this inclination to self-interest blinds his eyes to true justice and is the origin of disorder in social and political life. Again, man is riddled with contradictions, and he is a riddle to himself. He can be satisfied with nothing less than the infinite, but in point of fact he finds no complete satisfaction.